So today, these two sessions are there, sir.
You are live streaming it.
Yes. The Russian Academy of Science channel is live streaming it, sir. Yes.
Okay.
Good morning, Professor Vladimir.
Good morning. Good morning, Dr. Shishir.
Good morning. Good morning, Ina.
How are you?
Very fine. Very fine. We are also joined by our head International Cooperation Department.
Yeah, we had a
Yes, I
just
see.
greeting.
I see.
Good morning, Professor Menon, sir.
Morning. Good morning, Dr. Shishir and Mr. Varshney. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, and Ms. Sinha. Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Morning. Morning.
Да. Да, это спасибо. Все замечательно. Okay, we may start. Dr. Shishir, do you mind to start?
Yes, please. So, good morning and good afternoon to everyone in Russia and India. I'm Counselor Science and Technology, Embassy of India, Moscow. And it's a great pleasure to welcome all the distinguished participants of this India-Russia webinar on this second day. We are going to have two sessions today, and we are joined by the head of International Cooperation Department, Mr. S.K. Varshney, Department of Science and Technology, and also the acting head of Russian Academy of Science International Department, Ms. Daria. So may I request Ms. Daria to kindly start the proceedings?
Yes, of course. Thank you very much, Dr. Shishir. Dear colleagues, esteemed participants, my name is Daria Chernoivanova. I'm acting head of the Department of International Cooperation of the Russian Academy of Sciences. On behalf of the department, I am pleased to welcome you to the second day of our Russian-Indian Scientific Webinar on Disaster Management Technologies. It is an honor for me to greet our Indian colleagues carrying out studies in different areas of this important and up-to-date thematic. Likewise, I would like to say thank you to the Embassy of India in Moscow, our partner in this process of organizing this series of Indian Russian scientific webinars that we have held unfailingly since all throughout 2020 and all throughout 2021. Very successfully. Also, I would like to thank you all the participants from India and from Russia for being so active in this form of cooperation. It happens to be very demanding at this this pandemic time. I am pleased to note that our joint webinars cover a plethora of subjects in this area of cooperation. We hope that they have become an important platform for Russian and Indian researchers to present their work, share their latest achievements and scientific experience with their foreign colleagues. The cooperation between our countries is developing very actively with the support of the embassy here in Moscow. We are currently working on a project of an agreement with the University of Delhi, which we hope to have signed in the upcoming days. I would like to wish you all today a very successful presentation and success in your research, new achievements, and interesting discoveries in your scientific work. I would like to now introduce Mr. Sanjeev Kumar Varshney. He is the advisor and head of the International Division of the Department of Science and Technology and is responsible for facilitating bilateral, multilateral, and regional scientific cooperation of India with partner countries. He has worked as counselor for science and technology with the Embassy of India here in Moscow between April 2008 and June 2011. He has been contributing to promotion of international scientific cooperation as well as scientific industrial cooperation. Mr. Varshney is actively involved in financial planning for international cooperation. He is currently the co-chair of the Russia-India Joint Working Group on Science and Technology. May we please invite you to give your opening remarks, Mr. Varshney.
I'm sorry to say we don't hear you. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Daria. Dobre utra. Good morning. Namaskar to all my friends from India and Russia and all colleagues. It's really nice to have interaction with Russian Academy of Sciences, one of the organizations I have been associated as a partner for more than 30 years. So long memories I have with Russian Academy of Sciences, and visiting your presidium was always a pleasure for me. Today, we are discussing on disasters. And I understand already some discussions have gone through yesterday. And when we are saying on the challenges, what nature has given us, we must understand that nature is in continuous process of evolving, changing the landscape, and several natural processes are working. Some of them are slow, and we get adapted to them, something like climate. So we know that if it is winter time, we'll get snow. If it is summer time, we get a little bit more easy. And those things are fine. But then several things will happen all of a sudden, and we put them as disasters. So if you see in recent past, events of extreme weather have increased very often, and we will get one city drenched. For example, this year, our city of Chennai in South India got drenched. It received more than 100 millimeter rainfall in a day. And how to cope up with that? It's terrible. So we are having such incidents quite high in number, especially in northern part of the country, where we say dynamics of plate tectonics are still active. Himalaya is rising, and we see a lot of activities contributed not only by weather and climate, but also by tectonics, and causing us different kind of disasters. So be it flash flood or glacier burst, or you may say earthquake, landslides, these have become very much part of the life in Himalaya. And we need to cope up with them. We need to understand how it is happening and how it would be reduced and how we could handle situations in future. Of course, a lot of understanding of civil engineering, retrofitting have come into being, and we have started putting some kind of containment so that landslides could be slowed down. Of course, we can't stop it. The nature is quite strong. And we have had earlier things like, for example, when I was in Russia, Russia witnessed after a very, very long time the forest fire of 2010. And it was such a disaster, and people were afraid because virtually entire Siberia and some part of central Russia was burning. We need to understand how we could mitigate it. Other Indian challenges, if we see, are something like we saw only once in lifetime so far, tsunami, but it was all of a sudden, and then we need to prepare ourselves against that. We regularly get number of cyclones, and it disturbs not only life at that particular moment of time when cyclone is struck, but also it has its long-term consequences, because we have seen that salinity of groundwater gets changes, impacting on the agriculture, impacting on the economy of that region. So there are several programs which we have initiated, and one of the major program is coming from our National Disaster Mitigation Agencies. So we have created a structure like that, something Russia already has, like EMERCOM. And we are working very strongly. We have taken executives on our head. We have taken academicians, researchers who could guide us, who could tell us. We are also looking from consultation from industries, because how our industry could respond in situations like this. So we need to understand it a little better. And I would like to congratulate Shishir for organizing this meeting and for the handshake we are having between the experts on two sides, who would guide us what are the best practices in two countries. And also, we should find out that once they find some opportunity how to work together, how we are going to take it forward. My department, Department of Science and Technology, as well as Russian Academy of Sciences, both are mandated to create bridges between the researchers who would like to work on topics such as this thing. So we must understand what kind of activities we can do together, and what are the policy guidelines at government level, what is permissible, what is not permissible, and how we can do it. So I think Shishir happens to be the common point for all of us, and he will tell us how we can do it. He can connect us, and we would also like to work on some joint activities. Of course, workshop is one of them, but long-term joint activities with Russian Academy of Sciences. And if we can do it, that would be really wonderful. And I would like to suggest the researcher community participating in the event today and tomorrow, yesterday, that they should map strength of each other, how that could be useful in developing solutions in time to come, and how we could work together to help each other. India and Russia are very good friends, and time and again, be it bilateral platform or multilateral platform, we have been working together, and we say we are friend by heart, not and quite emotional about each other, and we would love to work together. And I would like to see if scientists of two countries work out solutions together for the larger societies the two countries have got. So with those good wishes, I would like to close and thank you very much. And I am looking forward for more and more discussions. And I would also request that if someone could make a list of suggestions that emerges out of discussions, which could be further discussed between Russian Academy of Sciences and my department. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your opening remarks, sir. We have two very interesting sessions lined up today. And the first session is on big data integration, crisis analytics, and scientific methods for prevention of disasters. So this is a very important method. This is a very important theme where we are looking for a lot of contributions from some distinguished speakers who are lined up today. And to moderate this session, we have Professor Anil Gupta. He's a professor of policy and strategies and sustainability at the National Institute of Disaster Management, a very, very prestigious institute dealing in this subject. So may I request you, Professor Gupta, to take forward the proceedings of session one.
Very good morning from India to all the resource persons and participants from both the sides. And first of all, my compliments to the Indian Embassy in Moscow for taking this very, very important initiative. And Dr. Shishir has been in discussion with me for a significantly long time, taking various steps and pains for designing and coordinating with a wide range of speakers, because this topic that is related with the technology applications in disaster management is very, very wide ranging. And as disasters also have diverse types, now there's a wide range of technological interventions and opportunities available. So, and here I see some of the senior colleagues, the founder members of the National Disaster Management Authority of India. Professor Menon Saab is also here. So really wonderful to see. And Dr. Varshney was speaking before me. And he provided a kind of background that how we are trying to promote this cooperation and taking the benefits of the strengths from both the sides and for the benefit of both. This session is very important and very interesting too. And in fact, this session itself brings a wide variety of themes being to be discussed by the speakers from both the sides. I will be touching upon some of the recent projects that the National Institute of Disaster Management has undertaken and currently also implementing for promoting sectoral approach. So that will be a little bit more on policy planning sides, but how those interventions are utilizing the scientific and technological advances also. So that is a very important aspect. However, when it comes to the big data, so the word itself, big. So big also indicates both the sides, that opportunity and the challenge also. When you have to handle something big, means a huge amount of data, then how to collate, how to process, how to manage it so that it is transformed in the correct form of information, and then it adds to the knowledge and precisions in our decision making process. And as the decisions which to be taken not only the pre-disaster phase, but more particularly during disasters. So during the crisis situation, and also in the post-crisis situation, when the efforts are on the towards reconstruction and recovery, where the focus is primarily now, we say that the strategy has to be built back better. And not only now, this better is again, it gives a broad understanding, because better does not say only in terms of the construction quality, or only in terms of resilience to physical hazards, but how it addresses the needs of inclusiveness in disaster management, and then other sustainability also, because now the focus in disaster resilience is also calling for more and more integration of the disaster resilience, sustainability, the environmental issues, as well as the adaptation and resilience towards the climate risk also. As we have evolved from dealing with the single hazards to multiple hazards, our planning is now trying to focus that the landscape which is prone to number of hazards. So we have a multi-hazard based planning in place. So when we are talking about multi-hazard, then the parameters are certainly multiplying. And when the parameters are multiplying, the amount of data that we have to integrate and we have to handle, that poses a great challenge. And but on the other hand, this approach that we call it the big data handling, that also provides we can say that 5 basically V's. So that is volume, variety, velocity, veracity, and value. And the last one is value. So the ultimate objective is basically coming up with the best possible value addition to the assessments and to the decisions. So I think that is very important. And institutions in Indian side also have been taking big strides in developing approaches, and also using big data based interventions in improving our process. In India, in fact, Professor Menon is here, who has been one of the leading player in promoting the disaster and risk database systems in the country. Even before he joined NDMA, his work has been known. And in India, we have a dedicated ministry that is called as Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation. So jointly with the MOSPI, we have been trying to work out these approaches. But what is another important aspect that is here, that how do we present in a much simpler form so that the database systems can be understood and utilized as the I would say that the smallest administrative units. So in India, for example, we have the federal system, then we have states, and then we have districts, or even the villages, because now the emphasis is on the most prudent level of planning at the district and village level also. So the approaches that has been utilized and that has been implemented on the Russian side, are with the Russian collaboration, or any other kind of bilateral, multilateral cooperations in any other country. I think those examples are always interesting and useful to us. the computational technology certainly has provided a big impetus. I will now move to a small presentation from my side on the sectoral dimensions, and then I would like to invite the speakers. We have the learned speakers in the session. We have from the Russian Academy of Sciences Space Research Institute, Professor Sergey Pulinets. He is a well-known expert internationally on the physical modeling of the geological systems, particularly lithosphere-atmosphere-ionosphere processes and structures, and which is very important in understanding the earthquake dynamics. And as India also, more than 3/4 part of the country is prone to a range of earthquake risks, I think that is very important. Professor Chandan Ghosh, he is my senior colleague from National Institute of Disaster Management. He is also a person who has been contributing on various aspects of earthquake and landslides. He is also head of the Disaster Resilient Infrastructure Division at NIDM. He is a geotechnical engineer, so listening to him certainly would be added value. We have Professor Olga Loskina. She is a Doctor of Science in Engineering, but also has a specific background that is relating with chemistry. And the neural network approach, that in fact, I think I would say that more than 3 decades of the efforts in promoting neural network based data integration systems all over the world, but Russian institutions have been in certain aspects at the leading roles. So their understanding would be certainly very, very important. She is working with the Institute of Transport Problems and as a leading research fellow. So that contribution would be very, very important. Then we have Dr. Vaibhav Kumar from Indian Institute of Science Education and Research, Bhopal. Indian Institute of Science Education Research is a new series of the scientific institutions in the country dedicatedly towards scientific research education. So Dr. Vaibhav, his focus is on urban systems and particularly the fire susceptibility of different kind of urban settings he would be presenting, and based on his recent researches. So that would be also of great value to this particular session.
Sir, may I just interrupt you? Sorry, we will lose some speaker time. So okay. I think before they start, you could introduce them and
okay.
The
all right.
program
all
circulate.
Right. So I will just tell the names. I will just tell the names. Professor Villiam.
May I request all to switch on their cameras so that we can have a group photograph when the quorum is present, sir.
All right. So I'll just tell the names. So we have Dr. R.J. Perumal. Then we have Dr. Naresh Kumar from Wadia Institute. Professor Vladimir Loskin. We have Dr. Sushil Kumar. So these are the learned speakers of this session. So I'll just make a brief presentation. I am sharing my screen, and then I will invite other speakers. So is my screen visible?
So before you do that, can we have, with your permission, a group photograph?
All right. So I'll stop for some time. Okay.
Yeah, just unshare it. Yes. With the permission of distinguished speakers, we can have a group photograph. It's very important. All are kindly requested to switch on the camera, please. Thank you so much. Professor Gupta, please, I'm extremely sorry to interrupt you.
No, it's all right. It's important. It's important to have these memories with us in our records. Yeah. So okay, so I will be taking just few minutes, and then we'll start with the speakers. The focus in India in promoting disaster risk management on utilizing the approaches of mainstreaming, because disaster management principles and disaster risk management strategies have been evolving at international level, and also have been reflected in the Indian national level policies and planning process. However, the real implementation takes on the ground, and that is the reason that the focus at national level policies has been on integrating our that mainstreaming disaster risk management interventions into developmental planning. However, when it comes to the pathways and tools for mainstreaming, there was certain.
I'm sorry, Professor Gupta, we don't see your presentation. Could you please load it once again? We cannot see it.
Okay, I'll do it again. Is it visible? Would you please confirm?
No.
But it is visible from my side. Any other participant would like to confirm?
It is coming up. It is still not come. It has not come, but it is coming up. It says has started screen sharing.
Okay. So maybe some bandwidth problem. But anyway, it's coming here. Let me start speaking, and then maybe has it come?
Not yet.
Not yet.
May I ask Professor Ghosh? Professor Ghosh, can you see my presentation?
Not yet. It's not come on.
Let me see. What is the issue?
Dr. Anil Gupta, I think you might have to log out and come back again, because.
Okay. Is it visible now?
Yes, thank you. But please
yes.
make it full screen.
Yes, I'll do it. Is it okay?
It
Yes.
is perfect now.
Thank
you.
Thank you, and I'm sorry for this technical glitch. So I'll be sharing some of the recent experience, and I'll be little brief as some time has already gone, and we'll need to listen to other speakers. So my focus is on sectoral approach and planning for disaster resilience, where we are actually, we can say that we are really testing these science, technology, and innovations to integrate into the planning process so that we can take the benefits at the local level. So these are basically the context for promoting this sectoral dimensions. I would like to start from here that the 7th ASEAN Ministerial Conference that took place in New Delhi in 2016, and the Indian Prime Minister, he summarized his experience of dealing with various disasters in his home state, and then he gave a 10-point agenda that we call it Prime Minister's 10-point agenda on disaster risk management. Very interestingly, the agenda 1 is on all the sectors to imbibe the principles of disaster risk management. And these 10 points basically provide a much simpler version of the international policy environments on disaster risk management mainstreaming at all the levels. And these are supported by the India's national policy on disaster risk management, and also the National Disaster Management Act. Besides that, there have been a lot of the legal proceedings and directives by various levels of apex and sub-apex courts, a number of guidelines. But the prime focus of promoting the sectoral dimension was to make sure that the business continuity of various sectors dealt by various central ministries to be ensured during disasters. So I think that is very important aspect. And here the various range of research findings and the already existing laws and also the international treaties where we are party. So their provisions have also been integrated. Then beside that, the issues flagged and issued covered under the National Action Plan on Climate Change have also come. So a few recent interventions, I would not be going into detail. The first ever, the detailed planning has been done for the agriculture sector in India. Agriculture is one of the biggest sector in India, and the disaster management plan for the agriculture sector has been developed. And that has been the first systemic approach. Besides that, another intervention was incidentally it was almost in the same period when we had started experiences COVID first wave in early 2020. That time we were jointly with the World Health Program. We were working for promoting the National Health Program as a part of the National Action Plan on Climate Change, and we have taken a strategic move for developing National Health Adaptation Plan. There a number of components were there, and one of the components of National Health Adaptation was to deal with the disaster-related illnesses, particularly the climate-related disasters and other kind of disasters. Then other intervention was the crisis management plan for sudden contamination of water bodies. In India, there are also large congregations that take place along the major rivers at certain occasions, and then there are risks of the major mishap and the sudden major contamination involving chemical agents or biological agents. So for that also we had these kind of interventions. Currently, there are three ministries at national level for whom we are supporting for developing their disaster management plan. One is the Environment, Forest and Climate Change Ministry, and I think that ministry has indirect implication for almost the sectoral interventions and infrastructure development across all the other ministries, because that ministry, the Ministry of Environment, Forest, is also playing a leading role in project clearance from environment and forest angles. So that is also very important, even including the site clearance. Then the disaster management plan at the national level for national chemicals and petrochemicals. So that is also on way. Besides that, in India, we have a ministry at the central level that deals with the traditional medical system. So we are also supporting the Ministry of Ayush, that is Ayurveda, Siddha, homeopathy. Then also the Ministry of Food and Public Distribution, which also involves the Food Corporation of India, which has a long chain of warehouses for food storages in the entire country, so that pan India. So a wide range of infrastructures are involved here, starting from the research facilities to the processing facilities to the storage facilities, transportation, and a wide range of disaster risks are covered. So, in each of the sector, we find that a diversity of the risks are involved, because these plans are prepared with the pan-India coverage. And India, if we look at the disaster settings or hazard settings, in Himalayan areas, we have different kind of disasters that include even landslides. But on coastal areas, we have the risk of tsunami, but frequently it is a risk of cyclone kind of thing. So covering all kind of geophysiographical features, all kind of diversity of hazard settings, and a multi-layered approach. So although these plans were for the central ministries, the purpose was to integrate and mainstream disaster risk management through the sectoral interventions at local level. So these plans were partly descriptive and partly prescriptive. And one of the major focus was on improving the risk assessment and early warning system, because that is a very important aspect of disaster risk reduction. And there, how to handle the huge amount of data and diverse types of data, and many times even the scale and the ranges were also the challenges. So I think that has been one of the recent set of experiences that has been very useful. And the recent initiatives of initiative by the Indian Ministry of Science and Technology in two important dimensions. One is the data policy related with geospatial dimensions, and another is the recent policy of Government of India on science, technology, and innovations. Currently, we are also working to come up with a national policy on science, technology, and innovation for disaster risk reduction. So I think these were the recent interventions, and I would not be covering many other things, which though we have a long list here. So I would like to just give a glimpse of various outcomes of some of the recent projects that are on both the sides utilizing a range of science and technology interventions, but also contributing towards promotion of a wide range of science and technology interventions in disaster risk management. Like jointly with United Nations Environment Program and IUCN, we are also trying to promote the ecosystem-based interventions for reducing the risk of certain disasters. That includes landslides, floods, drought, heat wave kind of things. So with under various cooperation projects and under various projects with the Government of India agencies, we are trying to mainstream science, technology, and the innovation interventions also to be mainstreamed along with the disaster risk management approaches at various levels. The last point, that while we develop the national level the plan, so the important aspect was to make sure that these are translated into simpler form, so that the people at the local level can utilize these documents or these policy interventions. So I would be closing my presentation here, and I will take the opportunity to invite the speakers of this session and to listen to them. So I would, the first speaker of the session, I would invite Professor Sergey Pulinets. I have already introduced him, and he is an expert on geological processes and the physical models. So he will be speaking on the physical model of lithosphere-ionosphere coupling as a basis of operative earthquake forecast. Earthquake forecasting, in fact, has been a big question, and this based on the atmospheric and lithospheric interface, there is a very important but narrow window of opportunities. And I think this research is very important because some of the Indian counterparts are also doing some kind of work in this direction, along with the international their collaborators. So I think that would be very very important area where both the countries can also think of working together. So I would invite Professor G for his deliberation.
Thank you very much, Professor Gupta. Good morning and good afternoon for everybody. I'm very happy to be a participant of this important event. My warmest regards to Professor Vinod Menon. We have common friends. Regards from Nathan Blaustein. And I would like to present you our recent achievements, and we'll share the screen. It's okay?
Yes.
You see it? Okay. Okay.
Сможете сделать на весь экран?
Yes. Now is made for the whole screen. So let's start. I would like to discuss a few things which are in this outline. First of all, it is precursors recognition, because sometimes people show some anomalies but do not have any proofs that it is a real precursor. How to determine that it is precursor? How to determine the latest stage of the seismic cycle, which we name the precursory period. Then we will go to the physical understanding of the observed phenomena. I will describe our lithosphere-atmosphere-ionosphere coupling model. And then I would like to show you examples for the earthquakes in the India and close to India regions to demonstrate how it works in practice. And we'll show the examples of these strongest earthquakes. And then we come to conclusion. So very often we can find in the publications such pictures. These pictures are for GPS stack variations before the earthquakes. The left panel, it is the Haiti earthquakes. The right panel, it is Tohoku earthquake. And people designate, you see this black deviations, red deviations. Here again, black deviations, red deviation, that is a positive deviations which are red, and negative deviations from the undisturbed level of the ionosphere. This sinusoidal-like curve, it is a daily variations of GPS stack. But how to prove that these are precursors? There are many people who doesn't know ionosphere and cannot understand why we interpret them like
Professor Sergey, Sergey, slides are not moving.
Слайды не переключаются.
Как не? У меня переключается. У меня все переключается.
У меня вчера тоже так было. Проси организаторов, что
Try to go out and load again. Выйдите и загрузите заново. Пожалуйста. Вот, стал переключаться.
Стал
Да.
переключаться, да?
Да,
Но он стал
да.
переключаться, когда я вышел из полноэкранного режима.
Но вы не в полноэкранном режиме сейчас.
Да, вот и как я войду в полный экран, он перестает переключаться.
Давайте еще раз. Перелистните сейчас.
Сейчас он идет, да?
Нет, опять не идет. Вот, да, идет, идет.
Идет. Ну давайте в таком режиме.
Давайте.
Okay, so I will continue in this mode because the slides does not want to change on the full screen regime. So here I show the GPS tech variations, and positive and negative anomalies are denoted by the red and black. You see small peaks, but how to prove that they are real precursors? We should to find a way to move from the ground, from the underground, from the tectonic processes up to the ionosphere to prove that these variations are real precursors. And here we should go to the roots, to the fundamental things which were made by our, let's say, fathers studying the physical processes before the earthquakes. The left panel shows the representation of Dobrovolsky, the different stages of the earthquake preparation and transition from the elastic deformation to the eruption of the Earth's crust and changing its properties. This rupture is during this period of time there are observed several differential physical variations, such as changes of the seismic waves velocities, emanation of radon, changing the electric conductivity, mechanical deformations, and many other things which were registered at different ranges in California, in Soviet Union, and in Middle Asia, and so on. In these times, it was named the dilatation process. If we will go further, we will see that now there appeared a lot of publications which show these latest states of earthquake preparation by the following the variations of the beat parameter in the Gutenberg-Richter relationship. It was determined that before the seismic event, we observed the drop of the B value, and this drop of B value is coinciding with the foreshocks series. So for this, we can say that is real precursory period, because foreshocks, it is foreshocks. It is not the flux of the normal earthquakes. What is the difference of the foreshocks from other kinds of the seismic activity? It was determined that if you take the spectrum of the foreshock, it has higher level of the higher frequency part of this spectrum. What means that we deal with a small scale processes which in laboratory experimental showed like acoustic emission. And in many publications, it is demonstrated that this period of B value drop is coinciding with the radon emanation. Why? Because the new cracks are formed, and through these cracks, we have the new waves for the gas transportation into the on the Earth's surface, and mainly carbon dioxide, methane. They carry radon to the surface with them with these intensive fluxes. And it was demonstrated by some publications. The leader of this group is Chernoivanova, showing that lower than average B values characterize locked patches of fault asperities, from which future main shocks are more likely to be generated, and coincides with increased radon emanation from the Earth's crust. So from the radon emanation, we start our like model. What are consequences of the radon emanation? Radon is producing the ionization of near ground layer of atmosphere by emitting during its decay the alpha particles, which energy is 5.6 mega electron volts. So one alpha particle is able to produce 10⁵ ion electron pairs, and then starts the process of ion-induced nucleation. These ions become the centers of the condensation of the water vapor, and large ion clusters are formed. It has two consequences. I will go further. There are two main consequences of this ion-induced nucleation. First, it is a generation of the thermal anomalies, because during the condensation, we have the process of latent heat release, because water vapor molecules of water vapor change their phase state from the free movement to the connected to the ions. So these changes lead to the emission of the latent heat. The huge amount of heat is emitted during this process, which leads to the meteorological variations of the temperature and humidity. And I will demonstrate you in reality how it works. This is a large ion cluster which is formed. This is the first consequence of the ion-induced nucleation process. The second one is connected with the mobility of these ions. These heavy ions replace the light ions which are responsible for the air conductivity in the ionosphere, Earth, global electric circuit, and it changes the current flowing between the ionosphere and ground. And the boundary layer changes its resistivity, and increasing of resistivity leads to the increasing of the ionospheric potential, and finally to the generation of the positive anomalies in the ionosphere. So the thermal and ionospheric anomalies are our main precursors which we use in our technology of the earthquake prediction. A few words about the more words about the lithosphere-atmosphere interface. Why we observe the large amount of the heat released? Because there forms the strong, the large clusters with positive feedback. It is so-called autocatalytic process because this cluster ion named hydroxonium, it launches many times the same reaction which generates itself, and we have like explosive process of the formation of these large clusters. Cluster ions here are shown the different reactions, and it looks like the pumping of laser or any intensive processes of generation of energy. And how to go down? Now I will show you these thermal anomalies observed for the strong earthquakes in major earthquakes in India. This is a Gujarat earthquake with magnitude 7.7. And you can see the huge thermal anomaly, which is spread over the borders of the tectonic plates. In this, you can see that in the Gujarat itself, it's not so intensive. And it demonstrates how works the Dobrovolsky zone of the earthquake preparation. These circles are showing the size of the Dobrovolsky zone of earthquake preparation. This blue circle, it is Dobrovolsky, and the red one, it is Bowman. They have 10 power 0.43, or another one, the 44. So they have different size, not very large difference between them. But you can see how this thermal anomaly was generated 2 days before the Gujarat earthquake. There are many other precursors, but yeah, I will demonstrate you the most prominent, which demonstrate how it works. It is interesting that radius of the Dobrovolsky zone is very large. For example, for magnitude 7, the radius of the Dobrovolsky zone is 1,000 kilometers. For Sumatra earthquake of 2004, which had the magnitude 9.3, the radius of the Dobrovolsky zone was 2,400 kilometers. So the radon, which was registered in India, was the precursor of the Sumatra earthquake. So this zone, huge zone, all the zone was modified by the deformation and preparation of the Sumatra earthquake. This is an example of the Kashmir 2005 earthquake with magnitude 7.6. This is a meteorological parameter which we name the chemical potential. It is calculated from the air humidity and temperature and air temperature. You can see again the anomaly of this chemical potential, which has the radius 1,850 kilometers, which corresponds to the magnitude 7.6 earthquake. So you see that for all the earthquakes, this law of the size of the earthquake preparation region with the magnitude and formation of the strong anomalies is fulfilled for all earthquake. We can say that practically for 100% of the cases, we see the similar variations. And this is Nepal. We are moving with time to the more modern earthquakes. It is double earthquakes, 7.8 and 7.3 in 2015. And here you can see, like inside this Dobrovolsky zone is dancing the oilar anomalies. It is outgoing long wave radiation, which is measured by the satellites. And you can see the different dates where these anomalies were detected, but all of them for the both earthquakes. Here you can see the epicenters of these earthquakes. All these anomalies are observed inside the earthquake preparation zone with radius 2,259 kilometers. The paper of the Nepal earthquakes and the precursors of this event was published a few days ago. Here you can see the reference in Frontiers in Earth Science, on 8th of November was published. And now we go to ionosphere. So I already told you that due to formation of the cluster ions, we have the changing of the air conductivity, which leads to formation of the ionospheric anomaly. But other processes are also possible due to air temperature growth, and which leads to the variations of the atmospheric pressure. We can observe the acoustic gravity waves generation, and we may have, due to convection, the generation of the electric field within the troposphere, which also will be reflected in the ionosphere. So in ionosphere, we observe the large-scale irregularities, formation of the sporadic E layers, formation of the additional layers in the F region, in the E region, which could be monitored by the oblique sounding. So we use for detection of the anomalies both the observation from the satellites and ground-based ionozones. For example, for all earthquakes higher than 5.5 in Kamchatka area, we observe the anomalies by ground-based ionozone. So how it works? I will show that this works not only for earthquakes. Here you can see the solar proton event, and there was the measurements of the electric field, atmospheric electric field in El Leoncito Observatory in Argentina. And you can see just after the start of the solar proton event, we see the drop of the electric field, which manifests the increase of conductivity and drop of the electric field. But then with formation of these large clusters, electric field is recovered and go up. It means that conductivity dropped and electric field was increased. The same thing we observed before the earthquake. This is an example of the Vrancia earthquake with magnitude 7.2, where there were measurements of the electric field. We see the drop of the electric field to the negative values up to minus 300 volts per meter, and then it grows. And this is schematic presentation. Depending on the ion size, we see or negative ionospheric anomaly with increased conductivity of boundary layer, or positive ionospheric anomaly with the decrease of the conductivity, and is associated with the generation of the negative anomalies with a negative electric field, and positive anomalies with a positive electric field observed on the ground. Using all this knowledge, we were able to make an automatic identification of the thermal and the ionospheric precursors, and created the technology for short-term prediction using the GNSS data, ionozone data. We take into account space weather effects during geomagnetic storms and increase of solar radio emission. We have ability to purify the ionospheric data from the space weather effect. We use the meteorological data of air temperature, humidity, and pressure. All this is processed by our developed software, and we finally come to the multiple parameter analysis of the precursors and come to conclusion if we will expect or not the future earthquake. This is a example of our experimental range in Kamchatka region. This is a Kamchatka Peninsula. These are GPS receivers which we use for our analysis, and here it is the ground-based ionozone, and these red spots that are earthquakes, and depending on the magnitude, you can see the different area of the earthquake preparation. And this is the example of how works this system. It is a formation of the positive ionospheric anomaly 3 days before the earthquake. This is the position of the epicenter. This is a chemical potential. You can see this is a Kamchatka Peninsula, and the earthquake was here in near eastern shore of the Kamchatka Peninsula. This is a so-called the precursor mask. We observe this positive ionospheric anomaly during nighttime. After the sunset, the positive anomaly started to be generated on the vertical axis. It is shown the local time, and the horizontal axis is the days. You can see the date. So the positive anomaly starts to be generated after the sunset and lasts through whole night up to the sunrise. So we call this precursor like a precursor mask, and have statistics what is delay time of the main shock after the earthquake. For Kamchatka area, it is from 5 to 10 days. And we calculate the cross-correlation coefficient between these receivers, which one of them is closer to the epicenter, another one is further from epicenter. And when we observe the drop of the cross-correlation coefficient, it is coincide in dates more or less with the formation of the precursor mask. And from this, here we have 1 day to the earthquake, which happened on the 12th of November 2013 with magnitude 6.6. And finalizing my presentation, I would like to demonstrate the latest case of the earthquake in Indian region. It is a Myanmar.
Professor, sorry to interrupt. Professor, would you like to please summarize?
Yes.
Next minutes. Yeah.
Okay. This is the last slide. This is a chemical potential, the Dobrovolsky zone. You can see atmospheric chemical potential maximum 3 days before the earthquake, drop of the air humidity, drop of the air pressure, and ozone anomaly generated. And these are ionospheric anomalies registered before this earthquake. You can see the positive anomaly of the ionosphere. This point is exactly in the crest of the equatorial anomaly, and we can see how the equatorial anomaly is deformed. And this is 1 day before, this is a day of earthquake and day after. So I would like to thank all my colleagues, because this model was, of course, not created by me, but in cooperation with many physicists, seismologists, and so on. If they not participated, they made influence, and with discussions with him, this model was elaborated. And this is the conclusions. I will not stop on them. You can read, because I want to say final words that we are coming to the new reality. This is the results obtained by new company we just formed, which is named Quantectum Global, which calculates the shared tracking fields globally. And you can see they do not measure anything. They calculate the interaction of the faults and show the increased areas of the shared tracking. The problem of our approach that we cannot scan all over the world. We should find the point where we should produce the monitoring. And this technology gives us opportunity to find these points and then to find the precursors and say that a few days later we will have the earthquake. So this is their shared tracking field, and this is our chemical potential. And you can see they calculate the probability of the earthquake triggering because usually it appears that all earthquakes are a series of the shocks connected one with another. And you can see how perfectly these variations of the triggering effect coincide with our chemical potential. So it shows that during this increasing, we may have the radon emission. And this is the final slide. You can see that this interaction of the tectonic faults leads to generation of the soliton-like slow tectonic waves, which move with a velocity from 80 to 100 kilometers per hour. You can see these tectonic waves, and it triggers the earthquakes on its way. And this is a Myanmar, India earthquake. It is one day before it comes to here and trigger this earthquake. So I can say that with company we are now in the new reality. And in near future, you will hear their real examples of short-term earthquake prediction. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Sergey, for this is a very important dimension of the future disaster resilience, because in earthquake, two important aspects: either our infrastructure design and materials make the buildings and structures resilient, or we have the to some extent adequate forewarning so that we can evacuate the people. So I think this is once we are able to transform it into some level of real implementation, that will be a great benefit for saving particularly our critical infrastructure also. So thank you for your presentation. I am sure that there must be some questions of the participants to you, and we may take the questions by the end of the session, because there may be some common questions also. So I would now move to Professor Chandan Ghosh. Professor Chandan Ghosh, who is a geotechnical engineer, and he has been working in Japan on various aspects of understanding earthquake related issues and the earthquake resilient structures also. Here in India, at National Institute of Disaster Management, he was head of Geohazard Risk Management Division, and currently he is head of Disaster Resilient Infrastructure Division. He has been involved in a number of post-disaster forensic investigations of the building collapse kind of things. And so I would invite him to make his deliberation process. Ghosh, you may take between 15 to 20 minutes. Yeah. Professor Ghosh, sir, your presentation is visible. You may please proceed.
Oh, unmute. Okay.
Ji. Yes, you can make it full screen. Ji.
Okay. Am I audible?
Yes, perfectly
Okay.
all right. Yes, please.
Thank you, Professor Gupta. It is a very wonderful occasion to have to address, to see, and between two great countries, India and Russia. And I take this opportunity to thank the Indian Embassy and also Russian Academy to bring this. So my topic is here, geotechnical interventions in slope mitigation and few nature-based wonders that where both the country can take care of. So I bring something from the things that we know and from the things that we think that we know, but we know things, but many of the things nature is giving us, we don't know yet. So just in quickly, I want to say that we make roads in hills and cut the hills in this manner, where our geotechnical engineering definition doesn't match with such kind of vertical, almost 90-degree slope. But we cut the slope and we make the road, and later on go for some kind of retaining structure or just leave it like that so that landslides happen. And this is almost natural in many of the countries. But how we should handle, which is going across our geotechnical discipline where we cannot define. We cannot say that this can be stable naturally. So, but we still cut because we have to make extensions of our roads in our hilly area or wherever we want. We also see that things are taken away in this manner. And these are the, I would say, some kind of embankment, but these are taken away. So no engineers or with the geotechnical blending of knowledge or know-how that come forward to explain that what has caused or what are the mitigation measures. And we also make such kind of walls. We have learned these things and we use these heavy things in the slope protections. Even they also do not work, but we go on making these things because this can be done by any person or common people can do. So what are those things that we know and what are those things that we should not do? Seeing the nature that what it is telling. So context of my presentation is geotechnics that we think we know of about landslides, unpredictability domain of landslides occurrence and limitation for early warning. Lots of amount are being given as a project or to our country in the name of early warning for landslides. And modeling and interpretations. While we do model, there are certain assumptions, certain testing being done in the lab and also in the field, but not many of them are vying with the nature. So how we can make it or emulate the nature? I'll show some example. And nature-based slopes, nature-based slope mitigation, and about that our perceptions really falling apart, and yet we have to go mile. Still we have to go miles and miles. And then some case studies or example I'll take that what wonders that they are doing, we are maligning or we are not giving any attention to the nature. Some cases I'll show quickly and roadmap for collaboration. Okay. So thing is, geotechnical interventions are too bad in this case, but it is acceptable in such manner by piercing some kind of nails into that. But it is very costly, techniques are required, expertise is required. So I'll take something in our economy or countries and affordability context, I address that. What we have been addressing some of the things that here we cut the hill, we make such kind of wall, but wisdom of geotechnical engineering are often shelved. Here, no technique of geotechnique is there. So we do this. Whereas in 1980s yet, such kind of nailing, which I have given the example, these are the principle of slope stability. These are well defined in 1980s or textbook, developed in 1967 by Henry Biddle. But these are not often affordable. Only some pieces somewhere where amount is there, then only we can do. So cutting across that this is not advisable, but still we do. But this is more geotechnical wisdom are involved with not this much of width of the slope, but only this much, maybe 100 millimeter is enough by piercing them. This is technique, knowledge, wisdom are very much defined and we know of. So switching over to one of the current research paper came out, the aspect that I'm going to highlight, that using a window of our geotechnical domain about the mechanics that we know of, about the taking the sample, the way that slip circle or failure takes place, we know very well for the last 50, 60 years. And lots of analysis, research, experiments, laboratory experiments are being done to cut across something like these in the failure slip. So understanding is very clear, but we feel that there are certain limitations. The paper on monotonic and cyclic behavior of root reinforced sand, it says that approximately by putting the that grass roots in this manner in a laboratory experiment, which I'm going to show, they saw that approximately 10 degree has increased, but that is again defined by Moore-Coulomb law. It cannot go beyond 60 degree. So the kind of parameters that which are in the geotechnical domain that we do, we take that what are the input parameters, and here roots that taken from the tree, some grass roots that taken as it is defined. It is put up in a triaxial specimen in this manner. You can see the height, or triaxial things where we spend even millions to get such kind of sophisticated instrument in our laboratory to check something, take things from the nature and check under limited conditions or whatever, and check over here and bring out results. And that is the fantasy, as well as looking at the angle. By putting the nail, we see that better behavior. So there are lots of interpretation that we know of. There are millions of tests being done, not in root-based, which is the few cases or papers are coming up, but that is again within the limits of our geotechnical wisdom that we have developed. What is not yet emulated is here, where biotechnical stabilization of slope are not yet understood, why it is standing, where roots are not like this, roots have not gone like this. It may be few centimeter, roots has gone, still it is standing in this way. We do not have any model. We cannot make it yet. So there we have to explore to understand the nature, whereas whatever embankments that we are making, it is with the angle 30 degree, 35 degree, or 1:1.5 or 7 slopes. Whereas this is standing for years together while roads are there, naturally stable, which we have not yet understood, and where we have to go. We make such kind of retaining wall because we understand the theory very well. So we make such kind of retaining wall, and so that to make it, and it is very costly. We make such kind of things also in our hill roads, despite that they are not going to be stable. But in order to believe in our mind, here also no geotechnics are involved. Here also very minimal amount of geotechnics are involved, but still we do, because we do not have any other way of understanding to take it further. Here also, it is in Japan, example, we do stitching over there. So, but with a very high cost and technique. Most of the time, this is not affordable, but this is reliable, but it is with a high cost. So then what is the in-between? We also do such kind of thing for more than 4 decades. This is functioning in our country. But we don't know the theory behind that, why it is like this, but we are using it. And we also say that how close is the God, which is written over here in local language, Hindi, in our national language, that how much and what's the gap between this, we do not know, still functioning, and believing in the God, what is the gap? We must reduce this gap. So the point of showing this thing is that in the geotechnical domain, what we know of is not enough, or what we are solving, even many of them are not solvable. But still, I would like to say that this is being solved by the local people in our country and across the world in more than 120 countries. And this gives the satisfaction in less than 6 months of time. None of those techniques, that understanding or triaxial test that we have experimented or verified under the domain of geotechnical thing. But within 6 months, this gives a satisfaction and sustainability with the use of the grass, which I'm going to give little more, and with reliable manner, without any cost, using only social capital in the country or abroad also many cases, things before and after. Then why it is? Because they prevent landslides and it makes an ecological balance, and also suitable bioengineering techniques before or during the construction of hydropower plants can reduce the risk associated with landslides and health. But still we do not know much. And scientific research, we need more scientific research and good understanding. So there are many such research papers are there, but understanding is still poor. I just took some of the references. But what is very simple that we know that by putting some perforated pipeline, like it is an example, these are there in we can reduce majority of our slope instability problem. Inclined drain pipe, or hydroseeding like this, where we cannot put any of our geotechnical understanding, but we can still have a dependency and sustainability by throwing the seeds in this way, by proper mixing, we can have such kind of solution. What we have been doing so far, and what we are as a culvert that we are doing, it should not be to drain out the water. It can be done more simply in a manner using geotextiles and other things. But this has not come to the practice in many places, which we have to take it strongly. So the grass that I said that it has got many varieties, including the chicken.
Professor Ghosh, you have. I would request you to summarize the next few minutes. Yeah, please.
Okay. Sure. So it is having that -15 to 55 degree, pH 3 to 10, tolerant to high toxicity, very powerful root system, can withstand up to 5 months of submergence. So this is the quality that whatever is an Indian, Tamil, and it is originated in India thousands of years ago, now taken more than 100 countries. So it can go this much, but we do not have any analysis tool. And we keep these things, sometimes we put the vetiver grass, they don't grow. So the wrong choice of the grass. But when proper choice is done, they can do such kind of wonders. We do this kind of road, but we can make these things in India, Assam, that we did, that with a little cost, but with a small technique. And this kind of problem that which we are facing, erosion, can be solved very nicely, but there is no theoretical or DEM or any kind of modeling. We have to go. So things that we do or something like that, we keep it, we make a retaining wall, we can do by grass itself, here itself. And some kind of thing like even anywhere, even in fly ash also, some examples are there in India, that in fly ash it is being grown, you see. But there are some failure cases here also, because it is a living grass, so if you don't give water, it cannot grow. So we have to be very careful. And there are many solutions that which takes millions to solve by conventional geotechnical way. Grass is taken care of with some kind of intervention, here you see. So anyway, I would like to end it, but we have to test which kind of grass. There are varieties of grasses available. So we have to check that on the same condition, even in the laboratory, we have to see that which one is acceptable. So Last slide is bioengineering techniques should be applied prior to the start of construction in order to provide enough time for the vegetation to grow and become strong. And even using our own local labor, we can solve these kind of problems. We have to see that use of our workers, which are given paid by the country. So other uses, that where is the thing that I want, the collaborations, the traditional medicine, roots, flavoring agents and other things, dried roots for scenting clothes and many other uses are there. And you can see that these are in a local economy also can be taken up. These are all made over here. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Ghosh, for very important and very interesting presentation. In fact, I have been witness. I traveled with you, and I was in some of the field workshops also with you. So I have seen this really a wonder, the work of the wonder grass that you are promoting in many places in India, and I think that is something very has been very important approach to show. So thank you so much. As we'll be taking the questions at the end. Now, I think in disaster management, and particularly when we are talking about the multiple dimensions and a huge number of parameters to deal with, and also when we are looking towards a more proactive approach in our disaster risk management, the system dynamics is something we all look at. And the next speaker is Professor Olga Loskina.
Just 1 minute, sir. There is a request from Russian Academy of Sciences that we can have the presentation of Dr. William Sarian first.
Okay, okay. So no issue. If Professor Olga is okay with this.
Yeah, she's okay. She's just getting delayed.
Okay, yes. Okay, great. So, Professor William Sarian, who is from Radio Research and Development Institute. He has a Doctor of Sciences in Engineering and working at National Academy of the Republic of Armenia. Topic is new paradigm for reducing human and material losses in the event of emergencies of natural and human origination. I think we all would look at this deliberation and to see that how the interface between the technical domains and the non-technical and other lateral domains interact to create the scenarios of crisis to result into damage and losses. Globally, I think, and more particularly in Asia Pacific, this focus on damage and loss assessment has been there. And in India also, we could come up with a more scientific approach. However, the next level intervention is basically to go deeper to understand the root causes of damages and losses. So I think this deliberation would be directly helpful towards a better understanding on this theme. So I would invite Professor Villiam for this deliberation.
I can start. Next slide, please. Change. Nowadays, we have 4 problems. First problem is the paradigm of non-zero risk. Second, ineffective system of management in emergency situation for human risk. Third, inability of control in some emergency situation, for example, earthquakes. And 4, despite all efforts, human and material losses as a result of assurance of the emergency are great. Next slide. Conducted by scientists all over the world, they cannot yet increase the predicated potential of long and medium-term forecast of existing monitoring system to the necessary economic level. A more reliable short-term forecast, mainly associated with the fixation of emergency warning signal by sensors, is possible only in a very short time before on the onset of catastrophic phase, emergency phases. In this Christmas, that make all the effort of states to develop means of monitoring and warning about the occurrence of emergency ineffective. Citizens with find emergency of the existing border network immediately forget all instruction, and in a very short time between the emergency alert signal and the onset of its catastrophic phase, they do not have time to escape. And every next emergency becomes a catastrophic surprise both for the administration and for entire people of the region where the emergency occurred. Next slide, please. This is caused by the following three reasons. Observed global process activity is increasing in all regions of Earth. Mobility of population is increasing significantly. First, people live cannot protect even the development of new technology in construction. Everyone remember how after earthquake, multi-story buildings do not collapse, but just fell on the ground. Steady urbanization all over the world and the future furthermore, it occurs in old previous street areas. So next slide. We need to find new solution. Considering rapid urbanization, United States predicts about 78% of world's population will live in cities by 240. A huge cost that are spent on the walls of the science of the earth, the development of systems including IoT, monitoring of global processes. Humanity, heavy cost of management situation ministry. Humanity can no longer put up with the poor results obtained and urgently required this search for few new solutions. Next slide. The proposed new paradigm complements that exist in emergency monitoring and notification system with the function of individualized control of risk of the user. In the event of emergency, it is necessary to add this new system to existing emergency systems. It is also necessary to increase the predictive potential of the short-term forecast. Let's know the main stage of the creation of this new paradigm, which become possible thanks to the rapid development of info communication and other technology. Next slide, please. These figures show emergency phases, and if we see this slide, we can find our place of new paradigm. This place is between startup of emergency situation and his catastrophic phase. In this time, we control of the behavior of the people who exist in this territory. Next slide. The introduction of ambivalent, ambient, and the same time technology feasible plans for the development of ICT until 230 and beyond, which are set for the new focus group of technology and for network 2030 in International Communication Union will require high invest of the implementation. Therefore, from the very beginning, it is necessary to develop adequate promising mass service. This proposal describes such a service, which we named as mass service of individualized control of the risk of the user in the event of a state of all of all kind of emergency everywhere and in the place of birth and any time. It's very important. Given the vital importance of this service for the population, it can be reliable assumed that this service will be in demand by everyone, including humanoid robots. To reach this new paradigm, we need for multidisciplinary research. Background possible solution. Research the method of detection signal harbingers of global process. Research the impact of global processes on living and inert objects of nature. Development the model of particular disaster at a particular facility. Development on ICT, IoT, and KOIoT. Next slide. These two slides about potential of IoT to formation of the hyper-connected world. After this process, all living and inert objects in real worlds acquire a voice and can interact with the ICT using IoT technology. Next slide shows the typical как называть прибор?
Датчик, сенсор.
По-английски.
Датчик, сенсор.
Typical living and inert objects in real world acquire voice and can interact with ICT using IoT technology. Next slide, please. Possibility of using IoT, GIoT, for the monitoring and management of natural disaster. Professor Lyubushin, head of laboratory of Institute of Physical Earth, Russia Academic Science, named Schmidt, in his work suggests that the detection of signal harbingers can be reliable carried out, and this increases the predictive capacity if we compare the real-time synchronization of sensor readings by different physical nature located close and the sensor of existing monitoring system sensors with the reading of those systems. Professor Sarian, I assumed that for this purpose, the best suited for IoT, GIoT. The basic idea of this use of sensors or other physical nature, IoT, GIoT, synchronization, is that the signal predicate are the common modulation signal for sensor of different physical nature. Professor Yermakov from Institute of name Vernadsky deals with the selection of natural objects of IoT, IoT sensors. Next slide, please. In this slide show typical item of existing monitoring system. This item named hybrid. If you see existing system added the sensor for IoT and GIoT. Next slide. In this slide show the whole block diagram of expert system from all our system. Next slide. In my final remarks, we note that they have started with partners preparing for the creation of free pilot sites of Russia Federation and the Republic Armenia for hybrid monitoring of emergency warning signals based on the existing monitoring system. We also implement the creation of operation of new paradigm expert system. We believe that the creation of mass information service with in terms of importance and demand can surprise such service as payment and navigation. We look forward to the deep collaboration with many other scientists and specialists for various economics. Therefore, we invite our colleagues from India, if they are interested of our proposal, to join this work. Thank you. I finish my report.
Thank you, Professor Villiam, and I think very important experience and the development at your side that you have shared, and I am sure that is of interest to us, and some of the participants would have some questions also, and may step forward for more discussion and more details about this intervention, and also to see that how the systems at both the sides can have the synergy in understanding each other's issues, and we can improve our crisis management system by use of these interventions. So Dr. Shishir, should we wait for Professor Olga is here?
Ina, Professor Olga has come?
No, I would like to call the next speaker. Professor Olga will be replaced with Professor Sarian, who has presentation now, and who had presentation now.
Okay.
So we replaced them. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. So now we would move to Dr. Vaibhav Kumar from IISER Bhopal. Dr. Vaibhav, do we have Dr. Vaibhav here? Dr. Vaibhav? Or should we move to Dr. Perumal? Is Dr. Vaibhav here? Okay, so maybe he may have some technical problem or he may join a little later. We'll move to Dr. Perumal.
Yeah, good afternoon, Gupta sir. Let me share the screen.
Yeah, so Dr. Perumal is a senior scientist at Wadia Institute of Himalayan Geology and the director of the Wadia Institute was there in the inaugural session also, Professor Kalachand Sen. And this Wadia Institute of Himalayan Geology has many feathers to its cap for a wide range of research interventions, particularly on the mountain terrains, Hindu-Kush Himalayan region, and including also the disaster analytics. So the post-disaster analytics and also the pre-disaster geological the process in understanding geological process. So his presentation this time is on high resolution mapping of landforms and their subsurface characterization to develop resilient infrastructure in Himalaya. In fact, now not only Indian Himalayan region, but most of the mountains in the world, and also looking at the needs of the mountain people, the infrastructure development is on pace. However, time and again, there are cautions that we need to make these infrastructures resilient and also have a two-way sustainability approach. That the infrastructure development should not aggravate the risk and infrastructure itself should not be prone to risk. And the basic issues are going into the details of the landscape. So this approach is very important and very useful, and Dr. Perumal is going to present his work in the Indian Himalayan region. So Dr. Perumal, the floor is yours for next 15 minutes.
Yeah, thank you very much, Gupta ji. And also, I would like to sincerely submit my thanks to Shishir Srotia, DST side, and the Russian Academy of Science. For another 20 minutes, I will be talking about the what are the gaps, especially I'm looking for to have a collaboration within the Indian colleagues or maybe with the Russian colleagues. That's the motivation of this talk. So if you see the background, there is a construction, destruction, and reconstruction. So we do not know exactly when there will be a disaster. All we know that Himalaya is prone to the disaster, but when and what magnitude and where, that is a big question. Towards this, I'm going to talk on this aspect. So I will briefly provide a problem in background, then evidences of the great earthquake. I'm talking about the earthquake, which is about 8+ magnitude, just like in a Sumatra kind of an earthquakes, then landform mapping and monitorings, and technological innovation needed to have the resilience infrastructures. All we know that there are two processes which controls for the hazards. We have the endogenous processes, which is being operated under the surfaces. Another one is the exogenous processes, which is operating on the surfacial processes. The examples are some of the extreme events, cloud burst, or the flash flood on cloth. So this makes the natural hazards, because when these two processes marry each other, we'll have a different kind of disasters. So if you look at Himalayas, we have the is very systematic, and it has a normal pattern also there. So this blue line is that's a locking line where the Himalaya is totally covered with the snow cap, basically. That is the elevational, sudden elevational topography increases. So that is the important place where you will get the seismicity also. Now, if you look at that, any kind of an earthquake comes, it disrupts the landform, basically. It makes the vertical upliftment of say 5 to 8 meter on the ground. Now, such kind of things we can see on the Himalayan foothills. This is the Indo-Brahmaputra plain. We can see there are the plain area, and we have the small escarpment, Baby Mountain, and we have the lesser Himalaya, we have the higher Himalaya. And the current scenario, whenever we get a great earthquake, that's how the Himalaya grows. So the first which we see on the foreground is due to the result of the great earthquake. You can see such kind of landforms along the Himalaya from east to the Sialkot in Pakistan, all the way to the Pasighat in the all the standing classical examples on the foots of the Himalayas. Now, what we do is that we precisely map this using the isolated mapping technique, and we try to deploy across this false scarp and study when this kind of feature develops. Now, you look at the cross section of the Himalaya. What is happening is that you can see that release on what we have seen on the form of a, and the strain simulation what we have seen in the initial slide, where the micro seismicity and the having the essentially an asymmetric pattern exists in the Himalaya on the Himalaya and the foothills of the higher Himalaya. So the micro seismicity is clustering somewhere here, and the release of the earthquake pattern is here. Now the modern Hello, I'm audible?
Yes, now
Yes.
Because I'm in the field, I'm sorry, because network is very low. And this is what the general model, what we understand that they propose the main Himalayan thrust. So that is what you are seeing that on the surfaces.
Dr. Perumal, your presentation slides are not seen.
Hello, Perumal. Hello, Dr. Perumal.
Yeah.
Please speak slowly, little slowly. Otherwise, your sound is basically vibrating.
Okay.
Now, and your slides are not visible.
Dr. Rohila, can I ask you to get the slides of Dr. Perumal, and then you can present and project, and then he can speak.
I think, Mother, my screen is visible or not?
Field, sir.
No, Perumal.
Not visible.
Okay. Then what to do? Let me see.
Professor Gupta, sir, kindly ask the next speaker. In the meantime, Dr. Perumal will send his slides to Dr. Rohila, and he will present and he will speak. Yes, sir.
Agreed. We can do that.
Okay.
So, Dr. Perumal, who is in field, and he has some problems. So, the team is working. So we'll complete his presentation after the deliberation
now it is visible, sir.
Yes, it has come. Okay.
It's
Okay. So if you
go
can
slowly, little slowly.
Okay. So this is what basically. Okay.
Yeah, speak little slowly so that people can.
This is a general. Okay. Yeah, this is very general simplified model how this Indian plate is moving, and then we have the elastic accumulation of the strain, and depending upon the accumulation rate, we have the microseismicity, and depending upon the threshold limit, it produces a great earthquake on the foothills. You can see on the down part on the ortho perspective view, basically this is the 3D cross section across the Himalaya. So here the red arrow line basically fall on the foothills of the MCT, where the microseismicity is totally concentrated. I am very much interested to know, is there any variation in the geo-induced electric current? Because there should be a monitoring observation should be done across this particular Himalayan microseismicity belt, because we have the locking segment with the brittle ductile transition, and we have the continuously creeping segments which all the way goes to the lithospheric scale. In that case, there should be some kind of a precursory or some kind of a variation should be monitored. This does not be done, especially across the Himalaya, in the form of an experimental data we should be able to do, because we know the spot that we have the accumulation of the microseismicity. And if you look at the different model we have proposed based on the earthquake geology, there are great earthquakes which develops at the inter part of the Himalayas that comes all the way to the foothills. But we don't have any understanding how these earthquakes really propagates, because we know that the earthquake rupture propagates in a bedrock, in a hard rock, on a consolidated rocks. Whereas how the ruptures propagate on the unlithified sediments, we have no idea. So that is also with the important research we have to understand to have the resilient kind of technologies. Now, this is the main, another problem is that we know overall the first order structure of the MHD, but on the foothills, how this MHD looks like, whether it is basically a surface expression of the MHD in the form of a ramp, or with a different ramp, or only with a flat and ramp structure. So these kind of understanding, we have no understanding, because if you know the pattern of this geometry, then we can able to understand how much slip has been released so far in Himalayan mountain building processes. So that's the challenge, is to understand the subsurfaces geometry of active fault on the foothills. How these are really propagating, because on this, the rocks are very, very, very unlithified. But whereas on the part, it's kind of an hard and compact rocks. So really, is there any strain siphoning? Because all know that the seismic waves basically attenuates with the distance. But in the case of these rupture transmissions, from the into foreland, how does it really behaves? If you understand this physics, it will be useful for us to able to understand when there will be the. So what I was studying in Kangra and 94 in Nepal, we have almost 10 meters of slip accumulated.
Some big shots हैं इसमें ये field में है
the problem of under mapping of the landform. Basically, you can see that this is totally variated. You see there is one student on footage and another student on the upper part of the art. So in these areas, we have to really walk through and we have to pass through all this. We don't have any kind of an high resolution mapping. Whatever satellite data we have, we may not be able to precisely map this fault scarp. But when you go to the field, it is of 3 to 4 meter high scarps. But we need a really some intervention for the LiDAR mapping. That is very important. Overcome that, we done some kind of a drone subaerial. Hello.
Yes, please. Could you continue?
Yeah. Whether my screen is visible?
No, Perumal. No. It is not visible.
Dr. Perumal,
sorry.
May I request you to conclude your talk, and we will give you another chance. Yeah, please.
I think, see, this we wanted to understand the technological intervention, how we can develop this kind of an experiment to have to understand the different kind of disasters in near future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Perumal.
I'm in the field area. I don't have much broad width of the internet. You see this?
Yes, we can see it.
Yeah. This is the Incheon landslide. Basically, when there is a landslide, they disturb the course of the streams, that it gets blocked, and it will leads to the disaster on the foothills of the Himalayas. This is what we have seen on the 2001, because the Incheon landslide happened in 2000s. So such kind of monitoring is also essential to understand the downstream impact on the landslide induced related hazards. We don't have any information from the other part, how this blockage has taken place, these things to be monitored precisely. And there are some of the challenges in the Himalayas. There are many infrastructures, but due to the cloud burst and other extreme events, it leads to many of the disasters. Now we have the rail track on the Jammu Kashmir Himalaya. We don't have any kind of a technological intervention if there is any catastrophic event is going to happen. Whereas in Northern America, they have identified the Anil fault, which is causing across the pipeline of this oil pipeline. They intervene the technology and they try to move with respect to the earthquake movement, and they build the technology like that. But in our country, we don't have such kind of technology. So I'm gladly looking for the technology. What technology can be introduced? In Kedarnath tragedy, we have the natural sustainability, how this debris flow blocked the disaster of these temples. Thank you very much. I'm done.
Thank you, Professor Perumal. You are in field, but you could manage to join and share your thoughts. And I think very important. And also there are some points that give some clue to think on that what kind of cooperation and collaboration can take place in further understanding and further researches also. Now I would like to move to Dr. Vaibhav. Dr. Vaibhav, I will check if Dr. Vaibhav is here. Dr. Vaibhav. So if Dr. Vaibhav is not here, then we can request Dr. Naresh Kumar.
Yes, sir.
Naresh Kumar is here. Yes. Yeah. And I think there was one more very interesting presentation on researches towards developing earthquake forewarning techniques. So Dr. Naresh Kumar, his work would also be relating to that earthquake precursory research through MPG. So he is also part of Wadia Institute of Himalayan Geology. Dr. Naresh Kumar is personally known to us for his research and very active researcher. He has developed very good team also. So Dr. Naresh Kumar, directly to you. The stage is yours for next 15 minutes for your deliberation. Yeah.
Yes, thanks, sir. Let me share the slides first.
Dr. Perumal, can you mute your mic, please?
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Anil Gupta. I am sincerely thankful to the organizer and the participant from Russia and India for this webinar, and I'm looking ahead for the just as the collaboration work. So today I am going to share the results of the earthquake precursory research which we are doing at Wadia Institute of Himalayan Geology, Dehradun. As we know, the earthquake prediction is a very difficult, means it is not possible at, and it's a very difficult research just as due to the complexity of the generation and occurrence of the earthquake. But we are trying our best to record the precursory signatures in different parameters. And now India and in other part of the world, the multi-parameter means multidisciplinary research we are doing using seismic, geophysical and other data. So at Wadi Institute of Himalayan Geology, we started it in India first time in 2005, and now we have over 15 years data. So I am just going to share the data. And as I know about the occurrence and the preparation of the earthquake, much has been talked right now. Before this, the Dr. Sergey talked about the mechanism, how the earthquake preparation takes place with different mechanism. And before this, the Perumal just talked about the earthquake occurrence in the Himalayan region. So just if I can take the conceptual model of the electromagnetic signatures, which we are recording in different parameters in the satellites and others and in the inert gas. So this is the conceptual model. This is the region where the earthquake preparation and occurrence takes place. So before the occurrence of the earthquake, micro cracks takes place. And during these macro cracks, there are some phenomena which can be recorded on the surface, subsurface, and satellite, which can give some indication of the precursive signature. So these are the different aspects we are going to take. Now, what is the earthquake prediction? Is it possible? And as we have now about more than 50 years data and the work in this field, there are the earthquake prediction defined in three terms: long term, hundreds and more than 1,000 years, then medium terms, then short term, few days to week. And if we take in consideration, then this I think short term prediction is the only useful and meaningful from the protecting human lives and societal infrastructure from the disaster earthquake events. But I think there is a maybe a time ahead to reach to the prediction level. And if I quote one work of 2010, then predicting the unpredictable, it is also said about the earthquake prediction. So the precursor studies we are doing, and if we combine different precursors, then maybe there may be a chance for the earthquake prediction. So related to our work, we are operating multi-parametric geophysical observatory here in the Garhwal Himalaya, which is the central part of Himalaya, which is the seismic gap between 1905 and 1934 or 2015 earthquake, and where high seismic activity, moderate and bigger earthquake is taking place, as Perumal has shown. So our efforts are here to identify and document the statics of possible precursors in different geophysical parameters and make the hypothesis if it can explain the earthquake precursors and model the earthquake precursors. These are the parameters which we have installed there, about 11 parameters, and we are taking the continuous measurement in the ULF and magnetic observation, groundwater level, radon, gravity, and others there from last 15 years, over 15 years. So we have a very good data there, and we have some signatures there. Also, we are operating a borehole, 68-meter borehole. Here we also are taking the continuous measurement of subsurface, just as we can say the radon measurement at 10 meter in the soil and at 50 meter in the water. And these are the, just as the variation about 10 years data, just we can say there are many seasonal variation in these parameters. If you can see this observatory, it is located here in the Garhwal, which is within the seismic belt, and we can have here moderate, strong, and weak earthquake there. And if you can see the data of just as the deformation from GPS, then it is also showing some seasonal variation in the gravity. Then the groundwater level changes, just there are variation. So these are the external effects which we have to remove from our different data set, and then to see the precursor signatures if we can get there. Just if we can take the long-term history about this, then Indian plate is moving with 18 millimeter per second. The convergence is taking place, and in long term we can have the recurrence interval of 8 and more than 8 magnitude, about 500 and 700 years. But about the short term there, so there we are also measuring the magnetic measurement, continuous magnetic measurement, and this is the one result of the ULF band magnetic measurement related to one earthquake which we there we are also operating two additional stations which are about 100 kilometers apart from each other. And these three stations data is utilized here to take the difference in the geomagnetic variation between these pair of stations. And then using this difference, just we can say there is just some anomalous changes we have noted related to 5 magnitude moderate earthquake which occurred about 50 kilometers away from the stations. Just we can say this is the time of the occurrence of the earthquake, and this is the anomalous changes, drop, and then post-seismic and post-seismic. And this is the other method principal component. Here also we have seen the anomalous changes before the occurrence of the earthquake. And if we compare this result with the previous result, which is published by Uday et al. 2002, in case of Iju Island, Japan, they have also seen a similar variation related to a swarm of earthquake before this earthquake occurrence. This is the one another example taking the same ULF data set where we have observed the precursive signature related to 4.6 magnitude earthquake. So I am not going to the theory of that. We have used two techniques, polarization ratio, where we have taken the polarization ratio of 3-component magnetic field, horizontal and vertical. Horizontal gives the global magnetic field and vertical gives the local magnetic field. So taking the averages, we remove the global effect, and then we can have seen the just as the precursive signature about 10 to 15 days before. And this is the another technique, fractal dimension, where also we have seen the signatures. So this is the 4.6 moderate magnitude earthquake occurred at a 63 kilometer distance from the observatory. This is the another result of the same observatory. There was a swarm of low to moderate magnitude earthquake, 4.5 to 5.3 magnitude occurred within a 3-month period. And in the polarization ratio of ULF and the fractal dimension, we have seen the unusual, means anomalous changes during the occurrence of these earthquakes. So this is the example of these ULF variation there. Then there is another parameter which we are observing there, the radon concentration, which we are taking the continuous measurement in the soil in 10-meter depth and the water level. In this soil radon also we have seen some precursive signature. This is the 5 magnitude earthquake, where in ULF also we have seen the variation about 10 to 15 days before. In this case also we have seen the variation, anomalous changes which is exceeding to the 2 sigma from the average in the soil as well as in the water level variation. Related to another earthquake 4.8, also we have seen some variations. And then there is also this 4.8 earthquake ground water, we have seen the variations. So this radon, which is also liberated during the stress buildup of the earthquake occurrence, so in case of inert gas is the radon, is which has the half period, which is it is a radioactivity 3.9 days. So it shows the precursive signatures there. And this is the data related to the radon observation for a period of 2009 to 2017, about 10 years data, where we have done the analysis about 20 earthquake, moderate magnitude earthquake 4.5 to 5.6, distance less than 300 kilometer. And the observation, just this is the one result which is showing the anomalous variation before that, about 10 to 15 days. And this is that earthquake is there. Then the observation of this is that the earthquake recorded other than monsoon series, because monsoon period is showing the hydrological effect. It has the 60% changes successful, and earthquake within preparation zone is giving a 83%. So here using this data, we are able to make effective distance of precursor for the moderate magnitude earthquake within a 73-kilometer distance. So any earthquake which is occurring within a 73-kilometer, it is giving about 83% anomalous behavior, and what these are the big anomalous behavior. We have also seen some anomalous changes related to Gorkha Nepal earthquake, although this earthquake is at a 640-kilometer at a regional distance there. But if we can see the data of about 10 years data, this is the observed data which has the hydrological effect of the radon there. And we modeled the data using some pressure changes, hydrological effect changes, and other changes. And then we removed the model data effect from the recorded data. We have nicely seen a precursor signature which is occurred about 2 months before the occurrence of an earthquake, and it remains up to the occurrence of the earthquake. And we have a good result of this earthquake, which I am going to just share in detail. But in fact, I also want to share that
Dr. Kumar,
hydrological effect is also showing.
Dr. Kumar,
yes, please.
Sorry, but you may please summarize in few minutes, because we have two speakers in this session.
Okay. So this is the about 20 earthquake where we have seen the variation in different parameters there. But just I want to share the result of the Gorkha Nepal earthquake. This is the variation of the temperature at 10-meter depth, which is also showing the variation. This is the temperature variation of 6-month period from 2009 to 2015. We can see the variation is minimum, but in 2015, the red color, this is showing the highly variation is there. And this is the radon, and this is the soil there. So this is the temperature variation, which is having 0.01 degree C per day variation. But in case of this Gorkha Nepal earthquake, we have seen more than 0.4 degree temperature variation before occurrence of the earthquake, and the period of about 2-month period. So if we synthesize the different parameters there, then the radon at 10 meter, soil radon, water radon, temperature variation, and approach. So within 200 month, we have seen the anomalous changes, which is a good changes. And if we compare this 7.8 Gorkha Nepal earthquake with the previous, then the similar results have been observed in the previous there. So and we can compare with this just as the delta density diffusion or whatever the model is there. So that also fit using this data set, and this is the different models there. So just using this data set and mainly based on the M7.8 magnitude earthquake, just we can see we have seen the variation in different parameters. Can the MPGO set up successful for identifying the possible probable precursors? Results are promising based on this and moderate magnitude earthquakes there. Is the epicenter in the there within the preparation zone? So it is 600-kilometer distance, but it is in the preparation zone. So is the expected earthquake occurred? I can say not yet. We are expecting it because it is a zone where the seismic gap is identified, and we are expecting more than 6 magnitude earthquake. So this is just as the conclusion of this work. I mean say that we are gathering a data which is a very good data set since 2007 is there, and we have got some results are there which are good results, and with our collaborations we can just add the information and do more work there. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity, and these are the work just based on the MPG.
Thank you, Dr. Kumar. You presented both the dimensions, and I think very important geological as well as the chemical constituent observations, which are very important, I would say, development towards, because particularly in earthquake, both dimensions are important in understanding the future risk, spatial as well as temporal. So the both presentation, one from Russian side and one from Indian side, from your side, that has really two important aspects have covered. And hopefully with these kind of advances that the way we are moving, we hope that in future soonest future, we will be able to have a better understanding of future earthquake incidences and also have better early warning system.
Thank you.
Do we have Dr. Shishir Saab here?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Dr. Shishir ji, as indicated earlier, I would need your support as I will have to move for other meeting.
No problem.
Of NDMA. So there are two speakers, and I am really feeling very sorry for leaving in between, but hope you would kindly allow me. So
Please.
Yeah. So please take forward with two more speakers.
Thank you very much for your interventions. We look forward for you to come back after the meeting.
Yeah.
In the meantime, can I request Professor Ghosh sir to be filling in the place, sir? Is it okay?
Yeah, Professor Ghosh Saab is here. Yeah. So
Okay,
thank you, Professor Ghosh Saab.
Oh.
Yeah, and thank you kindly. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So now we have a presentation from Dr. Sushil. After that, after that we'll have two more presentations from the Russian side. That's what is requested by our central coordinator, Ms. Ina Cyrus from the Russian Academy of Sciences. So Dr. Sushil is an eminent scientist again from Wadia Institute of Himalayan Geology. And may we request you, Dr. Sushil Rohela, to kindly take forward.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Share ini one bill gitu.
डायरेक्ट आता है भी शेयर
विंडो पे खुली है ना वो
हमारी तो उसमें खुली है ना
कुछ ठीक चल रहा है दिख रहा है
सर ये आ रहा है प्रेजेंटेशन
yes
okay I thanks to organizers for organizing such a wonderful was a meeting between Russian scientists and Indian scientists, and especially thanks goes to Dr. Professor Shishir, because he in a short time he could manage such a huge meeting and important meeting. So this will be certainly very helpful for collaboration with Russian scientists. Earlier also we had collaboration with Russian scientists. I had collaboration with Professor Kalisborov. I think he was a great scientist and he is no more now, I know. And we worked for earthquake prediction with him. And his vision was to use the earthquake catalog and to basically understand the earthquake prediction. And in most of the cases, he was successful. Now, at that time, the data set was not very huge. But now data is very huge and we can work together again. Now, I will talk here on the topic we are monitoring earthquakes and understanding the hazard potential in the Himalayan region. I will basically in very brief words, I would like to convey you why basically we are worried about the hazard potential in the Himalayan region. Why? Because the earthquake take place at in Himalaya 10 to 20 kilometers deep from the surface. And we are looking the central seismic gap, we are looking the Kashmir gap, we are looking the northeast gap, and we are thinking that some great earthquake will trigger in these places. And what are the maybe the consequences? Those I will, or the other way, not these potential are not potential. I will tell you this story also. And scientifically, Wadia Institute is operating. Yes, sir. This is the basically whole story about the all hazards or the stress calculated along the Himalayan belt. Not in the Himalayan belt up to Siberia. Even all Chinese and northeast or northwest, all the earthquakes are coming due to this collision, Indian and Eurasian plate. and the whole Himalaya are strained due to this. And all earthquakes triggered due to this. This happened 50 million years ago, and still the Indian plate is moving, and we are Vadi Institute. Due to this collision in Himalayan belt, you can see this is a picture of just 4 years, and you see so many earthquakes in the main Himalayan seismic belt. Now here I will tell you that in this picture we are looking in the northwest 1905. This is Kangra earthquake triggered in 1905. Earlier it was 8 magnitude, and later on some scientific studies, or it is a great earthquake. And then 3 great earthquakes we are looking here: 1934, Bihar, Nepal, and it was magnitude 8.4, and 1897 great Assam earthquake, 8.7 magnitude, and 1950 great earthquake. So in the Himalayan belt, we had 4 great earthquakes in just 53 years. If you calculate 1897 till 1905, 4 great earthquakes in 53 years. And after 1950, we are 71 years, no great earthquake. So where is the, and plate movement is same, everything is same accumulation process is same, nothing has changed. Still, we are no great earthquakes. So that's why people are in the Himalaya are worried that there may be we are sitting on earthquake bomb, so anytime it can trigger. So this is the, if you are looking 1905 and 1934. So this is basically one seismic gap we call central seismic gap, and possibility of occurring great earthquakes in this part we are expecting. And similarly, in the other part, if we look the north, this is Kashmir gap, northern side, there is also similar seismic gap, and northeast also. So 3 seismic gaps are there. But I will tell you the other story also, because 71 years, this is not possible that no great earthquake have happened in such a period. In 53 years, 4 great earthquakes. And energy accumulating process is same. So Professor Sergey Gupta also having one other view. In Japan and other places, people have identified the slow earthquakes. Slow earthquakes means energy release in not in terms of seconds, in terms of months and years. So the energy once get released. So here also we are expecting, and this is a view of Professor Sergey Gupta also, that energy may be releasing in terms of slow earthquakes. Only we could not identify. Earlier, why we could not identify? Because we were not having any kind of data. Now we are having a lot of data, and we can identify that there is no possibility of great earthquake. Their energy is releasing in slow earthquake process. Now we are having data, a time series of GPS, broadband seismographs of more than 20 years. And we are looking this process, and we are trying to identify. It will happen, then there the gap will not remain the gap. Now you can see Varshney Institute is doing a lot of under the direction of Professor Kalachand Sai. He is basically enormously working on this topic, and we under his guidance we have installed more than 70 broadband seismographs in the Himalaya. And you see here yellow lines, these are the empty lines. And we are also operating many other equipments like GPS. We are understanding or calculating the crustal shortening to understand how much strain is accumulating in the Himalayan region. And this one of the scientific study we carried out in our Vadi Institute team related to that I will tell you in the next And in other parts, like you see that we have our stations in Kashmir also. Last month, I visited Kashmir, Ladakh, and in Kashmir, our stations are in Sofia, Pulwama, Uri, Baramulla. At these places, I visited last month, all these places, and collected the data. Here, I want to tell you one our scientific experiment. We are talking about earthquake hazard potential, because to reduce the risk, once we it will be our very much clear that how much is the hazard potential there, how much energy is stored. Then we can understand, we can calculate the to think the risk reduction through like giving the message to the society to build in this part the earthquake resistant houses, and any houses like multi-building houses, the earth should be earthquake resistant. Here in here you see 1905 Kangra earthquake location, here 1975 Kinnor earthquake location. And we did one experiment. We took 1 by 150 kilometer grid, and we took the time of 50 years, 1967 to 2017. In this period, in this region, earthquake of magnitude 3.5, 223 earthquake triggered. And in 50 years, we also calculated how much coastal shortening took place. And we then converted it to how much strain or stress accumulated, energy accumulated in this part. And then we total energy accumulated in 50 years, then we calculate how much release in terms of these earthquakes of magnitude 3.5. And you will surprise, 4 to 5% have released in 50 years. So you can understand the potential of hazard in this part. So such kind of study basically will help us to understand exactly that part of slow earthquakes we have not checked because we are now looking the data in other angle. Here in Garhwal Himalaya also we did we calculated so many parameters. I will just mention here. I'll mention like B value we have calculated. This basically tells us the heterogeneity, high stress accumulation basically. If it is low, so it is high stress accumulation. And in Garhwal and Kumayu Himalaya, this is they are triggering earthquake of magnitude 5 range. 3 earthquake triggered last year, and of the magnitude 5 range in this part also. And we found the B value is low in this part. So here this tells us that the hazard potential is high in this part. Here also the similar picture in different angles, different zones. We have calculated again the B value and stress accumulation and indicating the same like very low B value. Here you see this is basically a physiographic transition, actual natural in the mountains regions, and below that this is a seismicity, and then we have postulated some ramp is there that is responsible basically, and the seismogenic asperities is coinciding with the depth of moderate strong earthquakes in this region. Here one can see here that is triggering the earthquakes. Varia Institute is now looking like the recent hazard like happened in Tapovan recently, and my colleague Dr. Kalachan Sen basically coordinated the whole research here. Myself and basically Anil is the main person. He collected the data, analyzed the data, and did a lot of exercise, and we have submitted this in scientific reports. And I want to tell you here one thing. This is here you see in the west side a red star. T1 is written there. So basically the rockfall start here, and then glacier start basically falling or avalanching from this place, and to reach the main dam which broken and people killed, it time was 16 minutes. And 16-minute time is very important to say anything. So Varshney Institute now thinking, if such kind of disaster, we can basically stop by putting such a seismograph sensor inside the glacier and 24/7 watching, and then we can stop such a basically big disaster, and they may happen in future. And one more thing, our station, near station was around 17 kilometers from this particular Ph.D, and that recorded the whole story, like when the rockfall started, when the debris basically flew, and in between the noise ratio tells us the whole noise spectrum tells us the whole basically running of that path. So we can stop such disaster by basically now putting some such early warning systems in the Himalayan region. Similarly, in Garhwal Himalaya also, here you see these four great earthquakes I have shown, and this is the reason we studied in different angles. Actually, we want to look that because we have scientific data. So what data tells us? So data tells us stress drop in between is very low. That indicates that the heterogeneity is very high and possibility of triggering the great earthquake or the earthquake in this region is high. And here we are doing other studies. In one of the studies to understand the upper crustal stress and seismotectonics in Garhwal Himalaya, and this also basically the fraction coefficient here is very low in this in the same part which I told you the earlier that which is giving low B value, which is giving basically high stress accumulation, stress accumulation. This is the one empty profile, and you can see that because we are looking for model, we need the subsurface structure very well, and this is one of this profile. This is a very important profile of empty, and some other stations. You see some seismic or broadband stations of NGRA and LMT also. Here you see, and this basically Carl would basically find out the subsurface structure using receiver function analysis and main Himalayan thrust, which is I have shown you earlier, which is having the main earthquake source, which is triggering all the earthquakes. All the earthquakes are triggering here, and moving here is at 40 to 45 kilometer depth. And similarly, the ramp, like I had shown you earlier, it is basically depicting through resistivity also. Below ramp, the low resistivity is there. And here in Chamoli, where 6.8 earthquake magnitude earthquake triggered, you see the where the earthquake triggered. Below that, some fluid patches are there. Similar, it was the similar cause was Bhuj earthquake of 2001 of magnitude 7.6. There was also at 20 or 40 kilometer, there was a fluid patch of 20 by 20 square kilometer. We identified with our Japanese friend, and then the cause of that earthquake was identified. And through basically we are looking through all the means, like attenuation tells us the velocity basically tells us how much is the attenuation in that part. And that attenuation, if we correlate and we add, we can improve our earthquake locations also, that we did in this exercise. And recently this paper published, we published in Lithosphere, and this basically give us that deformation due to collision is found in the upper mantle. And this is also very important study for basically earthquake. So my message here is that to understand, to reduce the risk, as we are doing with the huge data set, to basically give the message to exactly estimate the earthquake hazard potential and to basically join the hands with other scientists. We have huge data, Varshney Institute has huge data set, and our director welcome everybody, Dr. Kalachen Sai, and to work together to basically do more better research, because our aim is to understand the whole process to lead towards the earthquake prediction. That is our ultimate goal basically of the whole research. Thank you very much, sir, for giving me the opportunity for talking with you people. And we have huge data set, you have seen that, and we can work together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sushil Kumar, for giving a analysis of many of the earthquakes that we are facing, and thanks to your organization and your collaborative research, even with Russia also, for taking up these aspects about the analysis and also coming it closer to disaster mitigation, especially whatever event that happened and what are the projections that you are going to make. So we'll come up to you, question and answer, which is requested to all the participants through chat, and we'll take it up. Please, maybe two more presentations are there, and we'll come up with you systematically after that.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. So there are two more presentations. May I now,
yes.
Professor Olga?
Yes, I'm very sorry for these technical problems. We had a little bit of technical problems, but now Professor Olga Loshkina managed to join us.
Okay.
Yes,
So,
yes. I think we right now we can give floor to her. Yes.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
I'm very glad to see all of you. I'm sorry for this name because I had to take the computer of my daughter. This is why he is written Kate Savina, but not Olga Loshkina. I will check it a little bit later, but I'm Olga Loshkina. I'm a professor from St. Petersburg University of State Fire Service, and also he is presenting the Professor Vladimir Loshkin, and so now he will also greet you. Пожалуйста, Владимир Николаевич.
Мне можно выходить
Да.
с демонстрации?
Да.
Пока отключен у меня выход.
Да, пожалуйста, запусти свою презентацию.
Алло. Организатор отключил демонстрацию экрана.
Нет, сейчас все подключено. Пожалуйста, попробуйте еще раз.
Еще раз, да? Хорошо. Да, все есть.
Okay. Yeah.
Как видимость?
Everything is okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Все в порядке.
Да. Здравствуйте, уважаемые коллеги, еще раз.
Good morning, dear colleagues.
Большая часть атмосферных загрязнений является результатом деятельности человека. И
Most air pollution results from human activity.
на сегодняшний день роль загрязнения атмосферного воздуха городов автомобильным транспортом составляет от 70 до 80%.
Road transport is responsible for up to 70–80% of general air pollution in large cities.
Автомобильный транспорт поставляет в атмосферу городов как вредные для человека вещества, так и парниковые газы.
Road transport is responsible for the emission of pollutants like CO, NOx, hydrocarbons and particulate matter, but also it is a source of greenhouse gas.
А как же они влияют на человека? Должен сказать, что в составе выхлопных газов автомобильного транспорта находятся вещества, которые оказывают непосредственное негативное влияние на такие заболевания, как ишемия сердца, астма, утомляемость, цереброваскулярное заболевание, уничтожает лесопарковые насаждения и, конечно, влияет на климат и устойчивость цивилизации.
Pollutants like this can cause skin and eyes irritation, cough, asthma, heart disease, lung disease, and cancer. They damage our parks, gardens, and buildings, and also contribute to the climate change.
В Санкт-Петербурге информация о загрязнении атмосферного воздуха собирается из разных источников. Вот на этом слайде вы видите получение множества информации о загрязнителях с помощью специального стендового оборудования.
And we can gather this information about transport emissions from different sources. And here there are the laboratory demonstrating chassis dynamometer testing systems used for the estimation of pollutants, of road transport pollutants.
Значительная часть необходимой информации собирается в Санкт-Петербурге с помощью интеллектуальной системы, которая каждые 20 минут дает информацию о большой группе загрязнителей с помощью 23 стационарных станций, 2 метеостанций и 3 мобильных лабораторий с соответствующими системами анализа цифрового.
Here in St. Petersburg, we have an air quality monitoring net managed by the government of St. Petersburg. It includes 23 air pollution monitoring stations, 2 weather stations, and 3 mobile laboratories. And also, it has a technical and data center.
В наши дни в Санкт-Петербурге получили развитие интеллектуальные транспортные системы. Вы видите их на этом слайде. В 2018 году была внедрена новая система, датчики которой, вот я показываю курсором, дают информацию о интенсивности и структуре транспортных потоков по 19 полосам движения.
These days, intelligent transportation systems technologies are often named as promising alternatives to the more traditional policy measures. First of all, ITS is to monitor and control urban traffic and improve road network safety and efficiency. But it also helps us to solve congestion problems, and solving these to solve environmental and health problems caused by air pollution. And here in St. Petersburg, several streets are now equipped with traffic sensors, providing traffic flow, rates, and density.
На этом слайде мы демонстрируем итоговые результаты, которые получаются на основании обработки большого количества данных о структуре и интенсивности транспорта на всех крупных магистралях Санкт-Петербурга. В качестве примера здесь приводятся уже конечные результаты загрязнения в форме концентраций приоритетных загрязнителей для Пулковского шоссе и других улиц.
We have developed such an approach that adapts the real-time data on the structure and intensity of traffic flows to the air quality computing monitoring. And we have proposed emission factors for major pollutants like carbon monoxide, nitrogen oxides, hydrocarbons, and fine suspended particles for vehicles, which categories are in this traffic system. And also this slide demonstrates the approbation of the developed methodology by estimating air pollution near roads with high traffic intensity, Pulkovskaya Highway and Sofiyskaya Street in St. Petersburg. We have to say that mostly the annual concentrations of pollutants are within the standard limit values, but sometimes at adverse weather conditions, there may happen some rise up of concentrations, and the concentrations of such pollutants as NOx can be exceeded by a factor of 3-4 times.
На этом слайде мы демонстрируем результаты информации о структуре транспортных потоков. Вот я показываю это курсором. И интенсивности движения на самом проблемном участке Санкт-Петербурга, вот я тоже его показываю, это Обуховский мост. Здесь концентрировано не только плотное автомобильное движение, но также здесь еще имеются речные портовые суда и коммуникации, которые также поставляют в атмосферу в этом районе загрязняющие вещества.
This picture, the diagram on our left, reflects the dynamic of traffic flow on the most busy road of St. Petersburg, Ring Road. And also in this area, there are other sources of pollutants like river port and different factories.
Вот так выглядит карта интегрального загрязнения диоксидом азота района, прилегающего к Большому Обуховскому мосту. И должны сказать, что при неблагоприятных метеорологических условиях в часы пик транспортного движения, работе речных судов на причалах получаются ожидаемые расчетные концентрации до 7-9 превышения предельных значений.
And this slide demonstrates that at rush hours on the Ring Road, and also when the port is also actively working, there might be an exceed in NO2 concentration at adverse weather conditions by 7-9 times.
На этом слайде мы демонстрируем загрязнение атмосферного воздуха угарным газом, углеводородами, твердыми частицами опасных размеров уже на всей площади Санкт-Петербурга. И оказывается, что для таких аномально неблагоприятных чрезвычайных ситуаций гидрометеорологических эти загрязнения могут доходить на главных магистралях города до 4-5 и более превышений.
And this slide demonstrates the combination of data traffic, the data on traffic flows, with the calculating monitoring of air pollution. And this technique helps us to predict how to manage traffic flows, not only having the information about traffic congestions, but also having the information about roadside air pollution.
Вот таким вот образом сегодня нам удается большие цифровые данные использовать для контроля и прогнозирования загрязнения воздушной среды поллютантами и парниковыми газами при неблагоприятных метеорологических условиях.
So, using this technique, we can predict based on data, on big data on traffic flows and big data on air pollution from stationary monitoring stations. We can predict the concentrations of pollutants at adverse weather conditions and managing thus the environmental policy in the city.
И таким образом парировать угрозы для горожан.
And to manage to control and manage air quality in the city and helping us, the government, to make the quality of habitat more pleasant for citizens.
Это осуществляется путем замены на экологически чистый транспорт и ограничения интенсивности, регулирования интенсивности движения транспортных средств в особых условиях.
And this can be achieved using alternative vehicle technologies and by limiting the traffic flows.
Благодарим вас,
извините,
благодарим вас за внимание. Ждем вас и приглашаем в наш прекрасный город.
We welcome you to St. Petersburg.
Oh, okay. Thank you for this wonderful, very, very wonderful, both of you, in fact, both Professor Vladimir Lojkin and Professor Olga for interpreting it for our own understanding here. And it is a very nice presentation that you have made, which is, you know, the capital city, Delhi, that we are facing. So we'll come up with some of the questions later on after the last presentation is over. And you know the weather and that weather related things, that what is going on. So we'll come up a little later after the last presentation with some of the queries and questions from the participants. Okay, can we
on this
go
subject?
for...
Probably you could spend 2 more minutes because we have time. Because this is a very important. With your experience, what kind of implementation you could see looking at the experience of St. Petersburg? What kind of a scientific implementation you could see in other cities?
Yes, we think that this methodology is applicable for many cities, because now many cities are equipped with systems with sensors for traffic flows, and so it will be very applicable.
So, of course, we can model and understand the traffic flow. But in terms of reducing the air pollution, what are the other methods which have been used in cities like St. Petersburg and other cities, other than diverting traffic? You know, what are the other filtering methods or other methods which have been used? Can you explain some of those? Basically, the question is to improve air quality.
Through knowing traffic flows and knowing the emissions of vehicles, we can model air pollution, and that is what we do. And this is done also in Moscow.
And in fact, to continue with this, Dr. Shishir, just to keep that, what is you have used stationary, that scanner, no, which are also costly very much. What about the use of IoT devices? These days, lots of IoT devices capturing carbon dioxide and SOx, MOx, and everything is there. So if you can use those things, stationary things are there in our capital city, Delhi, and many of the cities over here. But now with IoT devices, things can be, we can collect more digital form of data. What is the scope of that?
Yes, I agree with you that the using of pollutant sensors may give us more information about air pollution, but we adapt calculating models using this data also.
Okay. So thank you very much. Now, if you allow me, I go to the last presentation of the day. Dr. Vaibhav Kumar from Indian Institute of Science, Engineering and Research, IISR, Bhopal.
Yeah.
IISR, Bhopal, on optimizing the redevelopment cost of urban areas to minimize fire susceptibility of heterogeneous urban settings in developing countries.
I'm sorry to say, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'm sorry to say that Professor Olga Loshkina will also present her report. This is not, I mean, we can do it after.
Yes, of course, we can do it after
Kumar.
Sure. Okay. Thank you. Sorry, I noted it just now.
No problem. Thank you very much.
Okay. Yeah, Dr. Kumar.
Yeah, good afternoon, all of you. It's very nice to be here and presenting my works. So, should I share my screen?
Yeah, please.
So is this visible?
You still waiting? Yeah.
Okay. So to start with the presentation, this work was done by me, and I did it with Professor Arnav Jana in IIT Bombay and Professor Kriti Ramamritam who has retired from IIT Bombay. So this work revolves around the work which is done by different agencies and to tackle the fire spread and to reduce the fire susceptibility. So the core idea behind is how can we develop the urban built forms so that we can drive the idea of less susceptible fire in society. So the outline would be, I will be starting with the motivation, and then we'll discuss some important points related to the study, and then move to the main objectives, results, and then we'll discuss some benefits that this means the core idea behind how the stakeholders can be benefited by this. So the numbers are staggering, and the fire is one of those disasters which are generally mostly, we can say, are kind of overlooked over the period of time, but the numbers are staggering, and especially in the case of India, where almost every fifth death that takes place is from India, and it's around 2.5 times of China. And what we lack is we lack a holistic framework which can be integrated with coming new smart cities to develop resilient smart cities. So to cater the demand of migration, our cities have developed in a kind of very unorganized way. So we have very heterogeneous spaces and complex built forms, and they do contribute in increasing the susceptibility of an area. So the susceptibility can be in the form of what kind of fires cases are reported, whether it's a high intensity fire or what is the frequency of fire, and or we can say if our firefighters are not able to reach in time, then whether that intensity increases or not. So built form do play a very important role in that. So that's the core idea behind this project, and this was driven by these many you can say the news over the last few years, and many research that says that we are living in a society where we especially in context of fire, where we need to develop our places, and our there have been reports where after many incidents the decision maker have came up with the statements that we need to redevelop our places in such a way that we can counter the stress we generate on our firefighters, and we make our society more susceptible to fire cases. So the theme of this study was to study the association between different urban built form entities and at very granular scale, and then look at whether we can establish the link, whether we can use that link to come up with an analytical framework which can answer the questions, something like whether if this area is developed in this form, then how much is this area susceptible to fire, considering what the population this can cater, or what can be the open areas this can support. So this was the core idea behind the study. And overall, it drives toward the idea of creating fire resilient cities. So the aim is to develop fire resilient cities, and that is driven by the knowledge that we have at our end, and the knowledge what we are integrating in this model is the information that is quantified using the relationship between urban built form elements and the fire incidents. And when I say fire incidents, so it's also not only the occurrence, but also the type of intensity that that normally area different areas suffer to. And then the objective was to implement that quantification process into an optimization model. So we will see in the next coming slides how they are integrated to come up with a very good idea on which we can build upon and go ahead with similar kind of frameworks. So the study area was the southern region of Mumbai, and the points what are denoted here are the fire incidents that were reported during 2015 and 2016. So the total area was around 42 square kilometers, and this area receives around 40% of the total fire call from in Mumbai. And it's very sad to see that every year there are annual rises in the high intensity fire cases in the same region. And I believe this trend is similar for many other cities throughout the country. So these were some of the data sets that have been used in the study, which was related to traffic information, the travel time between each nodes in the study area, and then we used the incident counts, their locations. We also used their incident intensity details, and then mapped it using different geospatial functions, and came up with the idea that we have variations in the hotspots of location and the intensity. So we came up with this idea of we need to define a metric or a degree which we called fire susceptibility, and we defined it in the terms of occurrence and the intensity. So we did surveys with the decision makers in the fire department and disaster management authorities, and we based on those numbers we did the AHP analysis and calculated the weight we have to assign to the intensity or the occurrence. So let's say if there are 3 cases which are occurring in has occurred in last 2 years in one area, and if there is only 1 case that has occurred in one area, then how we are going to weight them in context of their levels. So that was the idea of combining them as a whole. And then these are the left one and the right one are the details of type of built form that consists, and the area was divided into 300 meter into 300 meter grid, and that grid was then classified, and different sources were taken, and also various field surveys were done. So around 142 places we did field surveys, and we collected the very fine scale data of what is the type of built form in that grid, and then we came up with this idea that we know how much percentage composition of low rise residential is in that grid, how much percentage of, let's say, medium rise residential is there in that grid, and then we established a relationship between them. So we also had the population information from census data, and we also approximated it as well using the information that if this area has n number of buildings, and each building, and let's say there are x number of medium rise buildings, so let's say the medium rise buildings can be categorized with these number of floors, and based on an approximated number, we came up with the idea of population. So obviously these numbers can be made more accurate, but the idea was to come up with a model. So we also based on the field trips, we calculated the information of what is the kind of building. So we had the information that, okay, there are n number of medium rise buildings, and there are y number of, let's say, high rise buildings. So we combined the height information and came up with the idea of built up compactness. So here in this study, we consider the footprint compactness, so the 2-dimensional aspect of the building. And then this is the outcome of the relationship that was established between urban built up elements, and we can see that almost every composition was very important, played very important role in predicting the fire susceptibility. So the coefficients show what is the their role in the fire susceptibility for an area, for deriving the fire susceptibility of area. Now these coefficient became our main tool to develop that model. So we also used non-parametric models, but we wanted to go with a parametric model so that we can have a similar kind of results every time when we do the simulation. So then this model, this prediction model was combined with the idea of optimizing the redevelopment cost. So the idea was that we came up with this concept that to reduce the susceptibility, we can have an idea of redevelopment. So there are various redevelopment projects going on as well, especially in the plan of smart cities. So we thought if we give a tool where we can say that if this area is going to be developed in this form, this probably will have this susceptibility value. And the idea of the cost was included in that, because there will be a demolition cost, there will be a construction cost. So we wanted to see, can we optimize this cost, and came up with this statement that if you invest this amount to cater this much population, and for reducing this much susceptibility, this will be the amount you will be most probably paying. So this was the whole idea of this model, and the focus, there was a specific focus on zone-based development strategies. So there are different zones in which the area is classified. So especially in this aspect of the study, it was not considered, but there is the extension of this study which uses that information. So we also included the development guidelines, so the guidelines in the sense of how much and local region can cater a residential percentage, or you can say the residential buildings, or whether the industrial areas can be mixed with commercial areas, whether the industrial areas can be mixed with residential areas. So those all those considerations were also being done, and the model was implemented based on this assumption that the 300 meter grid was classified as local level grid, and the overall study area was considered as global level grid. So we had our constraints for both these grids. So we have our global constraints and we have our local constraints as well. And this was the mathematical model where we had our equations. So the first equation shows denotes the susceptibility equation. So it says that you can predict this, the susceptibility of any area if we have the composition information. So this A comes from the coefficients that we have for all the variables. So if we have the coefficient, we can predict the susceptibility value. All we need is the information of xgi, which is how much is the composition of a kind of built up, let's say residential, high-rise residential, medium-rise residential. So we can predict the susceptibility now. Now, when we have the population estimation, which was calculated based on the type of buildings and their height and the number of floors. So we can also use the information of number of types of buildings to calculate or estimate the population. Then we apply the threshold of susceptibility. So alpha is the threshold. So if I want to say the model that give me the optimal composition of a grid, considering the fact that the overall susceptibility should be around, let's say, half the current value. So that this third constraint denotes that constraint, and the fourth constraint is related to population. So if let's say in future we will surely face more issues related to migration, and we are going to the era where we will have our cities more open for jobs. So there will be there will be more population coming in the cities. So that's where we need to plan for future as well, and that's why we included this constant of population information. So we say this model that I need a optimal solution where our population is, let's say, 2 times what it is in the current value in this local grid or the global grid. So we can apply it in both the ways. So that's what the whole idea. And then we applied, and then we came up with different scenarios. So there can be n number of scenarios. So we implemented it for 4 different scenarios. So we said that, okay, let's say our first scenario is that for a local grid will be, we can utilize the whole local grid for redevelopment. And then the scenario 2 is that whatever is the composition, we are going to retain it. That means the open area will be same, the total built up will be same, especially when I say this, then especially considering the third dimension as well, and it will be same, and we can do the reconstruction. So instead of the area occupied by, let's say, low rise residential, we can say that medium rise residential can build. So those were the different scenarios, and there can be many other scenarios. There is a 4th scenario where we also considered the city development guidelines. So the threshold on how much can be the composition of residential areas, commercial areas in each grade was being considered. And then these constant denote these scenarios and thresholds. And this was also for industry and also, and this 11th number denotes the demolition cost. So if, let's say, we calculated the detail with some of the details related to the actual cost of construction of residential building and commercial building. So we chalked out a specific number for these kind of demolition and construction. So that was the idea, and these numbers change from city to city. So the good thing about this model is that we just need to update the values, and the model will do the rest. So once we have this information of the construction and demolition, then we minimize this idea of construction and demolition, and we say that we are minimizing the redevelopment cost. And for different values of residential, let's say the total residential area that can be developed is 25, and the commercial should be 6% of the total area, mixed should be 20%. So this was one of the scenario which was based on UDP FRI guidelines. So there can be n number of scenarios. And then we ran this model, and we ran this model for each grid, and these are just examples of 2 such grids. So this upper one is a very high compact area, Bhendi Bazaar, which is in the plan of smart city redevelopment project, and the second is the Nariman point. So the graphs on the left side show which type of the model, the outcome of model, and its suggestion that you can the medium rise mixed goes up. So you can demolish the low rise residential and you can create the medium rise mixed. So you can demolish the low rise commercial and you can mix with the medium rise mixed, and then in the lieu you have beta equal to 1.5. That means you can accommodate 1.5 times the population that we have currently, and you can also reduce the susceptibility by 20%. So alpha is 0.80, so we can reduce by 20%, and still we can have a good composition which can cater the demands. And these were some of the optimal results for different cases. So beta 1, if let's say we have our if we want to reduce the susceptibility for same population, this is the amount of money that we will be needing. And then these are for different scenarios. So the black one for scenario 4, where we are considering thresholds on a different kind of compositions. Scenario 3 for different we can have a limit on each local grid. Scenario 2 that existing composition should be maintained, and so on. So different scenarios can be added, and for twice the population we also ran, and we saw that we can still achieve less susceptible composition if we can invest money, and that was the major finding. And these are some of the outcomes of in the form of maps, where the outcome of each grid, where what is the final composition, what is the composition of population. So we can see there are in each scenario we have different areas which have very high population and some areas which have very low population, because the model tries to optimizes the constraints, let's say reducing the susceptibility overall for this area. So in lieu, it increases the actual population for some areas and reduces the population for those areas which are actually very susceptible. So these are some of the maps, and these are some of the comparative susceptibility maps. So the first one is existing and how we are reducing the susceptibility of these areas by redeveloping it. And then we thought of why not we combine it with the idea of whether this tool can be used by firefighters. So let's say we are planning for establishing different infrastructure, let's say fire station, and let's say after 15 years we don't know that how much demand it has to cater. And when we have less space, then it's obvious that the building infrastructure would require much effort. So we thought that why don't we combine it with this previous tool, and then we predicted the demand for each area, and then we developed a location allocation model, and for different response time limits we ran that model, and we found that for existing scenario, whatever is the coverage for these tested scenarios, let's say for scenario 1 we applied the coverage model, for scenario 2 we applied the coverage model, and these scenarios, greenfield is when we consider that there is no fire station now, and the second one is fixed when we say that okay, we are considering the existing fire station locations and we are redeveloping the places, the grids, and the overall area. Then also we found that we now can cover more areas. So this was just to test that whether this composition is leading to good effect or not, and that's a very obvious result, because the overall susceptibility has reduced, so the demand would reduce, and that's how the coverage increases. But the key pointer that can be taken from here is that when we create more open areas, then we build more infrastructure. Let's say we can widen the roads, and we will have let's say our model, for most of the cases model predicted that you can create medium rise or high rise mixed settlements. So we are traveling from one place to other place for our livelihood, and if suppose we have our buildings which have mixed kind of uses, so our commercial built up is commercial floors are the top floors, and let's say our residential are bottom ones, so we don't travel, and that reduces the overall load, so traffic reduces. And when we consider these things into our model as well, I'm sure the results will be pretty good as well. So the tool that we worked on, this decision-making tool, is just an example how analytical methods can be used in developing these solutions. And the ownership of the land is the most important thing. So why would somebody demolish its land and the existing built up and say that I'm allowing you to construct a building? But that was one of the limitation of our research. So we considered that as a limitation, and then we build our model. So this any number of combination of scenarios can be included: the local constraints, the global constraints, the constraints of land use can be integrated, and we can come up with the idea of how we should plan. And that was the whole, we can say, the benefit of this tool. And this has its benefits to stakeholders as well, which can be citizen, because a disaster strikes everyone. So we have citizens in the center stage, the public agencies who do the planning and come up with the idea of fighting these things. Then we have city planners who can use this tool to integrate in different aspects as well. Let's say if we say I want to design an urban built up composition which can have least, let's say, emission, or it should be a best quality of the heat comfort. So all those, this whole model can be revamped and can be changed and can be applied. So city planners come into picture. And there were limitations. So this is the last slide. So there were limitations. So the testing of the solution is difficult because it's a kind of conceptual model. And then there can be multiple other inclusion in this model as well. So thank you, and happy to take the questions.
Thank you, Dr. Upadhyay, for looking for such an important fire and burning, or rather Mumbai and all our city aspects into an analytical framework that you have taken up, and trying to relate that what kind of optimization can be made in the settlement, taking fire into the account. And you have given elaborate presentations on that. And of course, in the last few slides, you said that it is just an analytical tool that you have taken up. And of course, also knowing that land mobilization, which you have highlighted, it is a very, very, very important aspect that to be looked into. And in that way, just only quick, before I go to the Professor Olga, that one of the things that I just finish over here, just because I don't see any questions, though I am requesting to all the things, but only quick few things like that. I want to get it clear from you that redevelopment cost that you have shown in terms of some billions. Of course, for Mumbai, it is not a problem, or if you take an example of that. But one thing is demolition and investment aspect also very critical, you know, which is itself is a city like Mumbai or even any metro city around the world. And also, what about your surveillance about the reducing the fire? Like you said that about 100 police stations are required, but is it that commensurate with the requirement of high-rise building which you have recommended? Like 33 are there.
Fire stations.
So, but what about the current state of the art of knowledge of surveillance, keeping, you know, infrared camera based IoT devices in various multi-story building, you know, cities, the Mumbai city is known as a high-rise building where our conventional fire ladders and other things, they cannot reach beyond 12 floors. So in that case, there should be many of the IoT based devices where, you know, you can have some kind of those kind of surveillance tool to reduce this physical, rather to keep it that 24/7 surveillance system where, you know, LoRa-based technologies are there, LoRa-based sensors are there, which can be placed in all the multi-story building at various sites where conventionally it is not reachable. So maybe your analysis can take something on surveillance part also to bring out that rather. Of course, you have gone into so much investment and mobilization will be very difficult. And 1/3 of the stations are there. But on the other hand, practical solutions looking at more on the surveillance, like nano-based sensors are there, where, you know, from the source itself, electrical source, 2/3 of the total fire cases, those can be reduced at the source itself, while placing many of the devices now have come up into the market.
Yeah, absolutely, Miss. I truly agree with your point. In fact, we did this exercise. So we built a mobile app, and we trained individuals in different societies, and we collaborated with the fire authority in Mumbai. And what we did is that we developed a volunteer module, we developed a rescuer module, and then a kind of a module which is actually used by the people who are in distress. So it also included the sensor module. So we had this sensor, and we actually did it in drills. So we didn't test it in the real environment, but we tested it in drills where we used those data sets. We had a central database, and we used that data. We had a WebGIS system. We plotted those informations. Rescuer had their information of they are going this way, and then the victim said that okay, there are 5 people with me, and I am at this floor, because many times we don't know that on what floor they are in. So in that case, the information from victim and the sensors. So we have thermal cameras, which we combine with different computer vision techniques, and we know that actually how many number of individuals are there, what is the status. So actually, this is absolutely very important, and this has to be integrated in the current fire management system.
Okay. Thank you very much for taking up this area, in fact, which is unexplored in our country. But with the collaborations, yes, we can.
Currently, I'm looking at the evacuation scenarios as well. So how the evacuation. Recently in Bhopal, there was a very big tragedy where children died in the hospital. So I'm looking at the evacuation scenarios as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, okay, we'll catch it up. So now we may call Professor Olga. Yes, thank you very much for keeping your patience, even playing a double role, that interpretation as well as now your role is, your presentation is here. So please, wow, you are a Doctor of Science in Engineering and Ph.D. in Chemistry. Yes. And Chemistry and Combustion Process Department, St. Petersburg University of State Fire Service. Welcome, Professor Olga, for your presentation. Floor is yours.
Do you see my presentation now?
Yeah,
but make it full screen, please. Can you make it full screen?
Yeah, below, I think. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Is it okay now?
Yeah.
Yes. Dear colleagues, let me please present the results of my work on neural network approach for big data mining in prognostication of air pollution by pit fires. This work was done by a group of scientists from St. Petersburg University of State Fire Service of Yemerkom of Russia, from the Peter the Great St. Petersburg Polytechnic University, and from Solomenko Institute of Transport Problems of the Russian Academy of Sciences. So in all, there was a group of 7 scientists working on the development of this model. Pet deposits are found in many places around the world, but the most largest peatlands are in the West Siberia, in the Hudson Bay Lowland, and in the Mackenzie River Valley. West Siberian lowland is one of the biggest one on the planet. And directly on the marsh, the smoke comes from under the earth through a lot of smoke geysers. You see them on the picture 1, figure 1. And this smoke from unique smoke geysers then combine and form a smoke, a cloud of smoke. If a pit fire develops near communication, near road, near motorway, the smoke from the burning pit bog reduces the visibility, and finally result in traffic accidents or in any other emergencies like transport collapse. Sorry. The smoke, the affecting factors of smoke are increase in PM concentration, increase in CO concentration, and in other pollutants. PM, particulate matter, decrease the visibility on the road, and the pollutants have impact on people's health, and also they may influence on the ability of drivers to drive a vehicle. And all these increase the risk of road accidents. And such an accident has place in the US in 2008 on the Interstate 4, and it resulted in 5 deaths, 38 injuries, and damaged 70 cars. And we also here in the Russian Federation in Siberia had a traffic collapse on highway Siberia during pet fire in 2015-2016. And such an emergency, as I said before, caused by a pet fire which lasted in Irkutsk region through all the autumn and through winter. The temperature was -20 degrees Celsius. And at this condition, the pet fire was lasting for several weeks. And now here in the right, you see the picture demonstrating winter pit fire. All models for the prognostication of concentrations of components of smoke includes description of the emission source based on the material and thermal balance, the initial ascent of the smoke, which depends on the type and on the area of the fire and also on the state of the atmosphere. Physical and mathematical modeling of special characteristics of smoke propagation, and also, if it is possible, chemical transformations of smoke components in the atmosphere. Especially this is very important for the prognostication of ozone, nitrogen oxides, and organic peroxide radicals dispersion. And we have developed a neurostatistical model based on 2 mathematical approaches. One is the so-called K-theory, and another is a Gaussian model. And there was developed, and there on the base of the measurements and on the base of calculation simulations, there was developed an original neural network model with parameters with weights tuned via optimization methods. The air-probe method and the combination of cloud and probe methods were in use. The neural network model can gather pieces of heterogeneous information. I mean the information from the experiments, from the measurements of pollutant concentrations, and also from the simulation results. And so it may be realized in different forms, in differential equations, and also it consider conservation laws, equations of state, etc., and the information exchanged via neural network parameters between different levels of hierarchy, and makes computing less resource consuming. And so on the picture, there are the results of the prognostication of smoke dispersion from a pit fire at different conditions. The conditions are listed here below under the pictures. And so they differ in CO and PM emission rates, in wind speed, and in fire area. And this helps us to predict the concentration on different distance from the source and its dispersion in the atmosphere. So an original self-learning neural network model technique was proposed that is capable to predict dangerous roadside air pollution by carbon monoxide released from a nearby pit fire, and the model was developed and tested by investigating a real pit fire that happened in the Irkutsk region. And calculation data, simulated measurements and experimental data, real-time measurements were used to build the neural network model. The results of the study show that the approach can be recommended as a useful tool for the air quality management and forecasting emergencies caused by pit fire smoke. Thank you for the attention.
Wow. Very, very thankful to you for a brief but very, very strong presentation, seeing a case study from the field and then trying to develop a new neural network model. And this is the real approach, that seeing that what is happening, and you say that air pollution or transformation that happening, chemical transformation that has been happening due to the geyser, that word that you have used, smoke geyser or smoke geyser, air pollution geyser, which are being measured, and based on that you have developed the model. So in this case, now this ends the presentation from all the presenters who are listed over here. So I would say that now to take forward, we have about 15-20 minutes to go for the discussion. I have few questions here, few queries, and before that, just this presentation, I would take everybody's view. I would request all the presenters, around 25 are here. Please, you can come live here with your video camera on, so that this discussion becomes as lively as possible. Dr. Shishir?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Let us request, because all are here since beginning, and so let us take it. A few queries are there, but at the same time, just I would like to, this presentation and also the previous presentation that you have given the interpretation, who is also co-author in this, that you have used the word chemical transformation. Just to forward this discussion, chemical transformation that taking place from the smoke geysers. And I would say that among all the experts sitting over here, that this chemical transformation that going on, and we are observing, we are trying to frame neural network kind of model or observations, all these things that are carrying. Just can we, or can anyone share about the kind of influenza type of things happening every year? The pharmaceutical industry, they have to change the vaccine, and the modifications that happening. And so to what extent you say that whatever modification or mutations that happening in the aerosol borne virus, which is making us all together, while such kind of things are happening, then why we have to change in the vaccination? Because All these things are happening in the atmosphere here itself, and which is keeping this virus available and helping it to some way or other in the various kind of mutations that which we are now recording, especially for the COVID, that which has changed so many times, 50 times, 60 times, like that. What is your comment, brief comment on that? Okay, of course, it is out of the way, but I would like to see that when we are hearing to the epidemiologist and getting all these data, we are just only going searching, but whatever is happening in the earth in the name of forest fire or like such kind of peat burning and so many things that are hydrometeorological changes are happening and climate change also happening, all we are observing, trying to fit a model. But the virus still going on. But it is a long thing that we can take it forward later on.
Dr. Patra from CSIR 4PI wanted to say something on this subject. So Dr. Patra, may I request you to answer the question of Professor Ghosh? And the other speakers and other distinguished panelists may write the question in the chat or raise their hand and ask questions to the speakers. But in the meantime, Dr. Patra will reply.
Yeah, thank you.
Welcome.
Dr. CSS. I'm Dr. G.K. Patra from CSR 4th Pyramid Institute. I am not from the domain side. I'm a domain agnostic data scientist working in various areas, including COVID. COVID was one of the areas where we extensively worked from the data science perspective. So that's what we had worked on. One of the major challenges that we faced while working on COVID, I would like to highlight one of the challenges there. The challenge was the Morphy's law works very well when it comes to emergencies. Everything will be working fine. We will be checking all our data collection mechanism, everything. But exactly when the emergency happens, the data collection mechanism will fail or something will happen. The major challenge we faced when we had this COVID data collection mechanism is something what I treat it as a AI challenge for AI. The AI means artificially influenced data. So what happens is, it is not something which is deliberately done to modify the AI the data, but because there are changing guidelines over time, because we have not, because these disasters happen all of a sudden, so we don't have even reaction times to handle them. Changing guidelines, or there's lots of reconciliations which happens over time. So that pollutes the data. Now, what is expected from us is take those polluted data and then still give a very useful kind of outcome or a prediction or whatever it is. So that's one of the challenges that we faced when we were working on COVID. Though I cannot answer to the question of Professor Ghosh directly, because I'm not an epidemiologist or something. The mutations do happen. It happens for normal influenza viruses also. It's only because COVID is little dangerous, we are facing these kind of problems. But I'm not an expert in that, so I will not be able to do that. So what actually we wanted to work is, if somebody is interested from the Russian side or even from the Indian side, to see whether the current experience helps us to work for the future thing, because we know when the next the disaster will happen, again we will have the same challenge. You will have these polluted data you will have. So can we have design models, AI models or data science models, which can absorb these kind of uncertainties and still give a very useful, because we cannot give a perfect outcome, but a very useful kind of outcome to which will be useful for the society or something. So that's the challenge that we are currently working on it. So if any Russian counterpart or anybody in India also is working, we would like to work on it. The other challenge that basically that we are looking at is the cultural differences between the domain scientists and the data scientists. So I will give you a very simple example. See, conservation law is something which is very core to most of the domain scientists, because that's what's the checks and balance for most of the models and all what we do. But as far as data scientists are concerned, they are least bothered about it. So what happens is there is a conflict which develops, saying that no, how do you work without even conservation law being not satisfied? while data scientists work with a goal-oriented thing. So for them, what is that we have to achieve is very important. Not like whether we are really satisfying all the physics equations and all those conservation laws. That's not very important. So considering this, we are looking at working on something called physics-based AI models, where we will also not only will look at only a goal-oriented thing, because that's where science comes into picture. Otherwise, data science is a good application for like our sensex and other things. But when we are coming about working AI for science, I think we need to look at a hybrid kind of model where physics and also AI needs to work together. So that is one more area where we would like to see if any interest is there in the Russian side or Indian side, and work towards that. So these are the two challenges I thought like I can bring out, because this is a session on data analytics. I thought I can bring out these kind of challenges, and if there are some interest, we can work together on that.
So that is what fourth paradigm is meant for, integrating all the paradigms.
Yes.
So all those scientists from Russia who did see the presentation of Dr. Sridevi, the head of that institute yesterday, we will circulate that presentation again. All those who are interested in, collaborating with this institute in the fourth paradigm and bringing and integrating all other sciences together to answer complex activities, may come together and forge an alliance. So Dr. Sergey, sir, I think you have a question here.
Yeah.
Yes, I waited the finish of this session. The problem is that I need to leave. So if anybody has questions to me, please put them now, because in few minutes I will leave.
Okay. One. Dr. Sushil has asked to Professor Sergey.
Yeah, I want to ask one thing, Professor. Hello.
Yeah. Please, you ask directly, instead of reading it.
Professor Sergey, I want to ask you one thing. Basically the anomaly you basically have seen on so many earthquakes. You have shown that so many results. So I want the anomaly which basically having the minimum distance from the actual epicenter, and how much.
It was very bad quality of sound, so I am not sure that I understood clearly.
Okay, you can read it. It is there in the chat box. Please let me know the case when you observe the minimum distance of your predicted anomaly from the actual epicentral location. How much distance it was? It is written in the chat box by Dr. Sushil Kumar.
Usually we observe not the anomaly in the point, but in the space, and we see the special distribution of these anomalies, including directly in epicenter. We use for atmospheric anomalies the NASA model of atmosphere, GeoSFP, which gives the atmospheric parameters with resolution of more or less 2 kilometers. So we are able to calculate the atmospheric parameters in any point of the globe, in Himalayas, in ocean, everywhere. So, and we see anomalies directly in the epicenter as well. If we are talking about the ionospheric anomalies, so this depends on the position of the receiver, GPS receiver, or ionospheric station in relation to the epicenter. But we use also the approach of Yonex index, which is a global ionospheric maps. From these maps, we calculate the ionospheric variations also in the epicenter.
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay. Now, if I say that Dr. Sushil Kumar, you presented on your institute's, especially the monitoring of seismic anomalies, and now Dr. Sergey has used a dimension or word that atmospheric data, ionospheric data into the anomaly prediction. What is your institute's consideration on this aspect? This is question number one. Not question, rather what you want to say. Second is Uttarakhand, the state where Himalayan geology is there. It is running a Bhukamp, alerting system with Ministry of Earth Science funding initially. Now Uttarakhand government is also funding, and which is there with IIT Roorkee. So your observations of the anomaly in the same state or in that region, and what they are doing, where they have installed more than 100+ seismic stations, where you think that coherence are there in these two areas of studies that you are doing?
The answer to the first question is, we are not basically working for atmospheric ionospheric coupling. We are not working on that. Because there, if the prediction or you are telling the anomaly, it is far from the epicenter, even to go out of the Himalaya. So Varshney Institute basically working on the earthquake location within a kilometer.
Yes.
Or less than 1 kilometer, because our network is very dense. So our other colleague in IRS, Indian Remote Sensing Institute, Dehradun, nearby me, he was working on that. I have seen his results. So Varshney is not working, but we were having collaboration. So basically, so it needs to modify this technique more to get reliability. Okay, we get in broad way, the earthquake will come in 200 kilometers. So this is very broad statement. We cannot find anything from this. However, for science is good, we can, even the future, we can advance. And second, about the early warning system of Uttarakhand. Actually, after installing this station here in Uttarakhand, so they had basically kept the instrument, the minimum threshold, more than 5 magnitude. However, 2 earthquakes happened here of magnitude 4.8 and 4.7, but they had the constraint or threshold of 5. So far it could not be tested. Early warning. Okay. And in my view, in the hills, the hilly people, they basically stay in the sparse houses. Means distance between each house is very distance. And the communication system is not so good. Like here we are looking that so many, we are not getting present properly because of bandwidth or so other problems. So they are also having in their mobile the similar problem. So, and most of that in hills region, most of the basically villagers, they sleep early in 6 o'clock or like that in hills region. So the early warning system will not work inside the Himalaya. However, for Dehradun, it may work, but the earthquake they had kept at 5 magnitude threshold, so it could not be tested here at Dehradun.
Okay, good. So what about your collaboration within the state itself with IIT Roorkee? Because they have put the instruments almost 20 kilometers in a grid point. If you are facilitated to include these things also in your surveillance, then do you think that you can collaborate with, you can have broader, or rather more micro?
Yeah, sir, basically, I'm the product from IIT Roorkee only. I did my master PhD from IIT Roorkee.
Yeah.
And I am basically expert of their geological department for PhD evaluation. So I'm having very good collaboration.
Okay.
And I have direct, so many in interviews, I visit Roorkee, and I have direct, and the Anil Sharma, Professor Anil Sharma,
Yeah.
batchmate actually from IIT Roorkee. So we have good interaction. and they are doing good work even though. They are going in good direction.
So
Okay.
may I request Dr. Sushil, may I request you that within India collaboration, we can take up subsequently, and we will make these recommendations. Currently, some of the Russian scientists are online, and we should utilize this time for exchanging. So may I request any other cross exchange between Russia and India? The point, if it is there.
Dr. So point will be there. So I have already told you, sir, that precursory research Naresh told already, and we may have huge potential to work on that. So we have the multi-parametric observatory here at Varshney Institute. So Dr. Naresh may collaborate in that direction. And I told you
do you have a specific question to any Russian scientist, or any Russian scientist has a specific question? Professor Olga, do you have any specific question for Indian speakers?
Oh, yeah. Oh, your audio.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes. I would like to thank all the participants of today's session. It was really very interesting, and I hope that our work will be helpful in the emergency management. We all are involved in this area, and serious work has been done, but we also have a lot of tasks, a lot of challenges. And as mentioned the professor, COVID-19 is one of the challenge now. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think I have a specific question to Dr. Vinod. Victor Novicu. He was presenting yesterday. Are you there today? Then I have a specific question with him regarding the collaboration potential.
Yes, sir. Yes. Even Professor Vinod also wants to ask something.
Yes.
Please ask this question.
Sir, your mic.
Yeah. Actually, I think that among all the distinguished Russian experts who spoke, we find several potential areas for collaboration. But I would like to specifically mention, Professor Novikov, then Professor Vladimir Kosobokov, and also Dr. Roman Krasnoparov. Their work actually definitely has a lot of potential for collaboration with the Indian institutions. And the work which has been now discussed by Dr. Olga, including the work of neural networks, is very closely related to natural language processing, NLP. The natural language processing, which can actually be used in collaboration with other toolkits like machine learning, would actually offer a lot of potential in understanding some of the complex phenomena which we are not able to really interpret. So I think, we need to really look at the potential of information technology collaborations, big data analytics, trying to look at critical parameters, and then have the collaboration using open source, open access, open data kind of collaboration between India and Russia, because it was mentioned that you have large data sets. If that is available as .api or .csv in GitHub, that can actually provide a lot of opportunities for collaboration with Indian data scientists in specific areas like geology, hydrometeorology, and then the work of Wadia Institute of Himalayan Geology and several IITs, civil engineering, structural engineering, geotechnical engineering. We can work in collaboration with the DST and the Ministry of Earth Sciences and CSIR, and then see where are the commonalities, of working in collaboration. And what Sergey has mentioned, Sergey Pulinets' work looking at GNSS stations was also discussed by Dr. Sridevi Jade from 4PI. So we actually see that India also has a large network of GNSS stations and GPS stations. So in NGRI, the National Geophysical Research Institute, the Indian Institute of Geomagnetism, and WIHG, Body Institute of Himalayan Geology, and other institutions, including Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology and IMD, Ministry of Earth Sciences, Medium and Weather Forecasting Center of IMD. So similar, Ministry of Earth Sciences, CSIR, ISRO, all these institutions can work collaboratively with the Russian scientists. I think that would be a huge opportunity. So I hope Dr. Shishir will take that, forward with the Government of India, with the Ministry of Earth Sciences and DST. In international cooperation, the work which is actually mentioned by the Russian Academy of Sciences in international cooperation with India, I think that would be a huge opportunity. Thank you.
Yes, sir. We'll make these recommendations and pass it to Russian Academy of Sciences to integrate us. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Dr. N. Kumar has some question.
N. Kumar, yeah.
Yes, thanks, Dr. Sisi. Yeah, I have one question to Dr. Sergey. So later to that thermal anomaly he has observed in his data. So I want to know, he has any atmosphere temperature data, means the surface data or subsurface data, which has been correlated with the satellite thermal anomaly? Is there any correlation? I put it in the chat box also.
Yeah.
Later to collaboration, Dr. Sushil already has said that we have the the Russian are also working for earthquake prediction, and we have one observatory earthquake prediction. So that will be a good collaboration, and Sergey and others are working there. But if Sergey can.
Okay. I think yeah, not available. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. I think he's not available in the.
I think he's not available. Dr. N. Kumar, you can ask this question one-to-one on the email with him.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes.
Any further questions?
It is written in the chat box also.
Yes. In the chat box I have written.
Chat box he may not be seeing now because he's not online. So you could ask, you could copy the mail to Ms. Inna. We will get it answered. So
Sure.
Okay.
Any further question, please?
So, yeah, any question to me about my presentation?
I just wanted to give a compliment to Professor Ghosh about his presentation. I liked it very much. I even make a note. Yeah, you were talking about landslide, very interesting, and I was very much impressed with the good photos in your presentation, results of experiments, and I understand. I should stress, I'm not a scientist, but I like your presentation very much because it was very much acceptable for average people, not a scientist.
Okay.
Yeah, and really very good and very interesting experiments, and all these photos with dangerous situations, building slides, and it was really very impressive. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Professor Chandan, can I ask a question?
Yeah, please.
I want to ask you one thing, sir. In Himalaya, all weather roads are being constructed in the Himalayan region. And I have many places, as you have shown that the side of the Himalayan wall is just 90 degrees.
Yeah.
So, sir, please do something, and your technique is very important, and you should basically come up. Otherwise,
yeah,
will take place.
So I think, yes, we have been applying this. Only acceptability in our current system is to be taken into, because it is an indigenous grass. Not only one, few varieties are there. So with Chardam roads and other thing where we are cutting the hill vertically, conventional solution is not possible. I have given you hundreds of examples. It is not possible. So natural plus technique and engineering technique together we have to work. So it is to be taken much more with the Border Roads Organization and National Highway Authority, even though it is there in the code, but it is not being followed because there are not expertise are there. So we surely look forward to solve many of the problems. All are solvable. It is all we are creating artificial problem, but it can be taken care by the nature that where we have been able to recognize.
I have seen so many retaining walls like you have shown.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And, without any technical engineering expert.
Yeah, yeah. That I have been noting for the last 15, 16 years. But only thing is that we have to take it now and immediately, so that we can solve almost 90% of the landslides problem, erosion problems, even many other research work that we can take together on the aromatic value, because it is a medicinal plant and it has got lots of thing. For the oil is very, very well known for the perfuming industry. India doesn't have even 5% share of that, and also many other uses. So we'll take it up as a project, as well as in collaboration with all the research institutes.
So is this grass adaptable to cold climate also, sir?
Yes, yes, -15 to +55 degree.
Very good.
pH 3 to 11.
We have a major problem in the Konkan region where landslides block the Konkan highway as well as the rail track every year.
Yeah, they used 10 years back, but only thing is that it was not used technically. It is just used because somebody told that. So when we go there and check it where drainage is taking place properly, then it will function for lifetime. It will never fail and sustainable.
So we have -15 temperature in Russia. May I request all the Russian scientists to keep note of this and, and utilize this grass in creating the slides.
And in fact, disinfection of the role or quality of this material is still unexplored. It is a gray area where research is required. A lot of research and genomic studies are to be taken into, other than mechanics that we have been looking at from the geotechnical engineering side. So there are broader areas, aspects are there. Sir,
Professor Moredo has some questions, sir. Professor Moredo from Russia. He's offline now. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Dr. Shishir, just wanted to have a question for Dr. Kosobokov, if he's online. Dr. Vladimir Kosobokov. He had sent a mail also yesterday to some of the participants. He made some very provocative statements saying that, the GSHAP as well as GEM models have failed. And, so we need to really look at alternatives. And I think all the people who are working in seismology, in earthquake, in preparedness and also earthquake risk reduction would be very concerned about what are the options, for looking at alternatives to, the GSHAP and GEM.
Dr.
Vladimir is here?
Yes, I'm online. So thank you for this question. Yes, the famous mathematician George Box wrote once that all models are wrong, but some are useful. And it happens that we would like to believe in what scientists say, but sometimes there is no enough data, so we convince ourselves that what we are saying has some merit. But we have to test our results first of all. This is a very important issue. Otherwise, our models may be, in fact, useless, or even worse, it could be very harmful. So that's the case with this PSHA analysis, which is so much widespread and is used for, say, building codes in many countries worldwide. And that is why those surprises, those unacceptable cases when earthquake happens in the area where the expected density is much lower, is it continue to happen. And that's it. So I just sent this the last conclusion of my presentation with thanks to all, and I think that I will, same as Sergey, I have some other things to do later, so I'll switch off. But you know, nowadays science can provide recommendations which are useful and which are tested against reality. And in case of, say, in case of strong earthquakes, you know, we know well that to get some probabilistic assessment, we need to have the geological time span of observation. So thousands, tens of thousands of years, which is unavailable. So the instrumental catalogs are just a bit more than, say, 100 years. So the longest catalogs we have in Italy, this is about 1 millennium of data. In China, we have very sparse information, but also about 1,000 of years. So that's it. But that's what we have. And I'm pretty sure that this physically based, scenario-based simulations, which are now available due to digital revolution, can give us better understanding of what is hazardous in space, time, domain, and of course of magnitude domain. So thank you to all, and
okay. So thank you. Now we are, I think, if no other things, and we are already 20 minutes into the next session to follow. But we can see that the enthusiasm among all of you and all of us. So I hope that this session, especially very important session on big data integration, crisis analytics, and scientific methods to disaster prediction, has taken a good brainstorming from across the scientists that working in both the country. So I'm thankful to the Russian Academy of Sciences and also Indian Embassy taking this initiative and giving me a wildcard chance to interact with you. It has made me really wiser to be with you, and also looking forward for very active collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we continue with the next session, and I would like to introduce you our moderator. Moderator of this session is Professor Olga Loshkina.
Thank you, Ina.
Professor Olga Loshkina, she is a Doctor of Science in Engineering. She also has her Ph.D. in Chemistry. She's a professor at St. Petersburg University of State Fire Service of Emercom of Russia at the Department of Chemistry and Combustion Processes. She is a leading research fellow at the Institute of Transport Problems, Russian Academy of Sciences. So Olga, take this session in your hands. You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Ina. And I would like to greet once again all the participants of today's session. And our session is about drones, robotics, IoT, data integration, and other scientific methods of collecting and processing information for improving disaster response. And now there will be 9 presentations, and I would like to ask the first presenter, Dr. Abhishek from the Department of Aerospace Engineering from the Indian Institute of Technology. And Dr. Abhishek will tell us about application of innovative high endurance drones for disaster response. Please.
Thank you. I hope my voice is audible to everyone.
Yes.
Yes, we see your
Thank
presentation.
you so much for your kind introduction. I have been attending some of the talks here, and it is quite remarkable. It's a very different area for me. Just like what I'm going to present probably would be somewhat very alien things to some of you. So the topic is application of drones for disaster response. So this is the quick overview. I'll briefly give the introduction and background related to drones or UAVs. I'll talk about types of drones or UAVs, and UAV drone use cases. I'll explore some of them, how a single drone unit, a single drone could be used for various wide range of applications related to disaster response and management. And I'll very briefly touch upon the upcoming technology of UAV swarm, where one can deploy multiple drones or multiple UAVs, which can work in a collaborative manner to achieve a higher level of effectiveness in disaster response and management. Although the technology has been there for quite some time, but we don't see that kind of wide-ranging acceptance of drones, especially in India. Recently, we also had a chance to work with National Disaster Response Force, NDRF, where we were allowed to use and test some of our drones in the actual real field in Joshimath when the glacier burst happened there. So I'll touch upon some of those things as well, like what could be done from the end of a UAV developer or a UAV designer to see how we can have better level of acceptability and the usability of drones in these kind of scenarios. And then I'll conclude my presentation. So I'll start from the perspective of a aerospace engineer. How we look at drones, they could be of 3 different kinds. Aeroplane kind of drones, which are called fixed wing drones, helicopter kind of drones, which are rotary wing drones, and a third kind is the bird kind of drones, which are the flapping wing drones. The advantage of fixed wing is that it can fly for a long time, but then it cannot take off and land vertically. So it has certain requirements for its takeoff and landing. It would require more space, which may not be readily available in disaster areas because we do not have choice of runway and all those things available there. That's where rotary wing drones are more useful and practical for such applications, because they can take off and land from any small area that is available to them. And they can also hover and stay at one place, which allows them to survey and look at a particular area in a better manner. The third kind, that is the bird kind, this is still more of a research problem, and it is yet to be become commercially viable, where one can actually use it for practical purposes. Now, coming to the rotary wing drone itself, there are wide range of choices and designs, and the drones which can take off and land vertically. So, of course, I mean, flapping wing is not really a rotary wing drone, but it's still capable of, some of them at least are capable of vertical takeoff and landing, and they are also capable of doing hovering flight. So here I have shown so many different designs, and this could be quite confusing and overwhelming for users who are the first responders, who may want to select a particular drone for their mission and for their application. So that's why I'll sort of talk about some more use cases to give you a better overview of the things. But all these are capable of vertical takeoff and landing. This is more like a conventional helicopter design. This is like a front and back 2-rotor design, where you don't have a tail rotor, but this can be used for heavy lifting, and it supports larger payload carriage and so on. Then the third kind, which is where the rotors are stacked on top of each other. This is quite popular design, especially in Russia, where Kamov Design Bureau specializes in designing some magnificent full-scale manned coaxial helicopters.
And the most common and popular drone, which is the quadcopter or a quad rotor drone, where you have 4 rotors and it's powered by battery. And this is something which is quite common and gets used very frequently in wide range of missions. But then it also suffers from various challenges, especially related to the flight time and the reliability of the system, as well as the ability to carry larger payloads and so on. Beyond this, there are also a wide range of solutions which are sort of a hybrid between the airplane kind and the helicopter kind of drones. So I have listed several of these, which are available across the world, and they are used for multitude of applications ranging from delivery of payload or surveillance or mapping, where you can do a mapping of a area to create 3D maps and look at the terrain in more detail. So there is so much of choice available, but then depending on the application choice, one can actually select a particular kind of drones. For example, these hybrid drones are probably more geared towards, I would say, more kind of payload delivery kind of scenarios, where it could be used to lift a payload from one location and travel very fast and efficiently to a much longer and farther distance and be able to deliver this package at that particular position. Nevertheless, I mean, the focus of my presentation is actually small drones or small UAVs, not necessarily the large drones. So the kind of drones I'm talking about would probably be weighing in the paradigm of around 20 to 25 kilograms of all of weight. So they have a lot of application in military, but that is not our focus. Our focus is on the civilian domain, where it could be used for a lot of detection for all kinds, chemical, biological, etc., power line inspection, disaster response management, which is the main focus today, traffic monitoring, counter drug operations, delivery of payloads, which could be emergency food package, water, or medical supplies in remote disaster-stricken areas, precision agriculture, mining, etc. So these are some generic things. So the scenarios which may have dull, dirty, or dangerous kind of work, the 3Ds, one wants to deploy a unmanned aerial vehicle or a drone. And in the realm of disaster response, often the service providers, the first responders, have to deal with very challenging and dangerous scenarios. Therefore, it is quite meaningful to put these drones to use. So the most common application in disaster response could be the search and rescue kind of scenario, where you may have people stranded in flood kind of scenario, or you may want to search for survivors in a earthquake-stricken area, or be it a landslide. So that is the most common thing, but ideally one would want to have a drone which would have good enough endurance. So recently there was a study by National Institute of Standards and Technology, USA, in which they surveyed and they talked to a lot of first responders and tried to find out what kinds of flight time they would want from a drone. And they suggested, I mean, they would want at least 2 hours of flight time to help them carry out the search and rescue or similar missions in a meaningful manner. But if you look at the currently available drones, most of the battery powered drones which are available out there, which are capable of vertical takeoff and landing, like the typical quadcopters, they fly for only 20 to 30 minutes. So which presents a big hindrance. And that's why we require some innovative new solutions, or sometimes, I mean, even looking at the older classical solutions to see if we can extract more flight time. So that is the most common application. The second is, of course, the detection of hazardous materials. This could be CBRN, that is chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear. It is important to note that when the Fukushima nuclear disaster happened, the first eyes or first set of information that could be obtained from that place was done through the flight of a small unmanned drone, which was developed by Honeywell. These were small, tiny helicopters which could fly very close to the disaster site and collect very valuable data, which was very, very useful at later stage. And this actually prompted the Japan government to invest extensively in development and research and development in drones area, so that they could be better equipped to handle such disaster scenarios in the future. So these small UAVs are quite capable. I mean, most of these can easily lift 5 kilograms to up to 10 kilograms of payload. And therefore, I mean, several of these CBRN sensors could be easily integrated with these drones, and that could allow us to detect these kind of scenarios without putting a man at harm.
Another big area where drones could make it could be a game changer, could be detection and control of forest fires. In Himalayas, we have mountains which have vast forest zones, and often in the summer season, a lot of these are actually ravaged by forest fires. This is primarily because it is very hard to detect, and by the time it is detected, it's already so large that it becomes very hard to contain and control, and it creates a lot of environmental damage and so on. So in such cases, I mean, one can have these drones, which again would require high endurance and good range, which could be patrolling these areas on a intermittent manner, and it could be able to, using electro-optical sensors like normal cameras, as well as IR or thermal cameras, it could easily detect and identify, and that could even easily be done without having a human in the loop, because you could have onboard AI-based detection systems which could easily detect and identify zones where this fire is there, and the necessary action could be taken. It could also deliver, if there are portable fire retardants, it could easily go and drop that, like something which is 5 to 10 kilograms. And if that is not enough, then of course it can be used to bring support from bigger helicopters or other means to control the fire. But the important part is that it can enable the early detection. The fourth key uses for drones could be for delivering emergency infrastructure and supplies, because one of the primary things which takes a hit in the event of a disaster is the communication network, and that becomes very, very critical when one wants to be able to reach the place, be able to communicate and coordinate the entire disaster response activity. So there could be drones. So here, I mean, we had discussions with NDRF, and they were quick to point out that, I mean, they would want drones which could lift at least 20 kilograms of load, because there are times when, I mean, they reach a place where, I mean, they have to cross a river which is flooding, and there are no bridges to cross over. So in that case, they want to deploy certain things such as a rope or something which would allow them to pass through and then erect a bridge in quick time. So for such scenarios, they would want something which can lift up to 10 kilograms of payload and take to the other side of the river and help it get deployed easily. And because while I'm talking about the communication infrastructure disruption, creation of Wi-Fi and mobile hotspots is another very critical area which is already being researched, and it's probably in the realm where it can easily be deployed with a little bit of effort. So here, I mean, a paper by Morris and Ray, it's a report actually from NIST USA again. They found that if a drone which is capable of lifting 5 kilograms of payload and it can fly for at least 60 minutes to maybe 2 hours, that kind of platform could be perfect for creation of this kind of Wi-Fi mobile hotspots, so they actually performed field tests and experiments where they deployed such kind of devices, and they were able to get cellular connectivity within a range of a kilometer or so, which facilitated connectivity for 10 to 15 cellular phones in that area, which could be a lifesaver in many scenarios. Apart from that, another role which drones play for disaster response is to do visual imaging, to sort of do surveying, create 3D maps also for the assessment of damage. It could also be used to get a more accurate estimate of the damage by comparing the past data with the existing scenarios. So here, I mean, camera and GPS data is fused together to create high quality 3D maps. And there are a lot of open source software and public domain software available, which can take the input of a normal video or picture, series of pictures taken by any normal drone, and it can stitch and create very nice 3D images and maps. So that was the kind of use cases which, I mean, I as a novice, somebody who is not a domain expert, could figure out, and probably in the panel discussion, I will get to learn more of these things, I mean, from the knowledgeable participants who are there in this meeting. So at IIT Kanpur, I mean, I'm actually a drone designer and developer, so that's what I have been doing for quite some time. We have worked on many different platforms, and we have developed a lot of solutions which can lift up to 10 kilograms of payload. Now we are also targeting some solutions for 20 kilogram payload, because we are seeing a lot of need and demand, both from disaster response side and also from other applications such as delivery of medicines in health centers and so on and so forth. Recently, we also used our drone. So I'll come to that probably in a moment. Okay. Yes, so I talked about NIST. So NIST has been organizing this event competition for UAV developers to challenge them to design solutions which can push the boundaries of endurance available with the current UAVs. So that, I mean, one could fly for 1 hour, 2 hours or more while carrying a significant amount of payload and also maintaining meaningful all-up weight. So we had participated in some of those events, and that has given us exposure. Of course, the NIST's primary application has been creation of this Wi-Fi or cellular network by carrying a LTE box or a similar communication payload. So we were actually, so these two designs which you see here actually won some allocates in the NIST 2018 competition. That was this 10 kg tandem rotor helicopter design. And in this year's NIST 2021, we won 3 prizes with this particular helicopter, which was that this particular design was chosen as the easiest to operate design and also the most, I would say, economical design and so on. So in the search, and so this is a quick video of this particular system. So one key thing that one can use drones for is to detect survivors in a disaster scenario, because if the rescue material is delivered to them, I mean, in right time, it could probably save their lives. And sometimes, I mean, if we rely on a human being to be able to look at the live video feed and able to detect and inform people that yes, I mean, there are survivors. If something like this could be done autonomously, it could probably help out in a big way. And so we had done some work in that direction also, and this is not something very challenging. There are open source software tools available, and one can easily, if you have enough data available to train your AI systems, deep learning systems, to be able to detect human beings from a reasonable height. This could this could be something which can be easily integrated and implemented in the existing drones, which are flying with a camera, and they are primarily meant for detection and surveillance kind of purposes. The second, so I mean, as a drone researcher, we have focused a lot on the payload delivery systems, because we see that, I mean, being a critical area where, especially in the country, we didn't have a lot of solutions available readily. So in the first case, we have this drone which is carrying. So this is the drone which participated in this competition and won 3 prizes this year. This can carry 4 kilograms of payload. It can actually carry up to 5 kilograms, but here it is carrying 4 kilograms of payload. And once it reaches the destination, it actually has a, and the entire operation is autonomous. You don't have to manually fly it. You just set the mission parameters. And one of the mission parameters could be the location, GPS location, where the drone has to drop the payload. So here you can see it releasing and dropping the payload. So here the payload has been dropped arbitrarily, in the sense it will just fall off like a stone. Other cases, we can actually also look at scenarios where the payload could be winched by using a small winch attached to the helicopter. So here is a controlled release. So depending on the situation, I mean, what we are trying to deliver, if it can be dropped, fine. If it cannot be dropped and it can get damaged, then one can use this kind of mechanism also. Other scenarios could be where, I mean, I may have only smaller lightweight UAVs which are not capable of lifting a heavier payload. There I can team up 2 UAVs. So this is a research work done by one of my PhD students. So where he explored the use of 2 unmanned helicopters, which carries a heavier payload, which a single drone cannot lift on its own. And in the entire process, I mean, so we developed sensors for this, we developed control algorithms for this, by which these 2 drones could actually fly in perfect sync, where they also balance the load which is being carried by each of them, because the load is being sensed continuously throughout the flight, and it is able to transport it from one location to another location. Continuing with the same line of delivery, so here is a video of a different kind of drone, which is we call biplane tail-seater drone. It's a high-speed drone, unlike helicopters, which are restricted to flight speeds of around 50 to 60 kilometers per hour. This guy can easily fly for speeds of 100 to 120 kilometers per hour. We developed it originally for transportation of medicines and vaccines, but it could very well be used to also drop payload, because it's a VTOL platform, a hybrid VTOL platform. It has highly redundant design. It has multiple rotors. So even if one rotor and motor fails, the entire vehicle would still be able to complete the mission and come back. So it gives you very high level of reliability and safety. Again, it's fully autonomous. So you put the package inside and it will go and land, and the package can be retrieved from the UAV. We are already working on provision where it would have also option of releasing the package in air, and the package could actually winch down, or it can be dropped and be received by the target party. So here you see it coming down and landing vertically, where the user comes and retrieves the relevant package from there. So this is the key point of this kind of development. So this can carry around 5 to 8 kilograms of payload, and it can transport it across 50 kilometers. So if there is a urgent need of some material far-flung area, which is probably not easily reachable, this kind of drone can go and deliver that and come back. Another very unique or rather very important role that a drone can play is in the assessment of the damage. And this is actually real world application where we were called upon by NDRF. We went to Joshimath, where there had been floods because of the glacier burst. So here is a small video where we actually flew this nano-sized drone, tiny drone, across the entire hydropower plant which was there, and we could get very good high definition videos, and we could go very close to the damaged area and get the complete estimate of the and the assessment of the damage that was caused to the entire project. So this was a great learning experience for us, and it also allowed us to understand that, okay, what are the challenges which we are going to face on the real world, because doing experiments in our controlled flight laboratory and doing it actually in the real world scenario are two different things. But this gave us a lot of understanding of the challenges. So here is one video from the NIST challenge which I was talking about. So I'll keep the audio on so that you can listen to this, their vision on this. So their goal is to help first responders, and the mission that they're targeting is to create the communication network. So they checked various designs from various participants on safety, flight capability, operational setup capability, how quickly you can deploy the system.
That they have pushed the boundaries of what is possible for a drone hosting mission-critical communications for public safety. We can now build upon what they have done to better our research here at PSCR. Public safety has to be able to.
So the PSCR stands for Public Safety Communications.
Whether it's in your town or it's the middle of a fireground situation where there's no cellular network, or a post-Katrina disaster type of event where cellular networks can contact. PSCR does research around being able to deploy those networks wherever public safety might need them. And this particular challenge is looking at the ability to deploy an aerial vehicle to fly a network and provide coverage wherever public safety is responding to. We held a challenge in 2018 to first see how long we could actually hold the vehicle in the air for a cellular network. And the longest flight time we received at that time was 18 minutes. We knew we could do better. So the second challenge was focused around whether or not we can improve on all of the capabilities that we saw developed in that first challenge. We had over 40 teams enter. We had 5 teams come out at the end. And the longest flight time we saw on the second challenge was 112 minutes. That is amazing.
So that is quite a jump actually. So in 2018 competition, they got the maximum flight time of 18 minutes. And while now they got the flight time, continuous flight time of 112 minutes, which was quite incredible. So that was how, I mean, I could perceive that what are the different roles that some of my drones could play in the disaster response scenarios. And this is the thing which I would quickly highlight, that now the disaster response areas are tremendously large. Sometimes, I mean, the floods would ravage a huge portion of the land. And therefore, I mean, deploying 1 or 2 or 5 drones may not be adequate at that point of time. And handling so many different drones with minimum amount of land, manpower that may be available could also be quite taxing and challenging. And that's where the ongoing research in the domain of UAV swarm could help in a big way. In India already there are quite a few companies also who are working on this. IIT Kanpur is also extensively doing research in this domain, and they've already made some progress. where one can have a scalable solution where only 2 or 3 people would be able to operate a large fleet of 10, 20 or even more drones, which would be working on in a more collaborative manner. So it's not like you have to worry about each drone individually. They would have a collective intelligence of their own, and once you assign them a gross task, it would be distributed among the different agents in the whole system, and it would be executed on its own. So that is the kind of future which we are looking at, which could probably be a major game changer for disaster response management and the whole response process itself. So the 3 key aspects which I feel are critical to the acceptance of these drones and UAVs in disaster response is the affordability, because the solutions have to be affordable to be able to mass produced and be acceptable to a lot of every state and every district and so on. It should be easy to use, because if the technology is overwhelming, the acceptance is going to be very, very low. And last but not the least, it has to be very, very safe, because it's a very, very critical aspect. If my drone, which is going for a search and rescue mission itself, creates a challenge for safety of the people who are operating it, it is absolutely not acceptable. So we are trying to achieve this. I mean, as a designer and as a researcher, we are trying to achieve these 3 things by carrying out customized design and development of aerial vehicles. And that's where I would like to receive feedback from the people who are experts in this domain, that what kind of payload weights we should target, what kind of flight ranges would be useful, and what kind of flight times would be useful, which we can achieve through careful aerodynamic design and high performance designs. Innovative new materials could be deployed. New configurations like this biplane tail setter could be used. And this helicopter which you see, I mean, which I've been showing videos of, is actually powered by a petrol engine, a small 2-stroke petrol engine, which makes it very easy to deploy. You don't have to rely on battery charging and having to carry a lot of batteries and so on. So these are some of the things which we are looking at. To ensure ease of use, of course, one part could be the design itself could help its reliability and improve its ease of use, but then autonomy plays a big role. Being able to have basic autonomy features and also enhanced autonomy features where it could avoid obstacles. So if you are operating your drones in a mountainous area, it will be very critical that it doesn't go and hit into a mountain on its own. So obstacle avoidance, object identification, like identifying human survivors or identifying certain critical things, whatever may be of interest in disaster response, and tracking them. So all those things are also very critical to this whole technology. And finally, once we have ensured that we have a good design and which has good autonomy, it has to meet the compliances and the safety requirements. So redundancy and fail-safe design is very critical for safe operations, and that is only going to ensure the acceptability of these drones. So we follow a lot of regulations, and some of these regulations are still being formulated for drones. In India, Bureau of Indian Standards has put up a committee, and they have already drafted certain specifications. So I have just put something here. It's not very critical. It's actually borrowed more from the world of aerial vehicles, I mean manned aerial vehicles. But then factor of safety and the design loads are very important to when one has to design the airframe, which is going to remain safe and going to operate with the equal level of reliability throughout its entire operational life. Another way of ensuring safety is by making the right kind of design choices, having duplex sensors, duplex actuators, and microcontrollers also. So by having enough redundancy built into our design, it ensures that even if there is a failure, which is very hard to predict for electronic devices at many times, there won't be a catastrophic failure in the vehicle, and it would be still able to complete its mission and ensure the safety of people who are operating that. And that's where high performance autopilot softwares could also play a big role. Autopilot has a lot of roles to play. I will not go into the details of this, but the primary objective is to ensure that the drones are able to follow the trajectory, they are able to follow the plans that has been transferred to them, and they can maintain geofences. So if you want it to not go in a certain area, it should avoid doing that. It should be able to return to loiter or landing point on its own. It should have other fail-safe features such as fault-tolerant design. The controller should be robust enough to handle any disturbances or any scenarios where there could be possibility of failure of the drone or crashing of the drone. So all those things should be built into the software itself. And I'll give you one example. So here you will see a helicopter which will be actually flying upside down. Okay. Now there is no reason for a helicopter to fly upside down, but the idea here was to, so in our research was to explore a scenario where you are operating it in very, very windy environment, okay, because search and rescue doesn't necessarily would give you enough time to wait for the winds to subside, and only then you are going to go and rescue people who need the rescuing. So that's where we developed this autopilot, which could be very robust. And if there is a large disturbance which will really upset the helicopter, make it flip over, it is still capable of coming back to its original orientation. So that is, these are the things which actually allow you to have more reliable behavior and performance from your unmanned aerial vehicle. So that is all. This is my final slide. As concluding remarks, I'd like to say that UAV and drones have tremendous potential to play a wide range of roles in disaster response and management. The affordability and ease of use would be quite critical to ensure the wide acceptability of these solutions, because when we talk to NDRF, they were barely using a drone or two. And they also are somewhat not fully familiar and aware of the advantages that the drones are going to bring to them. Also, if there is anything new, there is always an apprehension whether it's going to work for us or not. So we have to work in these directions as well to ensure that the people who need them, they accept the utility and the usability of these systems. Finally, design and autonomy must ensure fail-safe operations, what I mentioned, to ensure reliable routine operations without any concern for safety, to ensure the integration of these drones as an essential tool for disaster response. So that is all. Thank you very much. And I'll be happy to take any questions if now or maybe later once we have the panel discussion.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abhishek. It was really very interesting presentation, and I would like to ask our colleagues, maybe someone has questions. Do you have any questions? If not,
questions, there is, I think, 1 or 2 questions in the chat. Shall I take them up or shall we discuss it later? There are 1 or 2 questions in the chat box. Shall I answer them now, or do we do it after other presenters?
We would like to ask now, to answer now to the question.
Okay, sure. So I can see one question being, what kind of assistance collaboration? Sorry, this is not for that. Yeah, so there is a question regarding live drill on the application of drone mounted with infrared or live scanners. Case of building that is collapsed where people are entrapped and to be rescued. So what kind of assistance or collaborations we would require? Yes, so in this, I mean, we are, I believe, quite equipped. We have the kind of platforms and we also have the kind of sensors which are required. So we'll be happy to support any such activity in that direction. I think this is Professor Ghosh has actually asked this question, I guess, right? So no, I mean, I'll connect with you, sir. Right, and so we have all the kind of UAVs and the relevant sensors. So I can
let us put forward this. Let us take it as a case that where NDRF they do lots of collapse structure search and rescue, but without any background data backup. Right. So this will be when we take up this with background data collections and taking decisions and protocol and everything can be taken as a case study where every year they show this thing, but there is no data backup or anything. So we can organize such kind of things with NDRF and NIDM or even.
Excellent. That will be great. That will also give us, I mean, a lot of understanding of what is to be done from our end. Right?
Okay.
And I wonder what are the dimensions of this thing with flapping wings? What are the approximate dimensions of
That's quite small, actually. It's actually size of a real bird. So if you fly it in sometimes, I mean, it gets attacked by crows. Because crows think, I mean, it's some a predatory bird which has come in that area or something. So it's as small as the bird itself.
I see. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abhishek. And now we are going to the next speaker. And I invite Dr. Mihai, I'm sorry. Dr. Mark Mamchenko. And dear colleagues, I would like to remind you that we've got 15 minutes for the presentation and 5 minutes for the discussion, and I would kindly ask you to keep in time, please.
Okay, thank you. 1 minute, please. I will launch the presentation. Okay, can you see the presentation?
Yes, we do. We see your presentation and we hear you.
Okay. 1 moment, please. So, good afternoon, honorable colleagues and participants. I'm very grateful for the possibility to make my presentation on this event. My name is Mark Mamchenko. I'm the researcher in Trapeznikov Institute of Control Sciences of Russian Academy of Sciences. So my presentation is concerning the concept of using the Internet of Things in emergency response activities. So in general, my report will focus on how the Internet of Things can contribute to the emergency response process, the available experiences in developing in developing emergency response solutions by the Institute of Control Sciences and its partners, and the areas for further research and improvement based on existing results. So to begin, we consider a standard process or a general accepted procedure for alerting emergency response units about the emergency and the response measures taken and the response process itself. Usually, the trigger for alerting emergency response services is a call from a victim, an employee of the enterprise, the resident of the building, or an eyewitness. The call is received by the dispatch service, and usually only the address of the emergency, the type of the emergency, and the response measures taken are provided. In some cases, there may be none of the measures taken at all. The dispatcher transmits all available information about the emergency to the nearest emergency response station and orders them to move out. At the same time, the first aid service ambulance is requested. Unit's preparation also takes some time, and the personnel is relocated to the site of the emergency, usually by the emergency vehicles. They carry personal equipment with them, and if it is not possible to reach the emergency site, the personnel has to dismount and carry the required equipment on their own, including stretchers. In the same manner, manually, the process of evacuating the wounded is conducted. This slide presents a possible scenario for a fire in a residential building, and among the features of the existing the standard emergency response approach are the following ones. The data updates are irregular and not comprehensive. During the first stages of the emergency response process, the teams may not receive any new data on the emergency at all. Some data may be not available during the beginning of the emergency. For example, the number of people in the building at the time of the emergency when it starts. The delivery of rescue equipment and goods and tools is conducted mainly manually, and wounded are being evacuated using stretchers. Possible further consequences may only be clear in the final stages of the emergency response, and evacuees are usually the main source of information about the presence of other people left in danger at the site of the emergency. It is worth mentioning that robotics are used mainly when the environment and the the rescue operations are too dangerous for the rescue team personnel. Now we imagine the ideal situation of widespread Internet of Things tools available. In this case, smart devices located in the building can send signal of fire starting to the emergency response data processing center and send alert messages to the residents. In addition, a smart home system can calculate how many residents were in the house when the emergency started, as well as track how many people are being evacuated on their own. In parallel, the central dispatch service may be contacted by the eyewitnesses or residents to provide additional data. The first report and the instant updates may contain the following data: the location of the emergency, its type, the burning area, the location of the fire or smoke and other hazard gases, the value of temperature, and the values of the concentration of gases, number of remaining people in the building and their location, as well as the number of people already evacuated. It is worth mentioning that emergency response teams are equipped with vehicles, personal equipment with Internet of Things support, robots for transporting equipment and evacuating the wounded, as well as reconnaissance UAVs. The main features of this approach to emergency response is that data is updated regularly and transmitted directly to the emergency response team immediately. All available information is received immediately after the data is phoned by the sensors. The relocation of rescue equipment and evacuation of wounded is carried out by the specially designed robotics. Possible further consequences are predicted instantly based on the known data and models and the status of the emergency. The presence of people in danger at the site of the emergency is usually known immediately after receiving the emergency message. So it is obvious that the use of Internet of Things both within the smart city system and the emergency response teams will provide much more data required for decision making during the emergency response, improve the situational awareness, as well as save time for the search and rescue operations and evacuation of wounded. The use of robotics can facilitate the work of the emergency response teams personnel and improve their safety, as well as survival rate of the evacuated or injured injured people. Thus, in developing the concept of Internet of Things in the emergency response, it is possible to identify two main areas of emergency response. The use of elements and subsystems of a smart city technology, and the second one is equipping emergency response teams with personal IoT solutions. In particular, currently Russian Federation realizes the concept of establishing and developing the hardware and software system Safe City, a geoinformation system implemented directly by the Emercom of Russia. It should be noted that this system implies the active use of Internet of Things technology. The second use of Internet of Things, as I already said, is to equip personnel with special devices with Internet of Things support that facilitate the emergency response activities and provides more time for search and rescue operations. It implies the use of robotics, UAVs, communication systems, and other wearable or mobile Internet of Things devices. The equipment can be used by the personnel to conduct search and rescue operations, remove debris, provide first aid to the wounded, and ensure situational awareness of the emergency response. Looking at the existing solutions to equip emergency response units with IoT solutions, the following can be identified. The Lumini company through-wall sensor is a compact, lightweight, through-wall radar designed for firefighters and search and rescue teams. Its features are detection of moving and still persons and multi-person detection. The Firefront systems provides weather, location, velocity, video, and as well as vibration data to the emergency response team's personnel. The iMesh 3800P node can provide critical transmission links for long distance and large capacity communications. The device can be mounted on the pole, on the ground, and on the medium or small size drone for flexible and mobile networking. The Star-Eye beacon monitor is used to send the beacon data to the monitoring service. At last, Hytera eCenter is an online command dispatch center that integrates command and control, map, and video surveillance to provide comprehensive visual information. So to sum up, the concept of the developing of Internet of Things in the emergency response will include two main directions: mobile devices for facilitating emergency response, including transporting of equipment and evacuation of wounded, surveillance and reconnaissance. The second area is equipping emergency response teams personnel with personal Internet of Things devices in order to obtain more information and improve the efficiency of emergency response. And now we consider the status of the introduction and development of Internet of Things devices in the Russian EMERCOM. Currently, in-service robots of the EMERCOM of Russia are designed primarily for emergency area reconnaissance and emergency management, including in conditions of thermal radiation and high temperatures, at explosive objects, and in case of chemical and radiation contamination. But these robots do not contain any Internet of Things technology implementations. Speaking about the UAVs, the EMERCOM of Russia has a lot of UAVs, and as you can see, there are many flights conducted, including during emergency response. But these UAVs do not have any Internet of Things support, and so there is a relevant problem. The above described assets imply the support of remote control and video data, commonly video data transmission only, and give no access to Internet of Things technology features. So we propose the following concept of the robotic solutions with Internet of Things support for emergency response. The composition of the robotic systems is as follows: one robotic platform, one portable remote control console, one operator's automated workstation, one or two reconnaissance UAVs, and one or two communication aerial drones. The robotic platform has a special hermetic evacuation capsule on it. It can be attached above the platform or behind it with a flexible coupling. The wounded or the rescue equipment can be transported in this capsule. The first variant of attachment is preferable since it allows to optimize the center of the gravity as well as increase its productivity. Its payload is about 300 kilograms. It has a modular design and supports different operating modes, including manual remote control, semi-automatic, full automatic modes. The deployment and operation scheme of the proposed robotic complex is shown in the slide. The reconnaissance UAVs are launched simultaneously with the reconnaissance robots engagement in order to obtain video data from the emergency zone and transmit data to the operator's workstation. It allows to rapidly provide and maintain situational awareness. The deployment of robotics complex also involves the use of additional 3 or 5 small mobile autonomous reconnaissance robots. Their task is to assess the passability of various routes, and the current conditions in the emergency area before engaging the robotic platform. So, as I already said, the second area of using Internet of Things is equipping the personnel of the emergency response teams with Internet of Things solutions, and in this case, it is proposed to use access points, beacons, radars, pulse oximeters, situational awareness centers, and cameras for the personnel to provide more data. And now I would like to demonstrate you the existing progress in creating the proposed robotic complex. This prototype was created with Institute of Control Sciences partners, the Center of Intelligent Mining Technologies. There were conducted field tests of using small robots for reconnaissance purposes. They were tested their cameras and reconnaissance systems and their movement within the buildings. Also, there was tested the robotic platform for transporting equipment and evacuating wounded in the buildings. We tested also its abilities to overpass the obstacles and to transport the so-called wounded. So now the small robot is presented. As you can see, it is able to climb downstairs with no risk of any damage to it. Now you can see the robotic platform that is designed to transport equipment and tools and to evacuate the wounded. It is able to overpass debris and obstacles, as well as transport one wounded in such a prototype manner. This is another testing of placing the capsule on the robot and the testing of evacuating 2 wounded people. So, as a conclusion, it is worth mentioning that emergency response teams' activities should be automated as much as possible, including in terms of equipping equipment, transportation, and evacuation of wounded. The use of Internet of Things, both within the smart city system and the response teams, will provide more data required for decision making during the emergency process and save time for search and rescue operations and evacuation of wounded. The use of robotics can facilitate the work of the team's personnel and improve their safety, as well as the survival rate of the evacuated. At the same time, special attention should be paid to equipping emergency response teams and units with the small devices, individual devices, as well as this sphere is developing not so active as the smart city concept and smart city infrastructure. Thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, I think there are some questions in the chat.
And Dear Mark, thank you very much for your very interesting presentation. And if you don't mind, I would offer you to ask all the question in the panel discussion session after the presentations.
Okay. Okay.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now I would like to invite next speaker, Mr. Pubiroy, the president of the Indian Excellence Forum, and with his presentation, curating role of crisis-related big data analytics during disasters.
Thank you, Professor Olga Loskinova. Thank you, Professor Menon, Dr. Shishir Kshatriya, and senior members of the Russian Academy of Sciences. I consider it a privilege to be here. I was listening to some fascinating sessions by Abhijit and Mark, the marriage between hardware and software, drones, UAVs, robots, and smart city-based IoT devices. And it is actually fascinating to watch the videos, especially of Mark, just about a few seconds back. So my presentation is slightly on a different track. The previous presentations are a mix of hardware, software. What I'm going to talk about is the importance of curating big data and creating crisis analytics dashboard at very short notice. And as we all know, COVID really helped us to concentrate our minds into reacting to an emergency situation, as what Mark has mentioned. How best can society respond to an emergency response session? One is, as Mark said, is IoT for evacuation and carrying help to the injured persons. One is for enabling the person to respond better and faster and more efficiently. But unfortunately, data doesn't get much of importance. And what we found out in COVID all over the world, no one country was ahead of the data. Everybody was behind the pace at which information was flowing through the internet across media and playing catch up. Even till today, we are playing catch up as we speak. Very early in 2020, with the lot of confusion on cases, spread, transmission, etc., a few of us in my group felt that we need to not rely only on government statistics or media, what is coming in the media, but try to find out data from the sources itself. So we started trying to get data from the various Indian states, and at the state level, as also at the district level and at the sub-district level. And we identified 13 to 14 criteria on which we would capture this data. India is a large country and various states were hit at various points of time. And we were thinking that we should make a difference, that how can our dashboard not just capture the past, but try to predict where the next outbreak of COVID can happen based on the metrics that we chose, whether it's reproduction rate, whether it was a 21-day daily moving average of a spline curve, whether it was the 21-day average of deaths, hospitalization, recoveries. We could predict to some extent where COVID outbreak is going to come based on the trajectory, the del Y by del X, or the curve trajectory of active cases initially, and then we matched it with hospitalization and deaths. So in some sense, it was like an early warning system. And we predicted in Raipur, I think, that there would be a lockdown, and within 48 hours, the state government declared a lockdown. And people who were going to the airport actually tweeted out saying, thanks for the dashboard notification that there would be an outbreak of COVID in this state, in this city. And so that gave us more reaffirmation of our strategy and objectives. But just before I dive into my very short presentation, I just want to inform everybody as what is the relevance of big data and what is the relevance of actually analytics in situations of crisis. Over the last 121 years in India, there were about 756 disasters. But do you know that in the last 21 years itself, more than half of these disasters happened? So nobody knew this. This is a tail risk. We assume that disasters are spread evenly over decades and centuries, which is not so. Last 20 years, over 100 million, 100 crore, 100, well, 1,000 million people were affected by some form of disaster in India, leading to about nearly 100,000 deaths, a huge loss to GDP of many thousands of millions. And out of the entire loss, only 8% of the loss was actually taken care of by compensation or relief, etc. So 92% of the losses suffered, which they call as a protection gap, is 92%. Most of this went without any attention. So most of it is floods, I think 52,000. So just trying to say that that with this data that we have, we are finding that the incidence of disasters now is not only unpredictable in terms of frequency and the amplification of that amplitude, but also in terms of what type of disasters. Who would have predicted COVID some time back? So we wanted to keep it simple, our dashboard, that it should be having some predictive power in the short term based on certain metrics, which gives you the incidence trajectory of the COVID cases till that day, or the last 12 hours or the last 24 hours. So it had to be real time. So we looked at the entire, the susceptible, exposed, infected, death and reproduction rates. We built metrics around that. We built a model very fast and kept changing that model based on data which is coming in. And you must understand that we did this all through volunteers from across the world who did it free of cost. So we had, at the peak, we had about 30-40 members from right from the United States to Argentina who were working on various aspects of the model and the data collection. Can I have the next slide, please? So we broke the project up into two parts. One is, since I'm based in Bombay, and Bombay, as you all know, has got one of the best data sets in the country. So from early days, the municipal corporation was capturing that data from the ward level, that there are 24 wards in Bombay, and then putting it up on their website, the municipal corporation website, every day at 6 o'clock. So we said, let's just monitor and capture Bombay. So we did a proof of concept for Bombay city based on ward level data of 20 wards, and tracked, developed an infectious disease model around that based on number of active cases, number of tests, number of hospitalizations, number of deaths. Then based on that, did a moving average of all these over 21 days, 14 days. And at the end, we built a reproduction model, RT model, and kept refining the architecture and porting it on the Amazon Web Services so anybody could access it. So we did it for Bombay when we found we were getting good results, and the municipal corporation was also tracking our data, because we put some nice visuals to it, which you'll see, which I'll show you in a few minutes. And then once we finished with Bombay, we said, now we are confident to take the rest of the country. So we then cut across about 28 states, about tracking about 559 districts, all on a daily basis. And next slide, please. So these is big data, because at the state level, we had between 20 to 30,000 rows. But as we went down to the district and sub-district level, the number of rows and columns went from 500,000 to 1 million per district. So that's the level of data capture intensity. So not all the data we put out there. We just then said we will track the top 50 places in India every day, which show the highest cases, the highest number of daily cases, and the highest RT. state-wise. So in this, as you can see, top cities dashboard, caseload and reproduction factor across each state, we found out which are the top 30 or top 50 places COVID was there for that particular 24 hours. And then we did some kind of illustration of that in terms of cases, deaths, and the reproduction RT factor, how the growth of the RT factor is showing up. So these are some some data which you can see, a graph view where you can see the trend across the areas, and you can choose cases, you can choose deaths, you can choose the count, you can choose any of these and get a graph against that up in the front screen without you having to navigate too much. Very user friendly we made it. We also made it do it yourself, means anybody can there is just 3 screens in the system. Anybody can log in, choose the city or the state or the district he or she wants to check, and tick on that, and then you will get the data and in a visual manner as well as in the value absolute values, which will give you a sense of how that area is performing. Next slide, please. So here is Bombay City. The wards are on the left side. Each ward has got a abbreviation in alphabets. And then we have the how it is higher than the previous week. We capture deaths, we capture daily cases. We also position them on a map, and based on the intensity of the cases, we capture the depth of that infection outbreak in that particular ward. So as you can see, you can have a 21-day daily moving average of fatalities for each ward. For the first time at the ward level, we could actually do reproduction rate calculation and computation, which is very complex and used to take a lot of time to do the computation, but we managed to improve the algorithm so that every day we got a RT, which reflected data as of the previous day. You can see some reproduction rates for some of the wards, how they're performing. You can see reproduction rate, you can see doubling time for 2 wards here. So one reproduction rate is just below 1 around this period. This is likely July 2021, the slide was made. And you can see doubling time going up. So it just shows that, yes, the reproduction time is stable, rate is stable, and the doubling time is going up. So that ward is probably showing less tendency to have outbreak or is on getting back to some form of normalcy. So that way we ranked all the wards from top to bottom, top 5% wards with the most cases, lowest doubling time, highest reproduction rate. And this was being tracked with the municipal corporations so they could deploy resources there. And Mark and Abhijit would know that to be able to deploy the workers there, the municipal workers, the healthcare workers, they needed to be able to focus their efforts and energy and resources faster in a ward, in a certain community, in a certain area, in a certain set of buildings at a building level. They could go and find out and then cordon off that building or have a containment zone, which includes 5 or 6 buildings. So that helped them to concentrate the resources where the impact was expected to be high or where the cases were showing abnormal increases week on week. Next slide. Is that it? Okay, so highlights is that, again, this is Bangalore city, which is quite well known IT capital of India. And we actually, our model used a Bayesian model for phase 1, and then for phase 2, we used a slightly more less computing intensive model so that we could get results out faster. And most of this data, as I said, was coming partly from what was available from the local authorities and in public domain, number 1. And then we wrote algorithms to scrape the data off automatically. Number 2, we employed OCR and scanning techniques where the data was not online, but is in some printable PDF form or Word document or Google Doc. So that OCR capture, scan and capture, and then translation of that into fields and rows and columns was done automatically. And third, where these two could not be done, we actually had manual intervention where people would actually go and copy from local sources the data that they put out every day in whatever table format they do. Every district sometimes has their own format of reporting, which again is a huge problem for us. So within the state, you will find some cities reporting in a certain way, some districts reporting in a certain way, and at a state level, you'll find some states reporting in a different way, while others are reporting in totally different way. There was no common, comprehensive, scalable, uniform reporting format. So we were actually going at a table level, row level, field level, column level to try and see how much we can populate the data on common basis. As much apples as we can instead of a mix of apples and oranges. Next slide. So I think that these are the few slides that I just wanted to give you a good high level view of what we were doing. So this effort today, we are still track COVID incidence trajectory. We have used this dashboard to predict where the vaccines should go to in a limited vaccine supply scenario. So we call it the vaccine distribution decision support system. So instead of vaccines going to where political or administrative resources were strong, we wanted to ensure that vaccine was going to areas which are showing high outbreak already or on the cusp of getting into a situation where there would be runaway COVID growth. So we felt that vaccine should go to these areas first rather than uniformly going to areas without any sense of urgency or emergency. But obviously you can't control all the parameters, and ultimately vaccines did reach more or less most of India for the first dose. As you all know, Bombay is nearly 99% vaccine first dose and probably 80% second dose. And Bombay has about 15 or 16 million people. So it's not a small feat to be able to get the vaccines into arms. But one would like to think that with such dashboards of big data, analytics, administrators and public health officials can concentrate their mind on where to send resources first, how to allocate resources, and then how to distribute vaccines to some extent, and fourth, how to be proactive in ensuring that this early warning dashboard can be used to predict if there is an outbreak going to happen. For example, now with Omicron, we are monitoring our trajectories to see if any district somewhere, is there some sign something is not going as per plan. We are concentrating on Delhi, Kerala, Maharashtra, because in the first two waves, these were some of the cities and states affected. And it also showed up initially in small spurts, which we ignored. And later, because we ignored it, it outbid us and went ahead in a much faster way. And in 2021, in February 2021, we predicted the second wave would come. I think I tweeted it out saying next wave is expected based on what trends we are seeing on our dashboard. So that wave hit India, I think in March, April, and it hit Delhi, then it hit Bombay, then it hit Kerala, it hit Ahmedabad, it hit Bengal, it hit Assam. So that was one early warning. Secondly, we found that from trough to trough of a wave, it takes between 75 days to 120 days. So if a wave breaks out, we know that to reach the trough with full measures, it will take about 100 days for that wave to subside. And this has been proven in the last 2.5 waves we have seen in India, that from bottom of the trough to the peak and back to the bottom, ideally we are seeing 75 to 120 days, maybe about, I would say, 100 days, so 3 months. So if we take action now, and if we see early movements of something picking up in a district, my dashboard picks it up and throws it up as a top 50. Any district which has more than 100 cases gets showcased. Then we see the density of that district and surrounding areas, and are able to see whether that district and surrounding districts are getting high cases, and therefore the state is going to get high cases, and therefore whether we should put the state from green to purple or purple to red. So this gives us some kind of assessment of how we use big data for immediate real-time crisis analytics and a feedback loop for decision making, not for longitudinal historical analysis, but for understanding where we are today and where will we be tomorrow. So if I just want to summarize, then what have we learned? Learned from crisis analytics is that big data definitely has predictive abilities. You can preempt a serious situation by having advanced information on that. Your response and ability also gets enhanced. Your tracking and tracking ability and your ability to give resources to that area also goes up very fast and in real time. Obviously, for purpose of compensation to the parties, that data also is available. Where should compensation go? How should it reach them? And lastly, but not least, we used it for modeling. Modeling a wave or a certain disaster, a health disaster, in such a way that what are the preventive measures we can take away from this, so that if the third or fourth wave comes, what are some of the principles which will be common and which we can quickly recognize? So that helps in that. So what are the attributes of a good big data crisis analytics? What should the attributes be? One is you should be able to set it up more or less on the fly instantly. The scoping of your algorithms and your functional specifications is not a fixed state model. It's constantly changing day to day. So you cannot have too much of fixation on a model and keep it constant. We were constantly trying to improve our modeling, dropping metrics, changing the formulas, changing the data set so that we are getting good results which are believable results or within the band of certainty or bands of confidence. Then quick to change our, we found initially we were missing out a lot of things and we had to drop our preconceived notions and change our model to adapt for the future, saying that supposing elections are going to happen or festival season is going to happen, we were worried that if we follow past trends, we will miss that. So we had to drop past trends and look at shorter periods of data sets, 7 days, 14 days, 21 days, to ensure that we didn't miss or they didn't get covered in the longer history of data. It doesn't get burrowed there or lost there. And of course, advocacy is very important. The reason why we are a civil not-for-profit organization. One of the reasons we started it is to inform the common person and to sensitize the person about the risks and dangers, what they should do, can do, must do, and what is the real state of the COVID situation at any point of time. So a lot of advocacy is involved, a lot of communication is involved. As I said, it was based on volunteers who worked across the world on a free basis. Some very top coders, epidemiologists, virologists, public health experts, data scientists, economists, a group which was very diverse actually. And I was happy to provide my guidance as the president, but I think more or less it was a self-driven group with a very project management oriented person. And only discussions we used to have is on high level things about modeling, numbers, and how to get our results in a better and more quicker way. So basically, as we speak, the Omicron is again come, and the importance of crisis data in this space can be seen by the fact that the Omicron is from South Africa. But do you all know that the first 2 cases of Omicron was not in South Africa, it was in Hong Kong. The the GISAID database, which is again a large database which does genomic sequencing and puts out the results, showed that the first case was in Hong Kong of someone who came from South Africa. And the second, patient 0, the second patient was the person across his room in the hotel who got infected because the room door was open and this gentleman was walking up and down the corridor. First 2 cases Omicron were in Hong Kong in a hotel, not in South Africa. How did we find that out? Because of GISAID, the global genomic sequencing real-time database where all the genomic sequencing results are uploaded. So you can track it at that level. In India, we have something called INSACOG, which also genomic samples are sent there to figure out what is the distribution of various variants at that point of time. How is Alpha doing? How is Delta doing? How is Omicron doing? How are the other variants? What is the penetration of that or the distribution of those variants in the genomic sample size, which is typically 5% of the total tested results. 5% is supposed to be genomically sampled. But again, not everybody has genomic sampling or surveillance systems. So Bombay has one, and then Kerala has one, Delhi has one. So a lot of this gets centralized, and there's a lag or a lead time of samples to genomic sequencing results coming sometimes from 3 months to now 21 days. Hopefully, it should come out in now days. So that
Dr. Prober, I'm sorry for interrupting you, but could you please keep the time?
I'm nearly finished, Professor. I've actually finished. I just wanted to summarize. So I think this is what we put together, and we'll be happy to take your questions. I do see some questions here, so I'll leave it to Professor Olga whether we want to do it here or as part of the panel discussion.
Yes, there are some questions, but I would offer you, as to the previous speaker, to answer to the questions in the discussion session, if you don't mind.
Oh, no, of course, please go ahead. I'm the third speaker, so I'll be happy to let the others have their questions answered.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Really, it was very interesting. And the topic that you are discussing, it concerns all of us. Thank you very much, Dr. Probir. And now I would like to invite speakers from the Russian Federation, from the Archangel Ecosystem Company, Alexey Altukhov, Alexey Lazarev, and Yuri Kashkin, with their presentation about the ecosystem of unmanned aerial vehicles for emergency assistance and disaster management. Please.
Yeah, probably. Yes. Could we put our presentation? Yeah, we could not put our presentation because
just a moment.
Just a moment. We'll help you.
Just a moment.
Okay. So, Alexey, we are Alexey. My name is Alexey Altukhov. It's my colleague Alexey Lazarev. I am head of Network Ecosystem Analysis Laboratory. It's Tambov State University. Also, I am a general director and chief designer of our company Archangel Ecosystem. It's a startup of Moscow State University. also, I am a worker in Department of Economics of Innovation in Moscow State University. Our company is integrated in Moscow Innovation Cluster. We helped by PORA, it's a project office for Arctic development, because in our Arctic and Antarctic we'll need the solution for electrical vehicles. And we are resident of ERA. It's military technopolis in the south of Russia. And I'm Alexei will present himself.
Yeah, maybe later.
Of course, yeah. Okay. And why it's so interesting? Because in our company we're trying to make fantastic things really. And yes. And our Professor Zhukovsky speak that 100 years ago that human 72 times weaker than a bird, but he will fly with the help of the strength of his mind. And in our 21st century, with technological progress, we could make electrical flying vehicle and flying motorbike. It's could be really. Why? Because of the electronics, cheaper electronics, and cheaper batteries due the PR stories of Elon Musk with Tesla, and due also of our smartphones where we use accelerometers. And the main things in our company, we developed 5 different flying vehicles, but the main vehicle is our tail-seater Archangel, is a flying motorbike that could start and land vertically and flying like a bird. We use our Russian law, also it's in European law and American state of America. Why? Because if the vehicle is less than 115 kilograms, we don't need the certification, and we don't need the license of the pilot. And with these parameters, so 115 kilograms vehicle, our tail-seater Archangel could take the person, so could take 130 kilograms and fly 100 kilometers in horizontally. With platform configuration, so we could adapt our vehicle to the clients. So we could choose accumulators. So and all it's necessary to increase the autonomy of our vehicle, and also we could choose the number of engines that marks how many kilograms we could put in the air. So to save humans, we use the impellers. EDF, it's electrical turbines that we could see on the left side of the screen. And in unmanned flights, for example, for transport goods, for transport medicaments, we use standard engines, electrical engines with propellers. On this screen, we could see why this aerodynamical scheme is so interesting. On here, on this graph, the difference between the thrust in for landing or for takeoff, so for the horizontal vertical flights, it's 6 times more high than for the horizontal flight. We use a lot of we use artificial intelligence. It's technical vision for autonomous takeoff and landing, and remote sensing of the land. Also for the to use our drones like birds, like insects. We work in the swarm drone management. So it's autonomous drone management. And we adapt the interaction with elements of the smart city, so vehicle to infrastructure. On this screen, you could see our utility model. We tested we tested for the horizontal and for the vertical flights. And my colleague will show you how it could resolve the problems in the disasters and to help the humans.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Alexei, for his valuable presentation. And now I will employ some points of using our aircrafts in solving the emergency situations and helping the surface guards to control that kind of activities. So the basic feature of unmanned vehicles is that they could be handled remotely or with the help of artificial intelligence. We take full advantage of that fact, and in our company we're trying to equip our models with polyfunctional platform decisions, and by now we're trying to use high-end updated technologies. By now, on our utility model or in our prototype Archangel, sorry, we are using RTK system, which is designed for more precise positioning than GPS, so that we could handle it could handle itself in the area at the precision of 1 centimeter. So, which is quite good when we need special reaction of the aircraft vehicle. Then we're trying to implement the technologies of computer vision, so it could help to monitor the situation from the air, and it could come in hand when the surface units for emergency services are gathering the information, analyzing the area and the scale of damage, for example. Then with the help of the other departments of our university, we are developing a special usage of smell detect sensor, so it could be installed on the vehicle, and while the monitoring of the area, it could detect, a special sensor could detect a gas and then alarm it to the surface units. So they could monitor the situation from the air, and for example, in the mines where the some quantity of gas is situated, this kind of sensor could detect the quantity of it, and then the operator could make a decision whether to put the unit forces in the persons, or it could be the other way, so to say. So we also using the principles of machine learning in analysis of the situation from the airs, so that our archangel could make the route and scale the damage from the air. So it would teach itself on the special grounds how to handle itself in this or that position, so that it could be used in making the routes, the safe routes, the emergency routes on the autonomous level. And more of that, it could deliver the goods or deliver some equipment to the areas where the terrain is in very bad condition, or where the surface units couldn't just get. So as we see, there are certain advantages of using the aircraft vehicles, and combining with the technologies that they could share the information not only with the surface unit, but with the other units in the swarm control mode. It could be the usage of such aircrafts could be more effective on the topic of solving the emergency situation and situations, and helping the operators to conduct their actions. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, we would kindly answer them.
And thank you very much, Alexei and Alexei. It was really very interesting, and that you got both the presentations. It was very nice. And as I said before, I offer you to answer to the questions in the panel discussion, if you don't mind.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And now we are going to our next speaker, Mr. Smith Shah, the director of Drone Federation of India. Please, Mr. Smith.
Hi, I'm Deep on behalf of Smith. I'm the Director of Operations at Drone Federation of India. I'll be leading this session. We spoke to Dr. Shirotra about the same, and I'll join from DFI's end.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay. Just 1 second. So,
yes.
I'll start with like a very general presentation about how drones can be used in disaster response, and
I'm sorry, have you got the presentation?
yes, I do. I'll just present it. 1 minute.
And I also request you to engage with Arkhangel, the last presentation, Deep, and see what are the synergies which can be developed.
Surely, sir.
Did you see the last presentation?
I did.
Yeah.
Just a moment.
Now we see your presentation. Yes, to full screen, please.
Sure.
Thank you. You've got 20 minutes for presentation as it is scheduled in our program. Thank you.
Thank you. So very quickly introducing just about our organization. So the Drone Federation of India is a not-for-profit association that works towards promoting the Indian drone industry. And there are a couple of initiatives that we've also carried in the disaster management / response domain. And I'll just speak about that a bit. And this is an initial presentation. So this is about like what kind of disasters are. I'm sure we are very aware as an audience here in terms of what the disasters types are. So I'll just skim through that. So as we all know, like the types of disasters and how do you basically classify that? So geophysical, biological, chemical, and climatic, meteorological, like storms, avalanches, accidents, and so that's largely about the types of disasters. And we have a use case for drone usage in most of these types of disasters. And Professor Abhishek previously on the panel had given a lot of insights of how drones can be used, and with his personal experience about what kind of drones they're using and developing in IIT Kanpur, and what has their experience been with the NDRF as well. So I'll not speak a lot on that. I'll just give a very generic overview in terms of what kind of applications we see of drones, how they can get used in disaster management and response. So quickly, in our experience, we've worked with multiple drone companies who've contributed to disaster response starting from 2013 when the Nepal earthquake had taken place. So one of our board companies, Quidditch Innovation Labs, they had gone to Nepal actually to shoot some video for themselves, and apparently the earthquake had happened, and they got pulled into like disaster response, and that too was not like they were thinking that they'll go and contribute for disaster management or something like that, but apparently someone else approached that, you know, this is a flying object, so why don't you like help us and scout and search some people. And that was the first instance where the drones that Indians were using got used for disaster management, and they were able to like look for a lot of people and you know, identify hard to reach areas, because during the earthquake, like the roads and all had like fallen off and you couldn't really reach to those areas. So that's where the drones were really useful. In terms of monitoring, we've done this at multiple places, like that is not just during times of disasters, but in general as well in for surveillance related purposes. But for disaster management, it's largely just to understand like what is the on ground situation going on at a particular place, like if there's some crowding going on, say in like functions, if you can avoid stampedes or something like that, because you can understand what kind of patterns people are following in terms of walking, and you can avoid a potential disaster or that's one. Like in the public information, this image is very special. This image was taken back in last year when the COVID lockdown in India was first announced. So we had a nationwide lockdown in India, and I am from Mumbai. I currently live in New Delhi. However, like I was in my hometown during the COVID lockdown, and we host something called the Asia's largest slum, which is Dharavi, and it's known for like much more business than for being a slum, but it's a very densely populated area, and you can't really go there and like announce like what we were trying to do was create awareness about COVID and social distancing and following health protocols. And in one lane, there are probably around 200 houses, which is like very crowded. So, and the police was trying to, and the administration was trying to create awareness about this. And it was really not possible through other means like just using the megaphones on vehicles and all, because these slums are so densely populated, you can't really walk inside or something like that. So we worked with a company to develop a drone which had a megaphone on it, and where you could say, you could like call that number, and there's a cell phone on top of the drone, and the person on the ground, he or she says something, and that can then be communicated. Like even if we are going to distribute some grocery supplies, or we're going to say that, you know, from this timing to this timing, please don't move out, or something like that. And just keeping people more informed about what is going on a local level, because across the world, like in the TV and all of that, information is always there about health related stuff, and back then everyone was speaking about it. However, a lot of local information was not getting easily shared, so we developed this method and deployed it across multiple localities in Mumbai, and that was one use case that we were working on. Sorry, this slide has gotten mixed up in terms of the image. Humanitarian aid was supposed to have this image of basically a package drop, but I'll just go back. So a package drop could be easily developed by done using a drone, and Professor Abhishek also showed that slide as well. In terms of damage assessment, multiple state administrations have approached us to conduct a damage assessment, because one is states give out insurances to farmers as well as just residents. So in terms of farming, the insurance is based on like the crop that you're growing and etc. And when you have a natural disaster being faced, like it's just a relief fund kind of thing. So a lot of state administrations have tried to implement this. We've not really had a say end-to-end usage of this yet. However, we will be open to exploring this in terms of how a state wants to conduct damage assessment. We tried a little bit in during the Bengal floods when they
I'm sorry. We don't hear you anymore.
Perhaps some technical problems
Yes.
with the speaker, but let us let us hold on a little bit. Just perhaps he will appear again. No, we lost him. Oh, yes.
Now we see him.
Uh-huh.
I don't know, something happened, the connection got
Yeah.
lost. Just 1 second.
Then share it again, please.
Yeah, I'm just doing that. Yeah. During chemical disasters, there can be places which are hard to reach for humans, or would be unsafe to reach without a chemical suit, or so till the time that someone comes with a suit or something like that, just identifying places which are damage prone or like have excessive damage, or maybe in some cases even just try and rescue someone who's at those places. So this is because the heat and the concentration of a particular gas would be really high at that particular place. That's usually seen in the case of chemical disasters, and would be like better to have like some safety precautions built in, etc. You could also involve like gas sensors, like that is like if you're using that chemical if you're using that drone at a chemical plant, you might want to have some sensors that can be airborne and be accurate. You won't really get this as an off-the-shelf product or something, but that's one of the use cases that we see that may work out. Extinguishing fire, the previous slide, we've seen a couple of use cases that people have tried to extinguish fire. Guwahati is a city in Assam, in North India. The fire department there has purchased a drone to extinguish fire. And what usually happens here is that the ladders are not really as tall, or in the state of skyscrapers or something. It really helps with a drone. So some places what has happened is a drone shoots a projectile and breaks the glass, and after that that projectile which breaks the glass, it usually has like a fire extinguishing chemical in it. And second would be like a fire hose that is just like attached to the drone, and the hose will then blow out the water and the pressure would maintain, and etc. So that's like one of the other use cases. In terms of disaster, I'd say, how can you reduce the risk of disaster? You can model the floods really well using drone-based imagery and data. So this is majorly on the resilience front, where if you have hilly areas, or where you expect that somewhere the flood is going to happen, like in India at least, we know that some places are extremely prone to flooding. So understanding those geographies and having them modeled through drones, because drone based data is much more accurate than any other data that is generically available than satellite or manned aircraft based data. So understanding the flood patterns and where to like rehabilitate people, or where to inform that this is a possibility that a flood might happen. So that's another use case for using drones across disaster management. And the last one is cellular networks, where in case we've seen this like at a couple of places in Africa, and largely Africa, where they tried to set up a cell on wings, which is like a cellular network, where the network towers, if they get damaged, then they communicate. The network is established through a drone, which communicates to the satellite, and the network functions. So that's like one of the other use cases of nodes. How to build capacity for using drones during disasters. So one thing is that you need to identify what kind of use cases would be possibly explored at your particular place. or like wherever you want to use drones. So understanding like what equipment you should have at the particular site which is disaster prone, or like what application you want to build. Like not everyone wants a package delivery drone. Someone just wants it for search and rescue or something like that. So understanding that requirement and keeping it ready, because you can't ever wait till a disaster happens and then figure out where you have that equipment or not. So that's one. Second is having very trained manpower. So you need to have like skilled drone pilots who know the safety guidelines, as well as they have the expertise and the skill to operate a drone, and basically in order to find that place. Third would be like a little bit of mobility of funds. I mean, in any disaster crisis, you need some kind of fund allocation already, because it just makes operations much easier. So that's like generally about how drones can be used in disasters. Do we have some time? Like we have a use case that we presented that we basically worked upon in the COVID lockdown. If we have some time, I could showcase that. Hello.
Yes, you are audible. Please continue.
Sure. So I'm just presenting like another use case that we were working on during the COVID lockdown, and just give me a second for it. Is my screen visible as well?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So this is again like a very short presentation regarding what we did during the COVID lockdown. Like we were largely monitoring crowds, because there was a lot of crowding, and India is like one of the most populated countries across the world. So you sometimes need to understand what's going on during like a crowded visit or something like that. We also were helping the administration do like a social distancing planning, in terms of even if there are some grocery shops that need like or like there are weekly markets that are usually set up. So understanding where exactly to place the stalls in order so that like crowding does not happen. And last was like broadcasting in regional languages, because a lot of people did not understand the advertisements that were only in English or Hindi. So you need a local language connect as well. So that was one of the things that we did. We did like a monitoring kind of model, where like we had multiple drone operators across the city who were just collecting some data across where they were living, and they just upload that data, and that data will come on this dashboard, where you basically understand like what is the situation on ground. And that was one way of deploying this. The second was one I've spoken about already, regarding speaker drones. This was largely in terms of how crowds were like reduced. If you can see the before and after effect, that's just the kind of impact, and we've done this across 16 districts across the country. And typical challenges that we were facing were like supply chain was really affected due to the whole world being shut as such. And the police and the disaster management authorities and municipal corporations, I guess if they had the drones already, would have been much easier for them. And there was a lack of SOP in terms of the training part, in terms of who's going to operate the drone, and they're not trained either. So, there's a need to do that as well across departments, because today drones are being used across multiple applications, and for policing and disaster management, it really makes sense to be trained with drones. So these are some recommendations that we just given to the police forces and etc. Yeah, so that is it. If you have any questions, I can take that. That was it from my side. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Really, it was very interesting. Yes, and as I said before, we will leave questions for the panel discussion. Okay, so a little bit later, okay? Yes, thank you very much. And now I would like to invite the speaker from the Russian Federation, Mikhail Burtsev. He is a senior researcher and head of a laboratory of Space Research Institute of the Russian Academy of Sciences. And he will speak us about modern features and capabilities of remote sensing data distributed usage for emergencies and disaster analysis by the example of the EKI Monitoring Center. Please, Dr. Mikhail.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Do you hear me?
Yes, we hear you, but we don't see your presentation yet.
Yes, so now I'm sharing the demonstration.
Yeah.
Okay, do you see it?
Yes, yes, now we see.
Okay, okay, great.
All right.
So I'll try to be brief. So I'll speak a bit about the EKI Monitoring Center and the capabilities it can provide for disaster and emergencies monitoring and analysis. So our reality is changing quite rapidly, because now we have a really great increase in amounts of data available and in quality of the data, because even if we speak only about spacecraft, Earth remote sensing spacecraft data, you can see how fast does its quantity grows. If we add other data sources like drones, aerial surveillance, IoT, and in situ observations, it would be even more faster and more. So such explosive improvement of data quality and quantity requires really different data handling schemes, because traditional data management schemes, when the researcher or decision maker could find the interesting piece of data from some data provider, download it locally, process with some desktop software like GIS system, DAS, NBA, etc., is not effective anymore, actually. And I didn't say it's not possible, because now we have to analyze and process vast amounts of data, especially if we're monitoring not immediate processes, but some processes that evolve during a long time. So we have to process a long time series. So now the main evolution is going to the modern, let's call it modern data handling scheme, where the data is stored in large distributed archives and processing centers. So this scheme is adopted by USGS, by ESA, by EKI also, and Roscosmos. It's not the same things. And these centers provide services for data access, search, processing, and analysis for doing it online. So the end user, the decision maker, the researcher, can access all the data processing and analysis features and possibilities just with the local workstation with good internet connection. So in the key monitoring center for collective usage was established nearly 10 years ago for implementation of this modern scheme. So the main tasks are support and handling of very large distributed archives of satellite data, and not just satellite data, but also derived products of sometimes of very deep processing, automatic pipeline data processing. Maybe the most important thing for the end user is the provision of tools and resources for interactive and automatic data processing and analysis, and API provision for external information system, because it's understandable that a single data center, it doesn't matter how large it is, can provide all solutions for for all available tasks. So, which sometimes we have just to provide the data. And some numbers, today we store and provide about 5.5 petabytes of data online. Data assimilation rate is about 4 terabytes a day. It's average one. Over 100, I'd say over 150 servers are working for data provision and processing. So, and it's growing constantly. So all the data provided is available online just for access. The data is quite diverse. It's mainly from Russian and open foreign satellite system and providers with the different spatial resolutions, with the different swath sizes and coverages and revisit rates. So from low and moderate resolution satellites with hundreds and 1,000 meters resolution to high and detailed resolutions of 1, 5, 10 meters like that. The most important thing here is that the archive depth is quite big. For some kinds of data like Landsat data would provide more than 35 years depth. For MODIS data, it's more than 20 years depth, which is very crucial for time series analysis. Main data sources are listed here. It's both foreign and Russian centers, both of direct reception and processing and of just data dissemination. So the data stored is, as I have already said, is processed for up to the very high levels of processing. So from level 1, which is just radiometric and geometric correction, to modeling results. So let's have a brief look at them. So here are the areas of interest of our center. If we speak about low resolution data, here is the daily coverage of MODIS data with 250 meter resolution. If we speak about moderate resolution, here is coverage of the Russian KMSS sensor with 60 meter resolution, so it's a 3-day coverage. If you're speaking about high resolutions, here are some weekly coverages of Landsat and Sentinel-2 systems. So the main area of interest is, of course, is Northern Eurasia, by understandable reasons. But there are also some sites all over the world, including, by the way, a region in India. So the next level of processing is level 2. It's fields of physical parameters, indices, or synthesis required for various phenomena analysis like temperatures, vegetation growth, thermal anomalies, and many more. So, and a very important thing I'd like to mention is that a lot of data products of this level are made on the fly, on demand. So none of them are stored in the archives. They are just generated when a user requires them. And it's really fast. So next level of processing is level 3. It's cloud-free multi-temporal composite images, because cloud-free images are really important because, for example, in Russia, about 70% of days Russian territory is covered with clouds, so cloud illumination is very important. So here are some examples of composite cloud-free images of different resolutions. So here is a weekly map, NDVI map with MODIS data. So here is a 30-meter resolution composite map for summer season. Here are some examples of daily cloud-free images, which can be very useful for monitoring fast evolving processes, like, for example, crops harvesting. So here are just 4 images with a one-day shift, which illustrate how the crops were harvested last year. Another very important technique for achievement really good data is production of cloud rate approximated composite images, because even if often we just can't get enough clear observations to understand what's happening. So we just have to recover these values, and the approximation techniques provide us with such possibility. So here are some examples of daily composite images, daily approximations of 250 meters, 60 meters, and 10 meters precision, and spatial resolution for agricultural analysis. Another example of such compositing is atmosphere analysis. So here is a map of trace gas distribution in atmosphere. It's aerosol index derived from Tropomi instrument data of Sentinel-5P satellite. It's a weekly average aerosol distribution, and it shows really good the air pollution from wildfires in Siberia this year. So just a weekly average of the aerosol index. The darker is the image, the more polluted air is, and the red dots are the fire locations at that week. And the deepest processing is level 4. It's processing with the use of various kinds of modeling. So here are some examples also of such products like land cover maps, dominant tree species maps, stock water maps, forests updated daily. Some of them are updated daily, some annually, depending on the phenomena we observe and what we want to get. So another example of such product is the map of crops condition during during the vegetation period. We got two examples of crops condition during the drought. So you can see the red regions. The more red, the worse is the conditions, and quite normal or better than normal development of crops in the spring of the year 2016. So such products are also calculated regularly, automatically, and provide quite a lot of valuable information for not only for disaster but for other types of monitoring. So having data is not enough, of course, because if we can't provide the data to the ones who use it, the data is useless. So there are 3 main data provision scenarios. The first one is with the Vega Science Interactive Service for human users. The second one is with the set of APIs for data online access to integrate it into external information systems, and with the just data export into external archives for some cases where fully functional API operation is impossible. So let's have a brief look at the Vega Science service. It's a versatile WebGIS application for data distributed handling. It provides search, access, processing, and analysis functions, just like desktop GIS software, but integrated with online access to all the key monitoring archives. So briefly can be described like a GIS application with a huge archive just on the table. It provides a lot of data handling and processing analysis tools, including color synthesis, providing multi-temporal data analysis, homogeneous and heterogeneous data analysis, instruments for classification, segmentation, supervised and unsupervised, and many more. Also, it provides a framework for dedicated tools for specific tasks. It provides possibilities of time series analysis, both with specific interfaces and BI analytic tools, but I'll show it a bit further. An example of such dedicated analysis tools is a tool for burnt areas identification and estimation, which provides you with a very fast and reliable way to estimate the area which was burned during the fire, to calculate its area, and maybe after to assess the damages to the forest. So here are just some steps of how it works. You find the burnt area, you roughly draw a polygon to contour it, you run the classification and turn out the clusters which don't fall into the burnt area, and we get a really brief assessment of burnt area. So also, as I have mentioned before, there are also some BI analytics tools for time series analysis, for spatial distributions, for some statistical analysis of various parameters. So it can be also, everything can be provided for the end user. Another very important set of tools is modeling. So here is an example of fire propagation model with the satellite data and, based on satellite observations and ground data and meteorological modeling data. So it's one of the examples. Another fine example is modeling of volcanic ash plumes propagation for aviation safety. So now there are more than 100 of research organizations now using the capability of the center. More than 80 projects are run right now, and more than 500 research papers are published with these capabilities. Also, the center supports more than 15 dedicated monitoring systems for various tasks, for marine resources, fires, natural fires, agriculture, forest monitoring, etc., volcanic activities, of course, etc., etc. So the center is based on some basic software solutions developed by IKI. I'll be very brief. So these are technologies for automatic pipeline data processing, which provides fully automatic data processing almost to level 4, which may take some expertise. It's a Unisat technology for support of very large distributed satellite data archives, which also provide the specific structure for virtual products on demand support for their generation on the fly, and for the function of the interactive processing tools. So the technology for GIS-like web interfaces, which are the main working tool for the end user, which also fully can employ the advantages of the archives, and which integrate the tools and the technology, of course, for the development of such processing tools. And now let's have a look at some use cases for disaster monitoring, for some actual cases which have been done. So, sorry. So the first one is the first example is the example of analysis of industrial facilities impact on environment, which can be achieved with the assessment of vegetation condition in the area of interest. Here it is the Kachkanar mining and processing plant. Here are highlighted some monitoring regions which regularly and automatically assessed. And we can see that at some points, at some objects, for example, here's the graph of the normal development of vegetation highlighted in red. And here is the graph of the vegetation development in the monitored region. It's a graph for, if I'm not mistaken, for 15 years or like that. And we can see that at some point the development goes worse and worse and worse. So there is definitely some pollution is happening. So, and it can be really useful for monitoring and assessment of really of disasters and emergencies, which take a long time and are not really well seen in a short moment. And it's done in full automatic way, so you can select an area for monitoring, you can choose the features for monitoring, the indices, the parameters, and the system will do it in an automatic way and for all the time span in the archive, and it will go on, go on, go on, go on. So you will always have some information, some new information. Another example of such an object approach is the leak control from the tailing pond near Norilsk. So here are examples of the last 5 years. So here is the tailing pond, here are the water objects near it, and you can see that with the time, they are growing more and more polluted. So it's some water index, I don't remember which one, I'm sorry. But the greener it is, the better it is, the less green it is, the more polluted it is. So all this information was obtained fully automatically, and we can monitor any object we like, any object we want, if we know how to describe it and how to get the index which really can characterize it. So another example is of center facilities usage is detection and estimation of natural disasters, not anthropogeneous. For example, here is an example of the rock collapse on the Daria River in December of the year 2018. It was a rock slide, quite a large one, because the river is about 60 meters wide and also 60 meters deep. So that slide have fully dammed it, and the wave impact was located about 10 kilometers up and down the river both ways. So constant monitoring of this collapse was conducted because it was a real flooding. I'm sorry, because a small town near it could be flooded in spring, and a hydroelectric plant, which is down the river, could not get enough water in spring also. So there was a channel done. Here it is, he can be seen in those two images. And all those works have been monitored with our facilities. An interesting fact is that the exact date of the moment of collapse was detected not by high resolution satellite data, but with the geostationary data with 2 kilometers per pixel resolution. So here are the graphs of here are the daily trends of temperature in thermal infrared spectral bands. So this one is for 11 micrometers. This one is for 3.9 micrometer, and here can be seen a quick increase in the temperature. So here is the moment when the rock slided into the river, broke the ice, and the water, which was obviously warmer than the ice, came up, and it was enough to be detected. Well, another case of monitoring with our facilities is the oil spill in the Armenia River in the last year. It was an oil spill from the leaked storage tank. So here is the leakage. It can be seen on the PlanetScope data imagery. And it was a very high possibility of it going to go next to the White Sea. So, but it was actually a very lucky moment, because the strong winds have blown the oil spill back into the river. Here it can be seen. So it's an image from the 30th of May. It's the 31st of May of the same year. So here it is. The spill is here. Then the spill went back, and it gave some time to install the oil spill booms to clear the well back into the storage tanks and to move them to the tailing pond. And as I have said, it was really big luck, because usually during this season the river is flooded, and if the same behavior happened last year, it would be nearly unstoppable. But it was really good luck. So another example of an oil spill is an oil spill in the sea from the oil terminal. It was this August. So here it is an oil spill in the Black Sea. It's 98 minutes after the reported accident moment. And here we can see that already the spill is more than 1 kilometer long, and the area is at least, well, 0.2 square kilometers, which is 1,000 times more than was declared by the pipe operator, because the spill area was declared about 200 square meters. And then just in a day, the spill has grown up to the area of 80 square kilometers. So here can be seen a composite image of the initial spill and the cases, the drivers for such its saturated propagation, because the main drivers for this were the weather conditions, strong winds and rains, and a cyclonic whirl, which have moved it really fast and strong to the west. So here is the initial spill. So here is that AD detected by the also radar imagery. Here is the contour of the spill the next day, and here is the final spill, just 24 hours after the initial spill was detected. So the final area of the spill was about 80 square kilometers, and the approximate volume of oil released into the sea was about 200 cubic meters, but of course it's not that precise. Another large... I'm closer to finish. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, that's nearly the end.
The time. Thank you.
Yeah. So another area of application, of course, is fire monitoring. It's fire detection, fire monitoring, assessment of areas, of burnt areas, but also it's detection of fire outbreak points, like here, for example. So you can see that there was here is the outbreak found. And here is the total burnt area of more than 17,000 of hectares. And I must say it's not a very large fire, actually. Or, for example, another task is the verification of fire reports, because sometimes when fire is happening, like here, it's a small fire, just under 90 hectares. And all the reports say that there is some industrial object. So it doesn't have to be monitored, like an oil plant, for example, where gas is burning constantly. But no, here is the outbreak area, here's the fire development, just a nice image. Here is a total area detected, and analysis shows that there are no industrial objects detected here. So it's a matter of investigation, what was happening there, really. So it was just a brief example of what our center can do for emergency and disaster monitoring. And of course, it's constantly evolving. So the ways of evolution are quite obvious, because it's assimilation and implementation of new types of data, including, as I must say, also data from drones, aerial vehicles, and many, many, many more. New tools and services for new different tasks, because usually it happens in this way. We have some new data, we understand that it can be used for some task, and then we develop some tools for that. Or sometimes happens vice versa. A task emerges and we start thinking, well, maybe we can do it. So we are open for cooperation in many fields. Here is the website, the contacts. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer. Thank you very much.
Mikhail, thank you very much for the very interesting and informative presentation. And I invite you to the panel discussion. And now we have to proceed with the presentations. And I would like to invite Professor Hemendra Arya from Bombay, from the IIT of Bombay. Please.
Hello, good evening to all of you. Is my screen visible?
Not yet, but is loading.
Okay. Yeah, I think now it's visible.
Yes, yes, okay. Everything is okay.
Yeah, okay. Good evening to all of you from India as well as from Russia. I guess in Russia it must be around 4 o'clock or 4:30. So it's a good afternoon. And it's late in the evening, so I'll not take too much time. I'll try to be brief in my presentation. So I'm just going to present about the drone ecosystem for disaster management. And before we understand the drone ecosystem, let us try to understand how do we look at the disaster scenario. So I'm just trying to explain you the context of the problem so that the use of drone will become more and more obvious about it. So when we see on the right-hand side, the pictures which is given about some house which is destroyed due to the rain, or the bottom picture which is shown about the earthquake. And on the left-hand side, that's a flooding scenario on the top and the fire on the bottom side. Now, when we look at these two scenarios, so the disaster management team is actually looking at one at a very large area and another at finer details. And when we talk about large area, it means, I'll try to explain it a bit later also. When they look at the large area, they're actually trying to identify the potential areas which may require help from the disaster team. And once those potential areas are identified, then they'll go and look at the specific area where they can look at the finer details, which could be related to like damage of house or any other kind of infrastructure which got damaged. But when we look at the earthquake scenario, it's a bit different than the flooding scenario. In case of earthquake, the damage to the infrastructure is much, much higher than what we see in the flooding. It means the houses would have collapsed or some bridges would have totally destroyed. And the disaster management team will try to find out routes to reach those locations where help is required. In fact, that is also true for the flooding. Now, in case of flooding, as well as in the earthquake or in case of wildfire, we need to compare this scenario with without the disaster. And that part also I'll explain you in a while. Let me move to the next slide. So from the earlier explanation, what I gave you, actually the disaster team, the first thing they want is the aerial view, which is overall from very high altitude. And next aspect is looking at the detailed one. And when they're looking at overall as well as the detail, they're also looking at the extent of damage. Now this extent of damage changes the perception from overall and detailed. When you look at the overall scenario, the extent of damage is which area is either surrounded by water or which is submerged underwater. And detailed is, as I said earlier, they look at specific type of damage. Now, both of these mission, when I call it mission, means which is look at overall view and detailed view, requires a different kind of planning when you look at the operation of the drones. I'll try to explain that part in a while. Okay. Okay. So the disaster management team, as I mentioned earlier, they're looking at extent of damage. Why they look at extent of damage? Because due to the disaster, there could be non-availability of the infrastructure. When I say non-availability of infrastructure, one is the pathways, like you cannot take your road vehicles to required place. That is one possibility. Another possibility is many times during the disaster, immediately after the flood or heavy rain, the first thing is the electricity is not available. And electricity is not available, it means soon we are going to lose the cell connections also. It means the connectivity also get lost. So these two things are immediate results of any natural disaster when we look at it. And once they assess the overall scenario, then they'll find out where the help is required. And then look at what kind of help is required and how to provide this help. So if you recollect, earlier Professor Abhishek mentioned about options available for the drones like fixed wing, hybrid, multi-copter, helicopter, airship. Later Professor Pant is going to talk about it. Another area which is a tethered drones, which which can be mounted at a fixed place, but can work as a mobile towers. As I mentioned earlier, mobile connections may not be available because of the power outage or maybe some other issues. So let us look at this scenario, and I'll try to bring out the difference, or rather the existing solutions which we are using in the drones may not be one-to-one applicable for the disaster management. That's what I'll try to bring out. So as I mentioned earlier, the disaster management team is look at larger area, and when they look at larger area, they'll try to divide it into the smaller area. When I'm talking about larger area, I'm talking about something like 100 square kilometer or more, an area of 10 by 10 kilometers, or maybe more. And why we need to do this in a smaller area, I'll try to explain. And then they send individual drones. Now, remember, now I'm breaking a problem from one drone to multiple drones. So earlier, if you recollect, Abhishek also mentioned about swarms, and I'll also give you one or two examples of the swarm and the work what we had done towards that. Now, using this swarm, the first target is to identify where the help is required, and the next target is to provide the help. Okay, so let us look at how the scenario changes from the normal operation of drone to the disaster management. So in this slide, I've tried to explain it in a very conceptual manner. Like if you look at the area 1, in which I have given one rectangular area, one oval shape, another area there's a triangular area, another is another rhombus kind of thing, and elliptical area. Now when we are sending the drones, remember this area which I have shown here, which has been marked by the disaster management team when they looked at the overall area. Now the next task is to send the individual drones to these smaller areas. Now you have to recollect, or rather we have to emphasize that when you look at a disaster management scenario, the disaster management team will go with their set of drones, with set of battery or maybe energy what they have. When I say energy, it could be even the fuel what they have. So first the mission planning has to happen where they can allocate resources optimally. It means if it is only battery powered, they have to figure out that which area to be covered and how much time it will take, how much energy it will consume. And based on that, these area distribution is going to happen. So this is the first task, which is looking at optimal way of allocating resources. Once the resources are allocated and the drones are deployed, then we look at a robust communication of drones with respect to the ground station. So that becomes another critical point. Now the drones on itself does not have any value. It's just an enabler. So the kind of payload it will carry, it will increase its value. So if you use it for payload delivery, then it becomes a capacity, how much it can carry, and the dropping mechanism, payload holding mechanism. If you're looking for vision-based mission, then the camera becomes, which enables, which makes it much more powerful than the drone alone. So depending on the mission, you have to change the payload, which also means that there's no one unique drone which will fulfill all that. You may need various kind of drones to do various kinds of tasks. And now let's say when we look at the camera which is getting carried, and that camera plus the onboard computer should be light enough to do real-time computation. So in normal operation, when you look at agriculture kind of scenario, where the data is collected and taken to the cloud, computation happens, and after maybe few hours you get the results, you're happy. But in case of disaster management, that is not possible. We are looking at real-time information available which can be used. So we are looking at a lightweight computation which are accurate enough and gives the good information about the disaster management. And we'll also, or rather we are aware that whenever this disaster happens, the disaster doesn't happen just for small duration. Actually, it lasts for few days. When I say few days, it means either it will be raining or it could be heavy winds So the drone system or the disaster management system should be capable of operating under these scenarios. So one is, of course, rain. Second thing is these rains also come sometimes with very heavy winds. So your drone should be capable of flying in those heavy winds also. And the last point, which is very, very important when you look at disaster management, the system should be available on demand. It means the system, some disaster occurred, the team is ready to go, then within 1 hour, or we can specify the time, a system should be ready to deploy. And it's a challenge because now if you look at the drones, when you look at batteries, then it has to keep on, you have to keep on charging, ready for, readily available for deployment. Or if it is a fuel based, then you should have enough stock which to be carried. So all these things has to be accounted so that the system is available on demand. Okay. So I'll just flash it for some time because I have covered most of the things here. Yeah, robust communication I already mentioned, like we need long distance communication capabilities, especially for video data. And I also mentioned AI ML techniques, which are light AI ML techniques, can be done, used for real-time implementation. Ruggedized system I also mentioned. System operation under harsh condition, rain and wind, and system availability on demand. So I'll just give you a brief idea about what we have done at our institute, some work toward disaster assessment. So as I mentioned earlier, we need to compare the present scenario. When I say present scenario, that is after the disaster with respect to the earliest scenario. Now the earliest scenario pictures are available from Google Earth. So in this case, we have taken the data from the Google Earth, which were also available for post-disaster. So in this case, it was related to the wildfire. So we have taken a pre-disaster data, post-disaster image, and then compared in trying to train the AI ML tools to figure out, can we detect the damage or not? Here again, we are not put emphasis on a real-time computation. It was taking much more than the real-time computation what we would have expected. But the aim is to reduce that. Okay. Similarly, there are data available for tsunami, earthquake, and we have done those studies also, which I'm not presenting. Another study what we did, which was more to see our algorithm can work or not. It's though here it is written as a pre-disaster image. What we did is we had a Google Earth image for a pre-construction, or rather a construction site where building was coming up, and on the right hand side there's an image of the same building when after the construction was over. So I made an assumption that pre-construction site is similar to like if the disaster has occurred on a tall building. And because that data was not available on the internet, so that's why we took this exercise and we compared and again applied our algorithms. So we had a reasonable success in detecting that pre-constructed building as if it's a damaged building. So yeah, okay. So we need, okay, one point which I missed actually here. When we look at the disaster management, if you recollect, I have posed the problem in 3 different levels. One is which is at the very overall level, where you get a very larger picture, then you deploy smaller vehicles to get more closer picture. And third is which is related to the payload delivery. Now this payload delivery vehicle mission should be flexible enough in the sense once it is sent for some delivery, then it should have a capability to change the mission on the fly. It means you have given, let's say 10 packets, it delivers at one, goes to the second one, third one, and on the fly, new waypoints can be added or new destinations can be added. So in our institute, we have done a very small work related to one hexacopter, which can carry 2 kg payload. And I'll explain you what work we have done using this 6 kg payload. And we also worked on various type of cooperative missions where multiple vehicles can fly together. So I'll not spend time time on this because of the lack of total available time. So let me explain this scenario in terms of mimicking a disaster scenario. So here I have areas which are search 1 and search 2, and I have a base station. And let's say base station is somewhere close to the disaster area. And remember, this is only shown as one of the kind of a football field area. So it's experimental in nature, but it can be expanded. The capabilities what we have built can be expanded to larger area. So here from the base, there are 2 small vehicles and 1 larger vehicle. So these base vehicles goes and search individual area. And once the target is identified, they send communication to the ground station where the target has been identified. And the ground station deploys the payload vehicle, which has multiple payloads, which will go to the individual locations and deploy it. Okay. So this is a framework what we have used. And the framework used has been in a scalable manner. So though we have tested on 2 vehicles in the field, in fact, we have migrated to 4 vehicles, but in a actual lab scenario, software scenario, where we have made 16 vehicles which can fly for a given mission. So that kind of hardware loop simulation facility we have I'll show you in the next slide. So in the earlier picture what I've shown you, so we had a H mark which is shown on the bottom, which was placed in those search areas. So the scout vehicles were supposed to search and then drop the payload. And for swarming applications, we have a capability to do the hardware loop simulation within the lab for large swarm areas. Okay. So challenges are mission planning under given resource constraints, robust communication, compact swarm system, scalable swarm system, AI ML methods for disaster management, which I said lighter ones. And today a lot of disasters is happening, but data is not getting stored. So there's a lack of data for AI ML training, which needs to be developed, and robust autonomous drones under high winds. And another important point, because of the bad weathers, many times our global navigation systems are not available or weak signals are there. So we should develop solutions which can work under compromised navigation. And the last one is the damage assessment, which is a very, very important point from disaster management. The disaster management team will look first, will serve the places which are highly damaged. So the algorithm should work, which can assess these damages and give a quick view to the disaster management team. So there's just a overall idea about the drones capabilities, what is required for disaster management. And I hope I have not exceeded my time. Thanks. Any comments and suggestion, I'll take it in my discussion board.
Professor Hemendra, thank you very much for your presentation. You do a very good work. Thank you very much. And now I would like to invite you to a panel discussion to answer the questions. And now we have proceed with the next speaker, Ms. Ayushi Mishra, founder Drone Maps from India. And the topic of her presentation is use of drone-based data for mapping live video feeds, thermal in combination with satellite-based geospatial intelligence for command centers for disaster response. Please.
Hey Olga, how are you? Can you see my screen?
Yes, we see you, we hear you, and we see your presentation.
Perfect, perfect. So I'm going to be brief. Basically, like Drona Maps as an entity works as a command and control center solution, which uses 3D drone-based maps in order to act as a geospatial backbone. And on top of this, you have videos, live feeds, 3D maps, and satellite-based information, which is eventually used to create intelligence. Now, you can have we're equipment agnostic, but what I'm going to do is I'm quickly going to actually walk you through actual deployment. So rather than walking you through the theory of it, I'm just going to give you what it looked like in real life. So this is typically what a 3D map looks like. This is about 3 to 5 centimeter per pixel, done with entirely commodity drones. In case of most urban areas, this is done as something that is more resilience and preparation and management, which can actually include like knowing where floods are, knowing like when all of this is entirely done and having planned like areas which are mostly damage prone. Now, once you have all this in place, like I think a lot of people here have talked about the Uttarakhand floods like this year. So I'm going to quickly actually breeze through that entire conversation in terms of from a command and control center perspective. So what you're looking at here is when you're deploying drones, the data that is coming in has to be in a digestible enough format, has to be in a way that it can connect with decision makers that are not on the field. So typically what would happen in an Indian scenario is that people from NDRF or any other agency that are actually on the ground have limited connectivity, and therefore whatever data has been collected on the ground during a search and rescue mission is actually something that doesn't reach decision makers till the next morning. So that is one part of it. The second part of it is often when you are deployed in a situation like this, they're not in-depth geospatial maps or models of that particular area. So what we had basically done here was working with with a bunch of drone service providers and partners for us. Like they're essentially collecting the data in 3 dimensions. So what you're seeing here is thermal mapping and 3D mapping of the dam site. These are also like drone videos that were collected. These are drone videos that were collected of the tunnel site, whether or not these tunnels are safe for rescuers to actually enter. And then you have the possibility of trying to understand with thermal images, whether or not there are any survivors in any key areas. Of course, like in all of this, the drone aspect of it essentially starts with preparedness, which is just 3D mapping, geotagging of assets, and flood simulation and high resolution DSM DTM data. Which I think like a lot of people have talked about before me. What you're looking at here is essentially an inventory of your assets, which is very detailed. And like from a measurement perspective, like exactly what are we looking at geospatially, what is the layout, so on and so forth. The second aspect of it is post-disaster, like how do you assess what has happened? This is when your drones, like the fastest thing that you can do is deploy drones and have like a drone live feed of it. This is the step one. The second step is basically have like an assessment, collect imagery of that particular like area and reconstruct it into 3D maps. If you have prior maps, then you compare like what is the comparison of before and after. And I think like the gentleman before me actually talked about the algorithms, some of the algorithms they have developed to do before and after comparisons. And then you have disaster response. So this basically includes a whole management aspect of it, where you need to know where your resources are, where your assets are, and how to distribute them, which essentially is a combination of like information that is coming from the ground. Now this could be drone based, this could be mobile application based, this is like imagery based or survey application based. Like any of those modalities of information actually needs to get integrated into that like command and control center solution. And then you're essentially making these decisions of like how to distribute resources in order to get the most optimum results possible. And of course, like if you have multiple entities like on the ground, then it becomes easier to also track stakeholders. Like if let's say if multiple entities are distributing food packets, or the location of ambulances in a particular area is distributed, then you can optimize. If you add like a geospatial location layer and navigation layer to it, you can optimize like how these resources are deployed. Again, going back to the drone based like mapping of tunnels and like having to so one of the things that happened in these tunnels is they were fairly hard to access. They were flooded with water, and you are actually in a situation of disaster disaster response, you're also trying to make sure that personnel are not put in danger. So in this scenario, drones were deployed in order to be able to ascertain that the tunnels are safe for approach by rescue personnel. The second aspect of it, and also because they were dark, like you did have floodlights mounted on the drone, and like I think speakers before me have talked about like speakers mounted on top of the drone and other accessories that can be put on top of an aerial vehicle like drone. At the end of all this, of course, like when you're assessing damage, like one aspect is purely video based, purely thermal based, purely and also integrating all the images and videos and photos and all the survey images that is coming like from on ground, like not just relying on passive imagery, but also like whosoever is on ground is actually collecting this data, and you're using the metadata attached to the images to be able to locate them, or videos, like to be able to locate them onto a particular site, and then like have object identification algorithms or any other added algorithm on top of it, all to enable decision making. Now, the second thing that comes into perspective when you're talking about all of this, drones are basically something that you deploy largely as of right now for micro areas, like for small areas when you need like a very high dense like information set, you're deploying drones. But when you need a contextual understanding of a large area, this is when you're using satellite and geospatial maps. So in order to put this in context of what's happening in flood mapping here, this is glacier snow cover tracking for glaciers for the entire Tapovan area in Uttarakhand, which is where the flash flood originated, or the cloud burst originated. And we're basically doing a before and after tracking of the entire 1 month duration. So if you were to repeat this entire exercise, and it's only a question of computational capacity of doing this across 400, 500 square kilometers, like let's say on a weekly basis or maybe more. In this scenario, you're actually noticing a difference of somewhere around 150 square kilometers before the flood and after the flood. So around January 10th, the snow cover was less by almost 150 square kilometers. Which means that if you were to map this and do this regularly and track the snow cover on a regular basis, you would know to a large degree or have the capacity to have some predictive algorithms around it. And this is basically like a simulation of what actually transpired during the event. This is purely geospatial three-dimensional data that has been like recreated, cut with like a video-based feed from a drone. The red areas that you were looking at earlier, these are assets that have been geotagged, which were damaged during the course of the entire flood. And then, of course, like you have assessment of how this entire field affects each asset that was on the way, how the water like moved, and how like each village on the way was actually affected by the entire event. So this is one aspect of drone-based mapping. And I think just to give some context of how big data, drones, and geospatial intelligence, all of them come together, I'm just going to give a very brief, a super brief introduction to, like, let's say when you take these command and control center solutions and like in an application like COVID-19. So a lot of people before me have talked about the COVID-19 applications where you are tracking the numbers of people, your R naughts, your doubling times, like how the transmission is happening over a period of time. What you're seeing here is basically like state dashboards. So one of the things that happen when you're tracking COVID-19 from a state perspective, the data also becomes slightly deeper. So yes, it is like definitely locality level and sub-district level, definitely that. But more than anything else, you can also track like to each locality, each containment area, and have mobility data added to it, and then geofencing and all other abilities are there. But in this particular case, so this is an example of the state of Punjab, you're also adding like secondary modalities of input of data. So essentially WhatsApp groups, helplines, chat, like any chat format, like which was taking inputs from patients on the ground, helplines which were taking information on what kind of requirements have been noticed on the ground. So if it is vaccines, if it is actually, it is medicines, vaccines, oxygen, hospital beds, so on and so forth. forth, how many hospital beds are available and on a real-time basis. And also at the end of all this, like you also have a tracking of like which areas are emerging hotspots, which areas have like seen COVID before, and like what is the geospatial spread of patients across the entire state of Punjab in this particular instance that you're looking at. And the other modality that was being used heavily is basically like rapid response teams were on the ground. So one of the things that India did have like going in its favor was a huge healthcare team that was actually there on the ground, which had been deployed for family planning and other initiatives that were there before. So these teams were readapted. They were trained again to go on the ground, collect patient data, where, for example, primary healthcare centers and community centers are not very strong. So in these communities, RRTs or rapid response teams would go, they would collect data and basically have WhatsApp chats and note this data in WhatsApp chats. And you're using natural language processing and other algorithms to be able to recognize what are the patterns of data, what are the patterns of temperature that have been noticed, what are the age gaps that have been noticed, and what is the frequency of RRT visits that you're looking at. And when you're putting all of this data like on a context of geospatial intelligence, then you're essentially adding on top of that a layer of understanding that how this penetration of the virus is happening across an entire area. And of course, like once you know which areas have been recognized as containment zones and want to do crowd control, you can use drones on top of that. You can use drones for like just dropping supplies as well. There are a bunch of modalities that you can do after that point. So I'm just gonna wrap up this conversation like at this point because I think like it has been a long evening for a lot of us. But yes, of course, I'll be there in the panel discussion if anybody has any questions.
Thank you very much, Ayush. Very, very interesting, and especially what you also deal with COVID management, and it is really on the top of the today problems. And now we are going to our next presentation. Professor Rajkumar Pant, I invite you to make a presentation, relocatable aerostat system for swift deployment of communication equipment in disaster-struck zones. Please.
Hello and very good evening to everyone.
Good evening.
Oh, I have a distinguished job in front of me as the last speaker of a gathering which has been late by more than an hour. So I do not want to add too much pain to your misery, but I would like to only share some information and give you an overview of a system which we have been developing in our laboratory. I am an academician, I'm not from a company, so I don't have the luxury of getting too much support from the industry or from the companies or from very bright people who can be hired. I'm a mere academician like Hemendra Arya before me and Professor Abhishek from IIT Kanpur. But in our own way, we look at developing new technologies. So this technology, which I'm going to talk about, was developed for this scenario, about which many of you have heard and spoken before me. I belong to Uttarakhand, and therefore I am very much concerned about the sad situation of the disaster-prone state. And so I thought, why not try to apply some of my skills in addressing a problem that might be helpful. In this picture, you see a tower on the extreme right side, but you know, whenever disaster strikes, the first thing that happens, as we all know, is that the communication infrastructure, especially the mobile sites, they break down. So if a few of them remain, or if some of them are hastily constructed or deployed, then there is a huge traffic on the remaining infrastructure. And this becomes a big impediment in the rescue communications. There are people out there who want to help, who want to reach out to the people who are in need, but there is no way to know where who is. And therefore, it's very difficult to do the assessment of the disaster zone. In the hilly areas, such as in Uttarakhand and a large part of northeast India, also in the western part of the northern Himalayas, there is a problem that several areas have dark zones for communication. The market is not mature enough to support commercially creation and installation of large number of mobile towers. So those areas, when there is a disaster in those areas, unfortunately, the whole infrastructure collapses. So we were given a mandate by two agencies of the government of India. One, the IT Development Agency of Uttarakhand government, and then another agency called as the Center for Development of Telematics. The mandate was, can we come up with the proof of concept of a relocatable, height adjustable, last mile communication system, which can be deployed in a post-disaster scenario if the weather conditions permit, or we can also deploy it in some shadow regions in hilly areas where there is a lack of communication. The third application is that whenever there is a major event happening, such as the Kumbh Mela or the IPL matches, once again, there is a huge communication throughput, which is not possible to handle by conventional system. So augmentation is required by additional devices. The objective of the project was to demonstrate the efficacy of this system by doing field trials, by testing the range and connectivity of the data, voice, and the Wi-Fi payloads. So we were looking at three kinds of payloads: 2G, 3G, 4G, data and voice, Wi-Fi, and we also ended up doing an extra work, which I'll talk about. More important is to assess the feasibility and the operational behavior so that we can comment on whether such a system is actually sustainable or not. So what are the payload that we wanted to carry? A simple high gain RF omni antenna, just to give the signals. And these signals were conveyed from the ground by an RF cable, which is quite heavy. So you notice that the antenna itself is just 4 kilograms, but the cable is 20 kilograms. And therefore, the total payload becomes around 24 kilograms. Add to this certain other safety devices, etc., it went to 32 kilograms. So what are the attributes of our system? We have gone for a novel system which looks at the application of lighter than air systems technology. Okay, so this is not a drone that flies, but this is a drone that remains stationary. And I'll talk to you about it very briefly. But the main attributes were that if it's a balloon-based system, then we want to delink the two applications of the envelope. One of them will hold the gas, the other one will take the load. We wanted it to be steady in high winds, although it cannot be completely steady, but at least we can minimize its drift. We wanted to have easy ground handling so that a portable stand could be taken and deployed anywhere. And we wanted to have a robust winch which can easily lower and raise the balloon. So here is a solution that we came up with for this particular requirement. So the backhaul is provided by some kind of a system which is available. In this case, the figure shows a mobile VSAT terminal, but it could be anything else. Okay, it could even be some communication with a satellite. And essentially, the system acts as a high altitude relocatable mobile phone tower, which can be moved around and height adjusted. So it's a sailed aerostat system connected to some backhaul. Okay, these were the specifications of the system that we finally developed and tested. So the average deployment height required was around 100 meters, but we tested to a higher altitude also. The system can carry 35 kilograms. There is an inner envelope made up of what is normally called as polythene, and an outer envelope made up of what is called as a parachute cloth. Okay, and in this case, we were not able to get a VSAT, so we just commissioned a cell on wheels as a BTS. So as I mentioned to you, the envelope has interesting features which may not be really of relevance much to the disaster management experts, so I'll skip it. One important requirement was that there should be no load on the RF cable, and that is very much imminent when you attach it to a system. So a special payload bay was designed, which ensured that absolutely no load comes on the cable and the entire load is taken by the envelope. The ground handling system was one that was easily dismantleable so that it can be ported via simple vehicles to the location and quickly assembled. I'm going to show you a small video that will show the whole working of the system. This is the winch that was designed to meet the requirement. And here is the first trial, which took place in the premises of one of our support companies. So with your permission, I'm going to show you a small video that shows the testing of the system. I would like you to confirm that you are able to watch the video, because sometimes on Zoom it doesn't work. So can you please confirm if the video is visible to you?
Yes, we see the video.
And you also hear some sound, I hope. Okay, that is just the music. Okay,
yeah.
So I will be your audio. I'll just reduce the music. So please note, just keep a count of the number of days during which our system was deployed non-stop. So on the first, this is the ground station which we assemble. This is the winch. Here is the inner balloon. The outer balloon was made later. This is just a ribbon. We inflate the balloon in the station. And then we connect it to the winch. After that, we provide the next day. So next day morning, you can see the communication tower, and you can see now we are attaching the RF cable and the antenna. And now the system is being released.
The system has been now deployed with the telecommunication link. The balloon height is approximately 65 meters above the ground level. So we are awaiting the results of the trials.
Here is the health monitoring station, which helps us to know what is happening above. Third day, we are still up. Okay. So for your information, we put up this system non-stop for about 7 days. Okay. And this was a trial. So we discovered there were some shortcomings, there were some issues. Okay. And then we went ahead and we tried to deploy this station in a real site where we wanted to check it. Okay. So here is the data available regarding what kind of frequency coverage was able, and all the areas on the roads that you see marked in green color, they were identified by mobile vehicles as the areas where there was a very good signal. You will notice there are some red patches on the top side. This is because there was a small hill behind the aerostat. So it needs definitely the line of sight for communication. Okay. Right. And then the analysis of the amount the areas or the locations at what distance they are where we could get very good connectivity shows that for most of the places there was no problem. At least the communication was easily established. Okay. Some red patches you will see, they are because of hill blocking and because on the road signals. Other than that, the blue spot that you see here is where the balloon was deployed. So what are the observations of this trial? Seamless day and night deployment for 4 days with no breaks in communication reported. Initially, people were very skeptical, saying that you're going to use the balloon-based system, it will shake with the wind, and because of that, there will be loss of communication. But there was absolutely no break in communication for the entire period. But then we realized that we had a mistake in the attachment of the antenna. It was not fitted properly, so it was at an angle, which was giving a very poor radiation pattern. The next demonstration was done at Dehradun in front of the office of the IT Development Agency. And it was formally inaugurated by the then Chief Minister of the state. So you see some pictures during our trial and deployment. And this is a day and night system because we are going to deploy it for a very long time. So we cannot afford to have a situation where overflying helicopters or other aircraft have a problem because of the illumination. But then if you keep the lights on the whole night, it will heat the envelope and it will also lead to consumption of the battery. So we came up with a remotely controlled switchable system. So these LEDs can be switched on and off as per the requirement whenever there is a need. Otherwise, we conserve the energy by keeping it up. Here is a close shot of the balloon. And I'm going to show you a short 3-minute video that will explain the system on its own. I don't have to speak too much. So on the first day, we are going to show you how we assemble the envelope. It is a labor-intensive system. This is the weather station, which gives us the weather data at a frequency of around 2.5 seconds. This is a simple mechanical tether. These are some of the avionics that are required for safety and for our own requirement. You can see that the aerostat is released and then locked at the desired altitude. And once we are absolutely no further consumption either of battery or of power. And if we only bring it down when we want to reconfigure with some other communication. 3 Wi-Fi antennas supplied by CDOT, each of them can give a 120-degree coverage. So together we get a 360 Wi-Fi coverage. The system can also be used for providing local engine surveillance by putting a small camera on board. This is a wired system, but the presence of the same allows us to minimize as I mentioned, the system was formally inaugurated by the then Chief Minister of the state. The beauty of this system is that once it is launched at a particular place, without any further consumption or operating cost, you can deploy it for a very long period of time. And on the last day, we had rains. We tested the system to work in the rains. This time they installed a police wireless system. And the police wireless system deployed at a height of around 70 meters gave us the best possible results for the The whole system works even when you have mild rain. It's all waterproof. So when the winds are very, very mild, it remains absolutely rock steady. And by adjusting the tension in the tether, you can actually reduce its motion also. So we are working on various applications of this technology. Here are the results that we got during our second trial. We were able to deploy non-stop for 72 hours. And during our deployment, the maximum wind speed was recorded to be 40 kilometers per hour. The maximum height achieved in our first trial was 144 meters. And we were able to establish 2G, 3G, 4G data and voice calling, as well as provision of Wi-Fi and a police wireless communication. So with the RF antenna, we were able to provide steady and unbroken communication within a radius of 2 kilometers. With the Wi-Fi, we were able to get 1 kilometer radius communication. And with the police wireless antenna, I'm happy to share that we were able to talk from Dehradun to Haridwar, which is 60 kilometers as the crow flies. And this was the most successful outcome. And hence, there is a lot of interest in the police department for deployment of such systems, especially for areas where communication becomes a problem. I would like to end by talking to you very briefly about what is the further work we are doing to increase the capability of this system further. This system is called as Project Harkara, which stands for a high endurance reconnaissance crewless aircraft, which are mounted on relocatable aerostats. So friends, Harkara is a marriage between aerostats and UAVs. So what we are now suggesting is that you can take this aerostat system to any location of interest, and then it will act like a mothership from which small UAVs, which are shown here conceptually, they are going to look at VTOL UAVs. They are going to actually go away from here and try to locate areas where there is an interest. And during the time when they are loitering, their battery will get charged by sending the current from the conducting tether. So if you see on the right hand side, the concept is that maybe up to 4 UAVs will keep searching and look for surveillance or any other data in the area in all directions. And as and when their battery is depleted, rather than the need to go down and then to get the battery recharged or swapped, they will come and dock onto the aerostat. And during the time when they have done their surveillance, a fresh battery would be available for them, which will be swapped. And so that the entire battery of the UAV is used only for its horizontal surveillance mission. And a very small percentage is used as a safety or as a kind of reserve. Otherwise, we have done some studies to show that when you take a classical UAV to a height of 1 kilometer for surveillance, close to 20 to 30% of the battery is consumed in the climb mission to the altitude as well as in the descent mission. So we will save that by docking UAVs onto this aerostat. And if the UAV identifies an area which is very much promising, the aerostat can also be relocated to that area. So there are many possibilities which are available. This system consists of 3 main subsystems: the aerostat, which is shown winching and mooring and sensors and safety devices; the UAV, which will have arrestor mechanism and sensor and avionics plus the payload; and a docking system which will be mounted on the aerostat to allow arrest and release, and plus the possibility of swapping the charged battery. With that, I don't want to spend any more time. I would request all of you to locate our YouTube channel, where we post all these videos and our work. And never forget to subscribe the channel and also click the bell icon. Thank you so much for your attention, and I'll be very happy to take part in the panel discussion for any doubts or clarifications.
Thank you very much, Professor Rajkumar, for your presentation. And now I would like all speakers to switch on their cameras and to go to the panel discussion. And so, first of all, I would like to thank Inna Sirius and Dr. Shishir Shrotre in a series from the Academy, from the Russian Academy of Sciences, Dr. Shishir Shrotre from the Embassy of India, for the organization of such an event, of this webinar between India and Russia. Thank you very much, Shishir. Thank you very much, Inna. And now I would like the speakers to make their questions and to participate in the discussion, please. Who? Do you have the questions to other speakers?
So there were some interesting presentations, and there was one presentation made by Arkhangel, that team. Are they still there or they've gone? The Arkhangel team is there. I think they have left. Okay. So, Professor Arya talked about the ecosystem. Professor Arya, can I request you to give some enlightening comments on the aspects of certain technologies presented by the Russian side and the Indian side?
Yeah. So there are a lot of interesting things which came up from Russian academy and delegates from the other side, especially about carrying gas sensors, which is related to disaster and industrial scenario. Okay, so that's a very interesting part. So only one which I'm not clear right now. So how much time it takes to identify the gas? So typically, these gas sensors are a little slow in nature. It may take 10, 12 seconds. It means the drone also has to fly in that area for 10, 12 seconds to capture the sample. So that is one aspect which is not clear to me. And second thing, there are a lot of work which has shown about satellite data, using satellite data. So how to merge the data which is available from the drones, which is from much more closer to the surface, and integrate with the satellite. That could be another interesting point, because I have seen the Google using Google Earth data and trying to do something. So these are my some brief comments.
Thank you. I don't see the speaker beyond the participant of the discussion, and maybe we can address this question directly to him via email.
Yes, some of the things can be taken up one-to-one, and the idea is to make collaborative projects and use them for scientific interventions in various types of disasters. So rather than reinventing the wheel, if 1 + 1 can make 11, that is what is required. Professor Ghosh would like to add something.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Shishir. It is really, we are from the National Institute of Disaster Management, but this today's session, I see that our research institutes, especially IIT Bombay, IIT Kanpur, even Wardia Institute, we see that earlier we are going alone, but now we can see that a lot of research is going on, and also number of projects that we are going to take up with like NIDM, NDMA, and NDRF. You will be very, very happy to join with you, especially our research institute in Association Russian Academy of Sciences through the collaboration. We would be always looking forward to have, especially reaching to the trapped people like collapse structure search and other things, and a lot of research background, like for the last 15 years, number of such like medical exercise, or even many of the like search and rescue exhibition have been made. But now with the research team that coming forward, that let us take each and every event organized by NDRF, there should be a sufficient amount of backup of the information, taking decision, and also guiding them, detecting that whoever is the trapped, especially in the response while rescue mission will be there. So far we have been doing only training part only, but associating research and taking data, surveillance, and IoT devices will help our effort really in a greater way. So with this, I would say that a great time is ahead. Let us work together. And so far, it was not known to us in this way that this today's discussion that has brought out many dimensions.
Absolutely. So actually the key to think, all this is public-private enterprise, and some of the private entrepreneurs like Arkhangel of Moscow State University, who presented a convertiplane kind of a theme. and then Ayushi from Drona Maps, and our colleagues from Drone Federation of India. Some of them are not here now, but they are extremely busy, as what they tell me, because they're finding solutions on the fly, and they're very busy integrating various aspects of drone, its usage to multiple advantages and multiple solutions. So Ayushi, as an entrepreneur, what would you like to ask from the government, or what would you like to ask from the researchers, eminent professors from IIT and NIDM? These kind of institutes are here. So what is your kind of takeaway from this, and what would you seek from them?
I think, like, first of all, it's an honor to be a part of this gathering, as of course, like both Utkarsh and I, my co-founder and I, are basically Johns Hopkins graduates. So we do come with some academic background of machine learning, AI, and like engineering in general. So I think, like, the way we look at it from an academic standpoint is our job is to basically make a lot of geospatial intelligence and analytics that have, like, the methods have existed for a while. Like, I don't think the methods are new. And when they're applied to drones, you're basically making the data denser, you're making the capacity a little bit higher. Yes, the computational capacity required is different, but at the end of the day, like, the first principles still apply. So from our perspective, like, the way we look at it is to make all of this a lot more reachable at scale, and to be able to do this decentralized, and to be able to do this from a practical standpoint, so that at least the way the vision that we see is, when drones become like rampant across the world, you are at least in a position to be able to analyze them for data and actually use them for insights, which would become critical for countries like India and other emerging countries, just to be able to democratize that kind of geospatial data sets of your own land masses particularly. And I think somebody before like earlier had asked about the question of, like, how satellite maps and drone maps go together. So the layers are different, you don't have to merge them. Like, the way you typically analyze them is basically, like, from a measurement standpoint or a parametric standpoint, like the attributes are actually judged against each other, and of course, like, you can't compare data that you didn't have. So let's say if you didn't have a satellite map with, like, very high resolution z-axis data, which is elevation data, then in that scenario that can't be compared with a drone map. But having said that, like, for example, if you do have a 30 centimeter satellite map and you're trying to apply machine learning or any of these algorithms for doing plot boundaries, you are able to actually compare that to the performance on a drone map as well. Having said that, I think over a period of time you would see a convergence of sorts, because satellite maps are getting better and better in resolution over a period of time. So it's not far behind that you would have 6 to 8 centimeter satellite maps as well. And at the end, like, in terms of support from the government, we work heavily with the government, for the simple reason that this is dual use technology, and it does have a fair amount of defense and strategy implications that for either Russia or India or any of these countries, like, frankly. So it is technology that has to have some amount of internal standing and understanding in terms of AI, in terms of object identification, or any of these algorithms that are going into it. From a strategic standpoint, and like, the support we typically require does include funding, does include research support as well. So we integrate heavily with the work of academic institutions as well. So even the command and control centers you saw, for example, for the state of Punjab, have integrated inputs from Cambridge University in the UK, and have inputs from IIT Madras's Itihas platform that takes mobility data and anonymizes it at a rural level, like in India. So this is some groundbreaking stuff that's happening on the ground here in India as well, and particularly coming from the academic community. one chagrin I do have about the academic community, and I guess which took us a little bit more on the entrepreneurial side, was the speed. I think it's just easier to prototype and work faster, like working outside the system. But having said that, like there is obviously like the robust scientific process, like there's no substitute for it, and it teaches us a lot.
Great. So since you mentioned strategic point, it's very important to be responsible enough as a private enterprise and deal with this data very responsibly. And I'm sure you understand
there's a fair amount of policy regulating us on that. So yeah.
Yes. So that's one part, but you have to be yourself regulatory. Self-regulation is the best regulation, and you need to be following that in letter and spirit. Dr. Mark talked about the IoT devices. Dr. Mark is online also. Dr. Mark, do you have any questions?
Yes, I'm here. I'm sorry, questions to me?
Yeah, we thought we will request you to ask some questions and your opinion about some of the presentations made by the Indian side, and how you would like to, integrate the advances made by you in IoT for emergency response activities.
Thank you. I very much liked the presentation about the aerial platform for the drones. It is a very relevant concept, and I mentioned it because in Institute of Controlled Sciences there is a similar project concerning the aerial platforms, but they do not use a platform for drones, but the drones themselves to extend the coverage of the communication systems. So this is a very, as I already said, this is a very relevant sphere of research, and it will be useful, first of all, in the sphere of disaster response, because it provides the emergency teams with the communication in the conditions when there are losses in communication or the absence of the base stations. So this concept, this given concept with the video materials was very useful and very interesting to watch and to learn some new approaches and methods used to solve this problem.
Olga, you may kindly say a few words, then we'll request Professor Vinod Menon to finally conclude, and Inna to say a few words.
I would like to ask other participants, Professor Raj Kumar, about his opinion of the today event. What was interesting for you, and maybe what ways of collaboration with Russian scientists, Russian researchers do you see after today's webinar?
Thanks a lot. See, unfortunately, I was not able to attend many of the talks. I could only come online after around 6 p.m. today. But still, what I would like to offer to anyone in the audience and also your colleagues is, if there is any application you have in mind where you feel that the durations available by existing systems are not acceptable. For example, if you want to study some phenomena which is happening and you would like to map it as it happens, not post happening. Okay. See, everybody is wise after the event. But the main thing is that if there is something happening and you would like to continuously monitor over a long time, then aerostats are one possible candidate. Okay, you can always put very strategically mounted cameras, CCTVs, etc., and then monitor the event. But sometimes you need to have quick relocatability. You want to take it here, take it there, and then see what is happening. In such applications, I think an aerostat system is going to be of some promise. Of course, it is not an all-weather system. And of course, as Hemendra mentioned, that disaster is normally accompanied with very, very bad weather. Okay, but there are scenarios you can think of. For example, a situation where disaster has happened, and in the post-disaster scenario, the weather is calm and manageable. Then this can be a very good system to associate. And the other thing I want to say is that this idea that I spoke about, Harkara, towards the end, it is a work in progress. We have just started about 6 months ago, and we have this 3-year period. I would really love some people to associate with us, suggest to us some docking solutions, charging solutions, or even VTOL UAV solutions, hybrid UAV solutions, which we can then test out in our experiments. Okay, we believe in doing field work and testing the systems more than just doing it on paper or computer. We like to go to the field and do things, and we would love if someone can join us in our experiments.
Thank you very much. And Professor Hemendra, what would you like to say at the panel discussion?
I already added earlier my comments, but I would just add once more. Like as I said, there's no unique solution for the disaster management when you look from the drone perspective. So the drone disaster management team have to look at specific scenario-based solution. Sometime you may need a long-range helicopter, sometime you may need a smaller multi-copter, or sometime you need a fixed-wing solution. So first we have to understand the problem and then develop a SOP which is dependent on the disaster, and then mobilize resources which will help you in executing what are the SOP we have in mind. Okay, so because my thinking is more from systems engineering perspective. So first we have to understand the problem. If we understand the problem, then I think we have a better solution. So rather than jumping directly to the solution, let's understand the problem first. That's how I look at the problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Abhishek.
It was great to participate in this event, and I got to learn a lot by looking at the presentations today. I feel if Mr. Alexei from the Archangel ecosystem, right? Yeah. So if he's there, I mean, I found his work very interesting and very much similar to the kind of work we do here. The kind of the system is developing is also a tail-seated system, and we have, I would say, almost 5-6 years experience in developing a lot of tail-seated systems. Interestingly, I have a small connection with Russia, in the sense that when I was doing my PhD in University of Maryland, I was taught helicopter design by one of the very well-known and famous designers from Russia, Mil Design Bureau. His name was Dr. Marat Yushchenko. So he taught me helicopter design. So I owe much of my knowledge and learning to Dr. Yushchenko. Unfortunately, he's no longer there, but he was an amazing person. I learned a lot from him. So I would definitely like to connect with Mr. Alexei if he's still there. I mean, I have his company's email address. Probably I'll write to him and see if there is some opportunity for us to work together and learn from each other in the process.
They are very keen. They are very keen to expand. They are very keen to expand, and I don't know. They are not online currently, but they did mention that they would request, and they are also taking part in another activity which CII is making to connect up the tech SMEs and tech startups on both sides on the 16th and 17th of December this month itself. So they are participating in that also. We will send you the link, sir, and we will also.
That will be great. Because I also actually am a co-founder of a startup called Endurance Systems, because you may have seen that logo on my presentation and all. Okay. So we can look at, collaborating through that angle as well.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's basically more than academic collaboration. It is the collaboration at startup level is more important.
Right, right.
Commercialization and implementation is more important. That's why in this session we have so many entrepreneurs. And Mr. Roy, you talked a lot about COVID, but you wanted to say something about diverse applications of modeling. And we also had one modeling from IIT Kanpur, which was very successful by Professor Maninder Agarwal and his group called Sutra. And I was following Sutra, and I could see that, and it was in the newspapers also, that the predictions were absolutely bang on correct. So how different was your model from Sutra? And you did not talk anything about Sutra. And also tell us what are the other diverse applications where you would like to make a foray in, and but be a little brief, because I think time is running out and Ina is looking at me with very, very sharp eyes.
Yes. So I'll be quick. I think Sutra is a great example of where their modeling, their predicted and the observational was quite a good fit, no doubt about it. We actually didn't push too much on that because we were not really confident. Now in hindsight, maybe we should have, but we were not confident of putting out models and then constantly measuring where we are on that, because a lot of models were going wrong. But now with a lot of data that we had in the last 2 years, maybe with 95% level or 99 perhaps, we can make short-term predictions, means 14, 21 days ahead. But we try to avoid that. We just look at the trends and use the data and the metrics to make observational forecasts, not modeling-based forecasts. So that's the difference between Sutra and us. The other difference is we are strongly focused on Bombay and trying to get more granular information on Bombay ward-wise, and maybe even ALM-wise, area local management, which are smaller parts of a ward. So that's secondary. Third is I found the drone and the aerostat very close to what we can collaborate on, because I think Ayushi was saying that if we can marry drone footage with satellite data with the local analytics of that area, that will give a kind of a three-dimensional look at an affected area or area where it's high hotspot or outbreak, say Dharavi in Bombay. It would have been a good application to study. And obviously drone, my issue is that yes, it can be used for data capture, because one of the problems is data from sub-districts, talukas, panchayats, which are remote, don't come to the district headquarters for a few days. And there's no real-time communication. So you find the data in a week, over Friday, Saturday, Sunday, all the data is captured in a batch mode. And suddenly on Tuesday, you'll find a huge spike in the COVID numbers. So you get worried that COVID has started spiking. It's actually the backlog catching up. So in such situations, the aerostat the data links, each district may have, quick uplink where the local data from the local BDO can be uplinked into using the aerostat and sent to the district headquarters. So that saves time of communication times, because sometimes internet is down or maybe it's physical sometimes. So these things can be taken care of. Huge problem in latency of data, which gives inaccurate assessment of COVID. This is a continuous problem even till today. This needs to be sorted. So drone and aerostats are definitely, I see a lot of opportunities with hardcore big data software-based analytic dashboards.
So Ina, shall we close?
Yes, but before we close, I just wanted to note two presentations. I enjoyed very much the presentation of Mr. Roy. Absolutely incredible dashboard that you presented. And the second thing that was a pleasure for me to see is the drones that were presented by Abhishek, by Dr. Abhishek. So what I saw is a coaxial rotor, and you know that this coaxial rotor is made like Russian helicopters by Kamov. It's a proud of Russia, and it was a pleasure to see this construction in your presentation, because Kamov helicopters has been developed and produced in Russia since 1948. And this is really a proud of helicopter industry, Russian helicopter industry. It was really a pleasure to see. So after listening to your wonderful, informative and spectacular presentations, I would like to express my words of gratitude to all scientists working on the technologies that can warn people of impending danger and predicting in advance dangerous situations. To the specialists who develop technologies of prognosis and management of natural disasters. Your professional efforts help to reduce human casualties and minimize economic damage. Thank you very much for your research in this area and for your work. But one more thing that is important to stress is that we all have to do our best to reduce the negative influence of humanity on nature. This is our feasible contribution to keep ourselves and our planet safe. Once again, I say thank you to Dr. Shishir Shrotria, Counselor on Science and Technology of the Indian Embassy in Moscow, for cooperation with our Department for International Cooperation of the Russian Academy of Sciences in arranging this series of wonderful scientific webinars that we had the pleasure to hold during 2020 and 2021. Thank you very much and take care.
Thank you, thank you. We have Professor Menon who is so late in the hours and he is still connected. We are very thankful. He started the first session. He was the chairperson and moderator. I request you, sir, to say very briefly some words and we'll close the session. And your words are very important to integrate the effort, not only at the national level, but also at the international level. So please, sir.
I think Dr. Rajkumar Pant wanted to say something. He's still there.
Yeah. I actually wanted to just echo what Mr. Pravir Roy had said. So we actually received a query from the collector of Amravati with exactly the same problem, that there is a lot of data latency, and that's why a lot of medical facilities and initiatives cannot reach the remote communities. That is a forest area, so they cannot build mobile towers, and therefore there are a lot of restrictions. Okay, we need to see how we can bring the cost of these systems down so that they become affordable. Right now, because of the large size and the other associated equipment, they are a bit costly. But we are working in making low-cost aerostats for various applications, including agricultural applications. I couldn't talk about it today because this is on disaster management. And I'll be very happy to collaborate with anyone who is interested to take it forward. Thanks.
With respect to aerostats, sir, Professor Pant, yeah, can you elaborate if some experimentation or some deployments have been done in the coastal areas to help our coastal community, so the fishermen and the other people? And also, I just wanted to know that the hot air balloon, which is a tourism kind of a application, can that combine some of the aspects of the aerostat and can be made useful?
Yes. So I'll answer your second question first, because I don't have a positive answer for the first question. I'm not aware. I have made several presentations to various authorities, but I have not yet been able to achieve the breakthrough of getting a mandate for making an aerostat for coastal surveillance. But to answer your second question, yes, we have done some studies on what is called as a hot air aerostat. Okay, so the supply chain and the logistics of helium or hydrogen as a lifting gas is going to be very difficult in remote areas. But there are many areas in our country where enough firewood or coal or other methods are available to create hot air. So I remember a study we did for Assam to cross the Brahmaputra river, sending essential supplies across the river, which changes course every year, using what is called as a hot air, multi-tethered balloon system. Okay, so we did some study on that, and the National Aerospace Laboratories was supposed to do the implementation of that idea because it was funded by CSIR. So there was a mandate that we will do the design and the analysis, and CSIR would build the system. They could not, unfortunately, build that system, so it didn't happen. So hot air aerostats are a very promising candidate for deployment of LTS systems in remote areas where we cannot depend on the supply of these gases. So yes, we are working on those problems. We have some interns in our lab. They have built a small system. I'm working on some aerostat application for agricultural, for scaring the birds and for repelling animals which are causing a lot of damage in the farms. Those areas are the places where hot air aerostats could be deployed.
So in Russia, what we have seen, I think in our, Professor Olga would say, a very affordable variety of hot air balloons of different categories and sizes. And it's a very famous adventure kind of a sport here where people do it during summers. In fact, there are some villages which are known by the hot air balloon enterprises. And there's one which is very close to Moscow called Dimitrov. If somebody knows about it, can you throw some light?
Yeah, I heard about it.
Professor Menon, sir. Yes.
Yes. Thank you very much. I think yesterday and today were really a lot of golden nuggets from both Indian experts and the Russian experts on several areas which are very promising. And when we start with data, we concluded with crisis analytics, and we saw the potential of crisis analytics in disaster management, not only in epidemiology. And data science is actually extremely useful. And then we have seen the way in which you can actually have a basket of different tools into a toolkit, which will be extremely useful for disaster management. We saw in the presentations that we were using not only data of critical parameters, but also maps, also satellite imagery, and remote sensing imagery, which have been used by even the Russian scientists and Indian scientists for geoinformatics, and interpretation. They have also talked about Landsat and also about Sentinel. And if you look at the European platform called Erasmus is used for different disaster typologies, satellite imagery and remote sensing for different disaster management applications before, during, and after disasters, because satellites actually have a certain time in which they actually circumnavigate the Earth and then come to the same location before, during, and after disasters. So we can actually really track that. We also have the artificial intelligence, machine learning, big data analytics, and also scenario analysis and modeling, which is very useful in geological disasters, hydrometeorological disasters, and also in climate change induced disasters. We are seeing that a lot of things are happening. The sea level rise is happening, and we saw during the Glasgow, the COP26, we saw the minister from Tuvalu speaking from the ocean. And he was actually standing in the ocean and then addressing the COP summit. And we saw also the prime ministers from several countries, including India, UK, Australia, and Jamaica and Mauritius, and also addressing Fiji, addressing the small island developing societies, and they launched IRIS. We have seen that all disasters affect critical infrastructure, whether it is telecom, whether it is power, whether it is transportation, including airports and railway stations, and we find a lot of damage to ports and harbors and so on. So we need to really understand how critical infrastructure can be protected. So we have the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure based in Delhi, supported by the UNDRR, the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction, and the Government of India's National Disaster Management Authority, NDMA of Government of India, working together. So we also have this opportunity of international cooperation, and that's why I want to thank Dr. Shishir Shotria and Ms. Ina of the Russian Academy of Sciences, the international cooperation for bringing the Indian experts and Russian experts together. I think we also need to know that beyond sensors and Doppler radars, we also need to look at integration and convergence of different technologies. And we saw the aerostat, which Dr. Pant talked about, has a huge potential, whether it is in the Himalayas, whether it is in the Pacific, in the Caribbean, whether it is in Central America, Latin America, or Africa. We have a lot of potential in using these tools, these solutions for communities. And like Dr. Shishir mentioned, for fishing community, these kind of solutions will be extremely useful in remote areas which are prone to cyclones and which are prone to sea level rise and sea erosion. We can actually use these kind of solutions. So finally, I would like to emphasize the importance of digital forensics. We need to really do a lot of clinical analysis of data for interpreting, how population of vulnerable sections really get affected by disasters, and how we can actually protect, interstate migrant workers, how we can protect, the tribals and, vulnerable sections, including, palliative care patients who are bedridden or, who are actually, wheelchair bound. How can we support such people, who are really needing support? And that is where humanity has an important role to play. International cooperation and sharing of best practices is extremely important. Thank you very much for this opportunity. And I'm sure that this has actually provoked a lot of reflection, a lot of thinking, and we will continue to be connected and continue to interact and then look at a few possibilities, taking on the offer from Dr. Shotria that there could be joint collaboration calls for collaborative applied research solutions from Indian scientists and Russian scientists through the Russian Academy of Sciences and DST, CSIR, Ministry of Earth Sciences, and other bodies like the IITs. Thank you very much. I really enjoyed, and then I really made sure that I sat through both the days, listened to all the presentations. Look forward to these presentations also to be shared with all the delegates if possible, because that will be really very helpful. Thank you very much. And stay safe.
Thank you very much, sir. I just want to say, because it's getting recorded, but not many people are here, 2 more calls between India and Russia are on the annual. They will be supported by the ministries on both sides, the Science and Higher Education Ministry on both sides. They are research calls. And 1 call is already launched. It is open now. It is for co-innovation by startups. So companies like Archangel, companies like Drona Maps can join each other. Dr. Abhishek's company or a startup in IIT Kanpur can apply for this call. This is the call which is supported by FASI. FASI is Federation of Small and Medium Enterprise in Russia. And there is another Indian counterpart which is supported by DST. So the FICCI is doing work on their behalf, and it is India-Russia-Co-Innovate.org. So this is the website, India-Russia-Co-Innovate.org. So there are calls at startup or tech SMEs level also. There are calls at or in exchanges at university academic levels also, and there are calls at scientist research scientist level also for laboratories. All 3 types of exchanges are common and are happening. So I request you to apply for these calls. And the next seminar, as proposed by Russian Academy of Science is in the month of February next year, and that's on the subject of material sciences. So kindly pass this on to all your peers, and they will participate in the next seminar. Till then, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
For all the support. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a nice evening.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Menon, sir. Thank you, Dr. Sushil, for being there. And thank you, Dr. Abhishek. Thank you.
Goodbye. Thank you. Goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye.